the other day. I mean, a second round of bans coming through as well, split for Northampton. I think that makes a lot of sense when I was watching it. I think they have a bit of a gap in terms of the knowledge of how they play that map compared to a lot of other teams. So it makes sense. And Haven being removed, which means we're going to see it freeze.
That's interesting to me. I was expecting FPX to want to pick into Haven more. It's been an okay one for Northampton, but they've had their rough moments, and I think FPX is really solid. I think their fade raise there is excellent, but they're putting faith in the Breeze.
I think this map pool overall, though, works out better for Northampton, just because of the fact that they get to lean into these Neon comps as well when they play on the Fracture. And there's 2 maps in this pool that FPX ended up having their match against DRX where they got absolutely slaughtered on. So I think that this is an interesting one. I'm anticipating it. Obviously, there's nothing better than a loss to learn off of. And FPX have just come off the back of that. They're going to be able to at least pick up on stuff on how to play against the Neon comp that they just did on Fracture. But it's a short turnaround.
Yeah. What's fascinating here is that if we go to Game 3, Mimi, I actually like North in that. The last 2 outings that FPX had on Breeze were losing efforts.
Yeah, I mean, FPX has looked rough on Breeze in the past. I think a lot of the time for these more strategic heavy teams like FPX, Breeze isn't always the right choice. Northampton will feel comfortable here. Meteor is going to be especially hard to shut down on that map. I'm very worried with FPX for this pool.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing they do have going for them, though, is that Dariali didn't have a great showing the other day. Like, he didn't. And I believe in the comps that they play on Fracture, which is going to be the first map, he does tend to play the Neon for them. So because they want to put Meteor on the chamber, basically. But we'll find out when we get into the agent select, essentially, how that's going to go down. But that could be a part of weakness, honestly, that FPX could play off of.
And what's just crazy, that just shows the difference between these 2 team styles, is FPX is just like the thinking man. They put their brain, their effort into this. And then Northampton just locks double duelist on Fracture and runs it down with Raise Neon. Like, the opening gambits they play on the defensive side of that map are insane and so incredibly hard to shut down.
I'm just looking at the series layout based on the notes and stuff, and I'm really like, I felt good about FPX. I still feel good about FPX because I think, like, when it comes down to it, right, like, as much as I do like Northampton, and while, you know, to kind of quote what was being said by the Northampton players, it would be an amazing coming-of-age story for for this team. I just feel like maybe the structure here for FPX, even with Cider in the lineup, still is a bit more sound, and I'm still not quite sold on the win that they had against Ursha yesterday.
I agree with you, but I also think that there are gaps showing in FPX. I think playing with a substitute is really rough, especially considering their style of play, and I think that Northampton is just an incredibly well-coordinated team with some insane individuals, and these maps let those players shine.
Yeah. I mean, who is... So when you really look at it, right? Because, and by the way, folks, we have a little bit of time where we, had to remake the lobby.
I was wondering.
I was wondering. Look, I never get invited to Plat Chat, so I just wanted, to have an opportunity to do my own little Golden Boy podcast. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
And don't worry, I got the button right here when the game's ready to go. I'll press the button, chat. No, but jokes aside, though, who on Northampton is going to be that stand-up player? Because you mentioned
It's definitely Meteor, but Dariali is the one I think who needs to step up as well. If he's playing the core component, if he is going to be playing in Neon again, don't know because we haven't seen the agent select yet. But if he is probably going to have a better performance compared to yesterday if they're going to stand a chance against FPX, even a weakened FPX. Now, the one thing that I do think Northampton have got going for them is that they proved to themselves that they do belong here. They didn't bomb out in 2. They have a win under their belts. Now that they can see this path. I mean, it's a hard one, don't get me wrong, but at least that they have proven that they do belong here with that win that they got. They're not going to be the worst team in this event. And it's one thing, I think, off the back of a loss, but honestly, getting that first win, there's nothing like getting over that initial hurdle to power you forwards through the rest of the event.
Ain't that the truth?
I think they were a little nervous coming into things. Obviously, we've even heard that from the players in the interviews and just kind of like hearing them chat to each other behind the scenes. But I think that they've had that warm-up time now. They're playing against a weakened FPX. I think the chip is off of them, and they have a great potential here.
All right, well, hold on a second. Okay, it's time to meet the players from FPX and Northampton. So let's see if anyone can give us, and I actually don't refuse to say this in the prompter, but I'm going to say it anyway. If anyone can give us a dab on the walkout, how dare you, Ryder?
Don't do it.
I hate the dab. Let's Fun Plus Phoenix versus Northeption. EMEA facing off against Japan's finest. And also, I just want to say real fast, Cider, you are a Randy Orton fan. I see it, and I appreciate
Don't know who that is.
It's a professional wrestler, Mimi. One day I'll take you
What
to a
did he
show.
do?
He did the Randy Orton. He did the Randy Orton pose.
I think no.
He's a pro wrestling enjoyer like
I
myself.
don't know about that.
Pretty sure.
We'll have to ask.
What I do know is that Doombros needs to step it up. You saw Bill, the coach there for the Japanese squad. Everything going for him, right? You have the little, what's it called? A vest? A sweater vest?
What's it called? A vest?
I don't know things about fashion, okay?
Oh, I like that though. Honestly, a little one-to-one with the coach. I mean, you got to keep the boys as well in high spirits. I talk like I'm talking like I'm coming from somewhere of experience where I've coached a team before.
I actually did coach a softball team back in high school.
No, you didn't.
I did.
Is that qualified?
Swear to you, I did. And no, it genuinely is like sometimes, especially for certain players, you just got to go to them, give them the confidence, instill that belief in them that they can do this. Because I think Northeption, I think deep down inside Mimi, they believe they can do this.
Yeah, and sometimes that's all it takes. That internal mental battle, winning it at the very beginning, being ready to play the matchup, believing in yourself, believing in your teammates. I think they have that. They've gotten over the stress. They've gotten over the pressures. This is just their chance to play everything, put everything out on that server. I'm talking like a football coach now too. She's infected me. But yeah, I think they do have what it takes.
Movie. I'm just working with these two Americans, just constantly pulling out one-liners. Just constantly pulling out the one-liners. I think as well, I mean, we can't comment on the mental states of like the players and the teams. We don't know that.
Are you not a therapist?
No, I am not. None of us know this, but I think that, honestly, it does bode well, the fact that Northeption were able to get that win the other night. They managed to push themselves over that line and get that first win under their belt.
It's so
heading
big.
into this one. Now, there isn't a lot of time as well to adapt, going from one night of playing to all the way straight into this one. It's not a huge amount of time in between, but I wonder if that is going to give them momentum to carry it forwards into this series.
Here we go, Prime Gaming Agent Select. Let's see what these two teams lock in.
I'm wondering if Northeption stick by the double duelist. It worked really well for them regionally. They dominated Zeta Division with it. And with Dariali picking in towards that Neon, it looks like they'll return to it. This is one of those few maps where Meteor is going off of that star duelist role, instead flexing over to the chamber. That's to say you can't be a star there too, but this is very much a fragging power composition for Northeption.
Yeah, these are the exact same comments from either side as well. I think FPX really did struggle playing against the Neon in their most recent matchup. It's the Neon doesn't get picked as much in EMEA compared to other regions. You can look at the percentages, it just stands out that way. And I wonder if they're going to be able to make those adaptations here today in this first map.
And the biggest thing is denying the early aggression, because on that defensive side, Northeption will be taking early fights constantly.
All right, well, let's go ahead and get right into the action, and let's make sure that we hear your predictions. Who's got the copium today? We want to hear from you guys, but in any case, it's time to send this over to our casters, the knowledgeable, the dependable, the dapper yappers. It's Pansy and Hypoc.
Mike, I've been looking through this book to try and find where they got the audacity to say that this map will favors Northeption in this. Can you bring me back down to reality? Because are we seeing something different?
I think we are, yeah. I mean, it's interesting we've got Inside Man on an NA desk, but it's EMEA slander. It's just literally, I couldn't believe what I was listening to.
Just flat out.
I mean, here we're gonna see, right? We're gonna be proven right, surely.
Yeah, they've got to stand in and all of the yeah. Come on, guys. Are we doing the whole like believe in the exception and not the rule? I love it myself, but already Zip hands on you pretty quickly. Put 2 down, put him to bed. Jojo going to try and pick up the slack though. Actually tries to make it 3. Nice little shut down again from Northeption. There's now Xiao and Artist presented a tough challenge. Artist looking a little like an Lanimal in the making so far. Right,
We can
has
actually
been nice.
recover this, but Meteor, actually a trade-off of tags there. Xiao's already slipped through. Jojo aware of the possibility.
One enemy remains.
Comes through, Meteor will find one. Xiao responds. Actually a possibility to do this with Meteor taking the tag.
Mark 2.
Well, he knows what's up. And what's he do with it? Still needs to land the shots, never easy, and they're toying with him. 50 seconds, still got time to play with. Isolates 1, and now a 1v1. And Meteor's in danger with this. Let's switch up the Frenzy and try and play that spike potentially. Again, Xiao still sitting pretty. 100 HP. Couldn't ask for a better situation. But every corner could contain threat, but Xiao contains around. Perfect start for FPX.
I mean, brilliant recovery. Initially, with the spike falls there, perfect opportunity for Northeption to reinforce that hold, but I mean, not even really Ardis, it's Xiao to come through with the Red Bull clutch and close this one out. Fantastic start, though. Very proactive from Northeption. You can see here, actually, on the X-ray, just how many bodies they're able to throw at this. Did leave themselves exposed a little bit to the possibility, and Xiao punishes them for it. Get themselves on the board early. Have to see if that trend does continue for Northeption to be proactive. I mean, Jojo, for me, especially in that first series, just looked a little out of it, out of position, especially with that breach utility on Bind, I believe it was. Unable to really get anything done on their defensive half, so curious to see if this does continue and how much success they find with it.
Player, obviously, who really garnered a lot of attention, and rightly so, Meteor. Putting his name on the board, but not this round.
OK，
Being watched, FPX.
So basically 这一场我们是
Regimented as always. Again,
FPX 的一个
if you haven't had the treat of being able to see them,
有2把 win 的了，
the
都
international
冇
stages of competition, you wouldn't have had the pleasure of seeing this team play. But again, get used to that. Quite robust in approach. Don't take many things too lightly. And so far, no real problems found.
One more to deal with here. Zenfree gets himself back up towards tower. Find the right click actually onto Angel, but
也是没有办法1打4的情况下，
gonna make the best of it. Actually, he can walk back into the paint
一
shell.
看到第2场还好，第3才有机会。
Three survive. Those rifles get across as well.
这里是双方的一个 full vibe
Really good
spectre。
opportunity here with Xiao. Actually, this early progress has actually got the ultimate online here for round 3.
You've got to say, Xiao, especially on that agent, has become such a specialist in this. It's garnered attention everywhere. A couple of maps definitely stand out, and we will probably get that treat to kind of look more into it soon.
Ascent is the
Yep,
treat.
that's the one.
That, I mean, in EMEA, there was 2 examples that stood out really. Soulcast on Icebox, and the other one was Xiao on Ascent.
这里我们可以看到啊，全部都在对面那边。
Coming, but Northeption looking to get on the board. This is a big round, and that's a big start. Meteor can isolate Angel. There was a second layer to this, but Cider thinks
这个角度太好了，
taken away from them. Good control.
应该可以上满这个3个了，没了。
Very one-sided.
And another one here. The pinch is coming through from Arcade as well. Zipan very blind. Just Ardis left now. Claim a couple, remove a couple of weapons. It will be a big.
还有一个冲雷，哦 ，almost。从这里就可以看出来啊 ，FPX 的这个攻击策略里，
Important to note as well, actually, with Xiao's ultimate being online, Jojo does have the Rolling Thunder. Barely call it a counter, but something to at least slow down an execution.
那 Deftion 的那个防守策略就是我给你，我2-1-2，一个人打中路。这一场直接是4个 stack， 奇怪了，想要 rush 一下 A long 是吗？毕竟有 Neon 跟这个 Bridge 的组合，一定要去打 aggressive 一点。哦，这个 NTH。 这样来开大。
This could be dicey, but they have to commit on this now. But Meteor going down to kind of slow the roll a little bit. Angel does get pinched. That's huge. Big impact
所以
happening.
这个
A proactive play making it work.
日本队这个 aggressive play 真的打得很好，
Needs to get out of there for now. Reset the pace a
不然
little
就是
bit.
1换1啦，
Left
全部
a
都。
mile away, but we are into a 2v2.
如果你破掉对面的节奏，它是那个重要的那个点。 这 FPS 想要拿回炸弹也是很怕呀，怕不敢去，直接走了，给你回赛，看你要打 A 还是要打 B。
Should have heard at least one of these sound cues. A couple of footsteps. I think that's why we're seeing Deriali rotate as well.
35 seconds still gives a little bit of wiggle room. It's not a lot though. So again, this does sit favorably.
这里 FPS 策略应该就是哦，我进步，我慢慢摸进来，我摸去 tower 上面，就不需要跟你打太多了。我看到一个人，直接走过了，不会打了。他们现在的任务就是下包，17秒，你过到第1关。
Right down to the wire.
10 seconds left.
Spike going to be planted uncontested. There's the utility coming in. There's the ult getting popped. Sends it. Gets
所以啊，
on
这
for
边
it.
这个
Gets
真的
them away to safety for now.
race 人助力啊，这样真的是叫。
At least testing the first steps towards the side. And Zipan trying to watch that cross. Flash going to try and at least facilitate a little bit of safety.
在防守方已经没有进了
They
呢，
don't know
不然我
Artis.
们可以杀2个，
DP
连杀
away,
2个
now
人
the
没
fight's
了。
perfect. FPX, that post plant, just gorgeous.
And actually, good use of the showstop as well, just to zone them away from the angle, allow safe passage back towards tower. Artis finds a crucial kill.
为什么打要配合这个？
But can we roll it back to
I mean,
the start of this round?
I was going to say, yeah, this is the sort of thing that you expect to catch FPX off guard. Initially, it looks like they're almost in position to greet it. Xiao trades
有点
one
卡
back.
这样的这个人。
Now he actually finds 3 on the push through. I guess we have
Bridge 跟这个 Neon 没有达到那种
still going to force the issue.
闪拉那种配合啊，就是自己打自己的。
What was that previously? It was a
尴尬。
4-man stack towards that A main control, retrieve the orb, and they're right out.
可以啊，开大去新点。
Unrelenting aggression is nice to see. Gets to enjoy
奇怪。
glimpses of it with OpTic, especially really characterizing what it can do. But Meteor now, this is a challenge and he
喂，
succeeds.
这个人
Passes the test and backs away.
这个米特真是很
Sadly, just been on the
carry
receiving
啊
end of a lot of these sort of shots. Not really had much room in this, but quick rotation. Cider, good positioning. That's a freebie. And he's seen more
你
as
有爆
well.
点
FPX
有看？
turning the screws.
有
And he
有，
even
笑
closed
死
them
了。
before. So lovely work from Cider. Very
塞
consistent.
德直接拿了一个闪
See
杀，
right
一个
here,
flank。
the response is there from FPX. The pressure
这
comes
flank
through,
就一个
making
乐
sure actually if they've even got a full picture of what's going on, but straight away find the space in
可以看
arcade.
得出日本队会比较 aggressive 这一点，在 defense side。这 FPS 就比较尴尬了，没有一个很好的体系，就是硬打了。
Again, Northampton, this is where I like the aggression. It's a great look. I want to see those kind of structured
Well,
pieces coming in as well. I want to see the
It's
depth of what
scoreline
they have.
dependent though.
It
That
is.
gets harder and harder to justify once the finances come into question as well. We'll see if the ults don't suit it. I mean here, cycling perfectly for them actually. They've got a showstop on the tour of 4.
还是像老套路去用 Fate 来 scan 一下那个 UFO 那边那个
Like it will be a deeper hold this time around.
情况。再回来拿 boom，
And rightly so, as we can see,
进攻 A
Zephyr has pushed up a little.
Bridge 在这里已经 set out 好了，蛮难进一下。再加买 Ray， 再加买那个 Neon 的 stun，
But you said it early
太
on.
难进啊！A 这种太小的地
They're
方
not。particularly worried about running the time late. Angel even taking a little sip of the beverage. Sliding on
我
over.
们撞到了。
Feeling the pressure and trying to respond.
看他
in
看他要不要
time,
拉这个
adjusting
念
towards the other
如果
side.
拉的话，基本上是可以 dash 所以不用怕，拉不了。
Coming now, again with the
等到那个
FPX's composition,
上面那边的一个就位
a
先，
little more investment, a little riskier.
等欧门磨到去那个普尬了就可以拉了。
Zenfree
啊，
shift
没有
forward
这样没有，
through.
一枪都没有
Find
开出来，
Artis.
可能在看小地图还是什么鬼啊！
Be the green light.
进啊进啊，欧门已经到场了，
Xiao just gonna tuck in
现在慢慢烧一下，然后 Fate 再从下面那边进。
30 seconds left.
Now gets denied and away they go. Zipan towards the side, but there is still players. Danger!
哎呦，这里稍微应该可以杀掉这个 race， 太迟了，来了。
The spike not to hand. Zipan is putting up numbers for FPX.
没有时间了，15秒，太迟了，来了。
To try and face them down. Spike gathered and 9 seconds already, but he's avoided it. Smart play so far from Xiao. He's going to be able to get away. He's got 6
直接
HP against
没有了，那看
away
都懂
from。him.
你太迟来了，来到已经没有作用，队友死完了，剩你一个有什么用？
Will get their second.
不然我们想法是好的，两边加攻，然后再用他的 sector 直接跳进去 site 里面 plan。
off camera, catches another one when
问题是你 A long 没有进吗？你 A long 的 RD 死了吗？
in that scenario.
没有人看这边啊。
So well to find these, but like I said, just stuck in no man's land, just as those smokes drop. Black was able to clean things up. I mean, Xiao nearly crosses back, and it's an open plant.
这
So
个德瑞啊，真是
Never know what
气氛组大师，每人就是喊着的，看看。
Four, though. Good timing to find the round on the board. Do see the operator coming out as well for Meteor. And Artis will have his ult. So, again, decent enough fire on either side. Let's see what that pace is looking like. And it's quick once again.
it's really, I was going to say, if Northampton adjusts what happened in the previous round, which is kind of leaving one side of this site completely open, it's a second example here with Angel finding one onto Blackwiz. Feels a little reckless to try and achieve something here. Angel does get noted the spike too. Artis unable to trade. Not even sure if that was just a full spam through the wall there as the Viper wall went up. Zenfree's been noted as well. If they can isolate this kill, looks like Zipan's going to retreat.
喂，阿迪师傅，如果他那一枪射了，哦，怪怪。
Sider's gonna get away with his life. Does take a little chip damage, but you heard.
现在看你 retake 怎样打哦 ，Viper 有大，再加埋他的 line up。
And tuck himself into this. Dariali though gonna make a good attempt at starting this retake off already. Jojo Meteor, oh, now starting to linger around. Perfect shot towards
没有
Ardis.
看，
And now the problems start to really present for
你的
FPX.
大招
Suddenly
掉
on
了
Xiao. Grand reveal finds one, spots another. He knows where they may reside, but can he deal with it in time? 2 already in this round, he needs 4.
直接打一个 crossfire 吧，就不用 pick 这一种。
Now there, Xiao needs to go forward. He gets 1.
哦 ，crossfire 会变这么
The
pick？
second
为
for
什么
Xiao, the 4th in the round, and the clutch to complete.
为什么
What
pick？
is that? I need the
为什么
replay on
会
how much was left on that.
来一个
defuse, 'cause he left
crossfire
it to
吧
the last second.
Player standing.
Somehow still finds it. You know, isolates them perfectly. He even avoids the stun coming back in his direction. Wow. I don't even know
这里
how
笑
much
的
was
打
left
得
of
很
that,
好
but there definitely
慢
wasn't
慢
an
拉
awful
不
lot left.
急。
It's going to force a timeout from Northampton as well. Because that one felt like a guarantee.
直接打一个暂停出来，这个 redemption 啊，为什么 pick 啊？哪一分可以拿
I
的？
thought maybe 1, but the
打了就
defense
4比
could be
4
there.
哦，
They
打
played
平
that
哦，不用
quite
叫 tie
nicely
up 了
on
的
the
哦。
spot. They had numbers. They got rid of Cider and his ult. Like I said, they did everything
哎，
they
3
needed
比
to.
4
And they
，sorry。
were so quick back on. I mean, you can see with Ardis posting up after that kill comes through onto tower. Ardis is almost posted up. Just thinking the next point of contact has to be coming back through tower. And Meteors has slipped on with a headhunter. Again, Viper's fit placement actually favouring back towards main. The steps a little bit, so unfortunate in that regard that Meteor could slip up back behind boxes, but everything went right for him. It's just
mic
Xiao was
test,
still
mic
alive,
test。
unfortunately.
Xiao on LAN. Looks good.
I mean, he looked good online. It's almost like he's actually elevating beyond that. He's been an absolute cornerstone for FPX. And he's proving it here as well.
Let's have a look
See,
at this.
just
How
to the
close
defuse.
was it? You're thinking you're away with it.
Oh my god. I mean, you can see the reaction
Oh,
here.
yeah. That's got to be gutting. That's going to take the wind out of your sails. 2-5. It was a very close round. Very, very close round. See the way it's crumbled.
这里 FPS 应该是要再打一场 B 的啦
Back。down to scraps on this purchase. 2 shorties. Meteor
他们的策略就是
previously
你先下
tried
水
some.
道，你下好下水道之后，你再慢慢去撤回出来，
I said, don't
看有没有人
expect
push 还
FPS
是什么，
to
这
be
蛮
forcing
保
issues
守的
there.
一个打法。
Like I
如
said,
果
these
没有人的
lane
话，
clearances as
转
well
了的，
back into A main, increasingly difficult.
可以转去打 A，先拿一下 info 先。
I see Cider
看一下这里
creeping through,
塞
actually.
的，
Yeah.
可以
Not
可以
really。feeling any pressure on the other side.
如
but
果
this
你被
might
这个
be
shot
the-
滴干了，
the one condition that
应该
FPX do
酷啊
force the issue with.
嗯，没人走那边，全部人开门出去了。有啦，你的梦走那边啊，
That's what's made me a little worried. Meteor
不
has
过一个
had to back
狗
towards
帮了他
side.
拉了一下。
Unreally noted, might have been spotted there, but still going to claim Cider. Can't get much more as Ardis trades it out from the site. And now Spike should be able to go down. We can see if anything's going to deny it. That certainly could.
I mean, I'm confused. I mean, Derry Alley's got himself a weapon back and will actually be able to get the backside of the
Xiao's
rolling
in danger.
thunder.
Xiao's in real danger. This is looking really worrying right now. The Spike now lost, and it's on Ardis, and it's on Angel to do something miraculous. Derry Alley is tearing this one back into Northampton's favor. And they needed it.
Hello，
And right now,
一
FPX
口
might need
让
Angel for
by
the
the
double
way
swing.
bro，
He's
这个
not
double
gonna
swing
allow it.
完美，
Perfect play back in
完
from
美，真的完
Northampton.
美，这个一口让
Fantastic。thrifty round, making. I didn't think they were going to be able to close the gap and get behind that rolling
他们就是
thunder
靠一个
quick enough,
bridge 的
but
奥蒂，然后
Derry
再
Alley
想讲买 neon 的一个机动
absolutely
性
proved me wrong.
就这样去把那个
Comes
赛给
through
拿
and
回
it's,
来
you
了。
almost question the
什
Shao got
么
the
鬼
spike solo, but manages to figure out exactly where Meteor's playing. The TP back to site isn't initially punished. They find Cider on the back of that with a headhunter. Wow. That one really flipped on its head. I mean, Angel even panic TPs out because I guess it doesn't feel like it's going the
打一
way.
口让你没有赢啊，没了。这一场没了，经济崩了一点点。
3 to 5.
Well, big swing back on this actually because you look at.
The money's
你
certainly.
看 FPS 的还是会
rough
下
now.
去
You
下
don't
面
feel，as though the FPX we've
他们的
had
战术来
way
讲
more
还是要
stable
站
money,
下
but
面会比较
again,
好一
these
点。
rounds have been quite back and forth to a degree. Couple of clutches defining it.
可是 A 是没有人呢。
clear cut, even though the scoreline
这个
making it look a little bit
Redemption
more
他们
favourable
很喜
to
欢
FPX
push
than maybe
for defense side，
you'd expect. But again, here comes that aggression.
看可以换到多少个人。
Surely noted by now, but it's still going to claim
如果
the
杀到
life
2
of
个的话，
Zipan. Derry Ali still
赚
happy
了。
to just turn and aggress and keep finding ways forward.
Actually, Jojo was set up for
哇，这个什么鬼
finds Angel on the
？Two
cross
tap
there.
了 ，Jojo。
Xiao has an opportunity here. Artist actually gonna find two
阿丽
kills
换
here.
了2个回来，
Derry
应该可以
Oh,
换买这
I
个
thought he did. I thought he read that
timing
there was
bro，
a chance that Jojo
应
would
该还
have
可以
been
上
up
买
there.
这个，我看。
Timing a little uncomfortable now.
I'm not sure they even noted it. I mean, they will
Made
do
it,
now.
Adis.
Jojo does eventually shut down Artist.
Spike planted.
Cider coming late through. Will actually pick up a
不要
vandal, but
push 哥哥，
last one left now. Finds himself on a 1v3. Finds the first.
又是一个 double swing，没了，
Nothing else to do here though.
没了，这一场没
Damage
了
done.
，defuse 啊，
Yeah, with that
找一下
second
枪
round, though. Definitely the secondary objective here. Northampton bring it within 1.
Touching distance now. This is a lovely turn.
这场没有办法，
Northampton
没有
really
钱。
starting to dig their heels into this game, and something we needed to see.
这
We
一
need to
块 round
see
不
them
用讲太
stabilize
多
here, and they've done exactly that now. 2 back-to-back. Northampton, FPX not really finding much of a cure to this. Unable to really identify what they need to do just yet.
哦，
But
那
maybe
个
there'll be a plan in
几
mind
小个
soon.
头了
Saw the headshot Jojo found on Artist.
，nice。
Unacceptable.
That was pretty crispy. And even there, if Artist
OK，
stayed
副班
with
仔，副班，我们
that
这场看一下
slow things
FPX 想要
down,
打哪里，
more allow Cider
传
to
送去
come
对
through
面，
and
然后
treat that weapon
打
as well.
SI。
Unfortunately, it gets picked off, but credit to Jojo. We're going to see another fault line through to at least take a little bit of control towards Arcade. This time around, the smoke's there. With better consideration. Artist might even catch Meteor on the underpass. Yeah, he does. A little overzealous for Meteor, a little eager to follow through on that.
Again, that will have to pull a rotation potentially away from A. Now, with the utility committed, he hasn't drifted that far, but Zipan
赛没有人，
ults in hand.
因为奥迪
And sights clear.
应该
We already
是
know
不
where
会
they are,
杀
but
到人。
Artis is just running rampant in the back lines. A problem to try and handle this point. Zipan
哇，这边 close
joined
man，
by Cider in
幸好
that.
塞德帮他一下，这还可以杀到一个有 info 了，灭一下，
Until now, let's see if Jojo hits any more of those rather dirty
没
entries.
有炸到，
Even just
打回
back
走
away.
了 safe 了 safe 了，不秀的那种，
Seeing the 1v4. Decent hold here for
不
FPX.
秀加文的人 safe
Wise
了，一
done
打
maybe just
死
try。and look for an exit towards bridge. Yeah, interesting to see. I mean, if Northampton don't really feel any pressure behind this smoke, I'm not sure why Meteor's so eager, especially solo, to just come through towards underpass and desperately look for that open up.
Are they coming
See,
back
actually,
to
Zipan
这里
considering the
Oh,
Redemption
possibility of trying to
push 到
police that
太夸
operator.
张了，哎 safe 都没有 safe 到，
Heads up play from Zipan, just
没
to
关系，
punish
这里
a
是
little
一
further
个
as well.
3000块，
Nice.
是啊，也是
It's
OK。
quite
咦
interesting to watch these
after
rounds
round 好
'cause
像
it
是，
feels quite unique in the aspect of when Northampton win, looks quite clear cut. When FPX win, looks quite
因
clear
为你
cut.
看
Both
这
of
里
them
这个阿迪斯里
seeming able to achieve quite
夸
clean
张啊，这个
rounds
shot
now. Stringing it together. This was Artist kind of lurking away.
Yeah, I mean, just a menace in the backlines there, finding the second as well.
这边幸好有人帮了，死了这
A
边。
little overstep from Meteor.
这 FX 打到不是讲特别
Previously,
好
this
啊，
aggression has looked
就是
way
Northampton
better
自己去
invested.
搞了一
Couple
波，
more behind them.
不要再 push 了。
Speaking of invested, it's 5 members of FPX towards bridge here initially. Gonna pressure
你
towards
全部 push 可以体晕，但是另外2
Meteor
个
does have
回来一点比较好。
a much deeper angle here, but he's going to be spotted out here. Shout. Wisely done, and I think FPX now will flip the switch.
现在应该是组织一场 B，
That's a big
我们看
information
看我们
point.
这样打
Artist in the meantime gets
啊
bullied by，
这一场没
Jojo.
有杀，然后
Jojo looking different than when we first
巨
saw him.
Absolutely, a stark
就
contrast
夸
today
张，
to
就
game one.
Yeah, night and day performance, really elevating what he's doing here.
Not just mechanically, but his utility as well. Been on point. You've been seeing set
这里面有大招什么很难进啊。
early pushes for Northampton on both sides of the map.
Great to see that course correction here. Speaking of, gonna get things started once again. Blackwood's gonna capitalize off the utility invested from Jojo. Get himself out of that. Again, bringing this into such a
打不
favorable
进
scenario.
了44秒
5v3 now.
一直在放 smoke 嘛，你很难进，真的。
Any further damage can be done. The paranoia
OK，一个
centre
flash，
force Blackwood
加一个
back.
小拉
Ready to greet it on the other side.
，nice 进。
Really nice pinch towards it. It's given them a little bit of room. 24 seconds though, it's getting down to the wire.
现在问题是你不能plan在 corner，Rush 一定会扎你的，直接plan中间啊！啊，你看，这个距离抓不到了，看看怎么打，
Spike down.
太大了没了，一直滑，再滑。Shotgun
And
boom，
maybe just a judge to close it, not to be. Cider now.
塞德没了。
Too much of a challenge. Lovely
你看
playback.
到开大的瞬间，你知道，用完了这一场，你已经开傻了，太难了，他们进不到赛啊。
Play this time around from Northeption feels a little more tame.
不过也是拿6分，不少了，其实你看这个，你看，shotgun，你看这 screen 很卡，我都不懂为什么，你调好了，上刚刚也是这样，现在也是这样卡到，不知道讲什么。Nice, Redemption，Japan 頑張ってね。 FPS 打一个 time out， 肯定让人进不到最后一场。这场换2波嘛，尴尬了。非常伤心，你看你的表情，不要哭哦，这边，Race Man， 你要 show 给他们看。
A good indicator, I think, of how Northeption are going to approach the second half. A little bit of pace. FPX really
战
needs
术
to
被破
embrace
解
that.
太夸张了。
Well, be the kings of the clock, honestly.
Yeah, it's not like it doesn't necessarily suit them, but I have enjoyed watching what Dariali can do. Facilitated by Jojo, kind of everyone in on it as well. It's been actually really nice to see another couple of players
跟
make
Wiper 的
the
ulti
most of Neon, really.
防守方有 Race，
showing what
还有
that
Brim 的
agent
ulti。
can achieve, and again, not even just on certain sides, but across this map specifically.
这 ulti 对他们最后一场来讲很重要，需要看他们是打 A 还是打 B 先。 Redemption 又 push 了，安迪这里，看到 Redemption 这里 push 出去外面了。 2个 push 这里，2个出去里，想要包夹，失败哦，这里就肯定进赛尔了。可能进赛尔了，你都没有人看。反而他们想要的是 rotate。赌对面是回防嘛，就少2个人一定要回来补。赌这一场他们赌，是没有错啦。不过 Brim 一个人在赛。 如果要开 OD 的话，5个人就会被拖延。Ray 是可以赶到跟那。
There it is. Backline play from Ardis being such a nuisance, a huge problem. As Black was now on the side, feeling very alone, so overwhelmed. But again, this guy doesn't know what he's done.
一直拖延不了，不用打了。
He's got a fight on his hands, and he's still putting up numbers. 3 this round, but he needs
4
5.
HP。
35 seconds.
10 HP as well.
最后一场啊。
Surely not.
30 seconds left.
He's done a run up.
那要想换一个方位 position 下，去打 Race 的一个措手不及，可是 Race 已经看着了。他们就2个人，打一个10 HP 的。没了。5比7 ，FPS nice well played， 真的 well played。
Unfortunately, again, some of these considerations on this early round progression. I mean, Meteor just can't give away that kill. Talked about a number of times where it's not.
很关键，安迪那边一开始就狙了一枪，然后再杀多一个。NTH 的防守我直接被破爆了。
7-5 in favor of
first half 5比7，还有机会啊，没有点太难。主要是这个 map 太大了，是。这个进攻方跟防守方都很烦，因为进攻方你要选好来，你选错你就没有了。
Pretty solid. But he has showed up in this particular matchup, and it has been incredible. You compare statistics from the game versus Ursha to this one. I'm not very good at math.
反而是防守方啊，他们 rotate 的速度会比较快，因为他们走中间嘛。
He is really the win condition in the early round. Those opening gambits, fighting for space forward, that is all him on the Neon. But the thing is, when they turn down the pace a little, when it's the contact pushes forwards, it's also
这个 stun 完美，
and
那
he
个
was stepping up to
他
the
知
plate.
道了。
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this guy is going to be a centerpiece, honestly, of the Fracture attack side, which is going to be what they're moving into on the next half of things when they're swapped around.
哎，这个
I've got a big
Neon
question
开心啊，玩
are
的。
FPX going to be able to adapt and actually deal with this Neon? They played against DRX recently. They struggled. They only got 3 rounds on the defensive side when they were playing Fracture most recently. And I know regionally they are a fantastic team. I've studied them. I bloody played at comp on Fracture as well. We stole that as well in our league. So I know it inside and out. I mean, they've made some alterations to it, obviously, because they're playing with a sub. And that's exactly the point you need to hammer home. They are still playing with a sub. It's going to be difficult to get that same level of synergy, but they have had some time to adapt and learn from their mistakes. FPX, the question is this 7 rounds enough for them now, given what we've seen from them versus the game in DRX?
And it's a great question as well, because Northeption trends better on the attacking side of this map. The way they play with that double duelist, their executes are incredible. Most of the time, teams are forced to concede space, so I'm really looking on the side of FPX to be able to give that space and push back in with their phase raising combo. We didn't get to see a whole ton of it on the attacking side, mostly just the post plants are using those cats for your fade. But on the defense, those opening gambits, shutting down the early round plays that Northeption gives you, again, is everything.
Yeah, well, so far this has been a fine amuse-bouche, but now it's time to jump into the full course for map 1. Let's hit it back over to Pansy and Hypod.
如果那一场 B 防守那一场没有 pick 的话，就比6啊。
We get to see that Neon on that attacking side, right? We get to see it really commanding the pace, and it kind of becomes what it's meant to be, this trendsetter almost, and it kind of really echoes through the game. So then,
他就是讲 Neon 在 attack side 会比较强，我们来看看他会做出什么表现。这样。
good on the defensive side. Mike, if we note it, and we are the simpletons, obviously, FPX well aware of what they're now up against.
Yeah, for sure. I think
technical
FPX's ability to slow down or at least absorb some of these quick hits from Northeption are going to be key. Unfortunately, I mean, it goes without saying, Sugetsu is a key part of that in terms of the play style of FPX and being that very, very robust back line, or even sometimes front line on defense where he's happy to dip his toes a little bit. I mean, Sider's got big shoes to fill. Yes, we talked about the adjustments they've had to make. I mean, individually, Sider's come up pretty big. You haven't really seen FPX relying too much on him really shining as they do Sugetsu sometimes.
Of course.
But have been perfectly serviceable so far. This is a tall order, though.
Yeah, no, I think the way you categorize it is really quite poignant. Very serviceable. He's been fulfilling the role. You don't get the shine of what you get with Sugetsu, which obviously most of us now know.
Or the lunacy of Sugetsu.
Yeah, pretty much. It does go out the normal realms, but that's what they're now fighting for, is a chance to get him into that roster. Right, we all know it now. That news did break pretty recently that there's a chance he could be back with boys if
I mean,
past this game.
Mentally for FPX, we haven't even touched on this. Actually, getting that news today, actually for them, it can be a bit of a calming factor, right?
Yeah.
Knowing we just have.
Okay, we are back. 看看他们讲 push。
Seems that
对
we are
，Neon
on the
真
way
的是
with a
很
bounding
夸
star.
张。
Daria
我
is
attack 上
off
上就
and
一直进门
about.
了。这要去年 CT 你也没有办
wasted.
法，你要不要看？
Frenzy
你不要
to
看
hand
哦，
as
被他
well,
们
and
带了。
bye-bye. Well,
冲到太开心。
hello. That's perfect, though. That's a really good response. Northeption, not just depending on one element.
NTH 直接
Cider getting caught completely in the open. Angel, what?
Angel 一个双杀，哪里双杀？毕竟站这是两个人嘛。想要接 Angel 这一场 ，Angel 进来如果被 headshot， 没有中，再拉多一次。不2打2 situation， 一个打 tower， 然后一个打 CT。萨维尔，漏了，还有另外一个知道回地方。 要去一起拉，要去一起拉，拉拉拉，太迟了，那个 box 顶住了。
Wait and see if Jojo would dare take a glimpse. He doesn't. Rightly so. Jojo now playing that time and.
怎么要配？
I don't think he's got it. No.
Surely not.
Already, Xiao nearly closes out a second pistol round for himself, but
gave it a try.
A little off. I mean, the aftershock being the defining factor, but what a strange pistol round. I mean, initially the first kill, an absolute freebie for Ardis. Then two in quick response here. Meteor comes through and finds that one, and Cider, unfortunately, not holding contact on main. They pass through the poison orb and the snake bite as well. Doing a ton of damage. Should have been 2 easy kills for Cider to line up. See if Northeption can tie it up here. Only 2 sheriffs thrown in. We'll see the headhunter and the light armor for Ardis. At least a moment here where there's no contact, but Northeption are forcing their way through Dish pretty quickly. These 2 early probes sent forward. But Spike actually making its way back across bridge.
There.
Northeption waiting for an opportunity, or at least an indicator of where they want to push.
主要你还是要拿一下 info 先，完全没有 info， 两开门还是有一个 A。
The scenes from these two teams has been pretty explosive. This round shouldn't particularly be a problem though, as we can note FPX's purchase. Again, Northeption taking no chances though. Stacked up.
摸到，然后慢慢进，放一个 small， 放一个 maybe 会 flash 一下对不对？
Excited a little out.
有人 check？
Yeah, just a little bit, but
You serious？ 哦 ，Meteor 看着。
They'll check this, right? They'll check.
Meteor 知道了，理解。
That's really good, nice.
他讲你们不 check， 大哥来 check。
Got a little nervous, but no problems at all. Dairy Alley just, as said, running into Angel.
打原来是 share 比较便宜。
I will keep saying it shouldn't be a problem because it really shouldn't, unless Artist gets a little interesting. 14 HP, but a quick rebuttal from Meteor.
Adios， 直接。
Slipped in behind this as well. Should be able to find this kill with a stinger pretty easily. On to shout.
哎呦，差一点吓死他。 应该是知道在弄啊，我们那新弄。在 spam 好的12分，应该 spam 下去死了，就看了。没有 TP 出不来啊。没了。不错啊，这场 NT 这2场打得不错的。他们很耐心等到去竞赛，然后也没有给他机会。有些ninja spot 啊，你看这种，只是 check 他这个。
The fifth man of the push to come through,
这
clear behind the box.
headshot，
Unfortunately, I mean, because if
太快了。
they do just look to contact onto site, nobody going towards tower. I mean, initially with Zen3 on the stinger, you think, yeah, he's going to double satchel in, try and clear through, make use of that stinger, but well, that's been as
这里
5.
是想打一个 A side 的
Send the line through dish. It's a pacey hit here, but Derry Alley shut down here. Zipan playing distance with the Vandal. FPX should back away now. Wait for this second wave.
要回去等第2波了。哪一个大招这里有狙？
That's actually huge, yeah, for the orb to be retrieved here. Meteor gets the tour de force on a massive upgrade from that Marshall.
Could change the dynamic of the outcome of this round. Let's see though, Artist still posted quite far forward. He does have someone jump spotting for him as well.
这里进攻失败了啊，他们需要等第2波。这是个窝，看都看不到，又不敢拉这个。哎呦，这里 FPS push 出来了，被 FPS push 出来了。这边应该杀多一个 ，nice， trade 掉了。这里 FPS 可以啊。首先你先顶下第1波，然后再出去找第2个机会。哦。 FPS 不败绕的时候也是打回来一点的。这个顶住了1波是这里可以3个人一起拉的。这是 bonus round 了，他现在又是不败打不败了，还有一把 G。 还是一个2-3阵容的一个打比。 再看一下这里 Andis 可不可以守得住？毕竟还有 TP 的嘛 ，TP 配一个 Vendor。不错，他骗了2个技能出来，还有一个闪。
Outsider does at least get around the corner, but the pressure's felt, and it's responding in kind. Sider does actually go down to the molly. There's Derry Alley to go towards the side. I thought he had 2, but it was only 1.
是主线没走进来，从
Arcade
那边。
As now a 2v2, Jojo and Meteor up against Xiao and Zipan.
Make use of these smokes whilst they're up.
一个2打2，先苟一下先，不急。OK， 浪没有人，2个人在赛，确定啊。哦，射到，Meteor可以射的，就是。哦，这边直接，哦，哇，操作。 Race Man 就是 Race Man， 我跟你讲，不是开玩笑。这个大招一个漂移直接杀死 Tower 那个人，然后再飞上去，再shot。 哇，走位置向右走一点点，不然死了。第一场是 lucky 啊，第二场他也是走位，完美啊，那个小漂移。啊，打到 NTH 又是没有钱的一场。一 KRU 的一场就是7比4啊。 想要 rush A，rush A 没有太难了 ，rush A。虽然一 core 要 rush 但是打不赢嘛，没有办法。Bomb drop 没了，一个 net 打一个。
Yeah, Meteor just left now. A headhunter and a stinger in hand. Do any damage, but there's already a bit of a buffer here.
3家不是3个人就看着你，看着那个 bomb。你家哪？你家哪？ 这边来了，应该这边要来了。那是。
You're absolutely right. Someone gives them 10, but the next one all important.
OK， 又是一场副败打副败。我看看，他们又是打一个3-2阵容，这个3-2阵容应该是打 A 的。如果他打到 A drop 那边呢，没有死人的话呢，是可以进到去的。不过你看一下 FPX 这里，不要 rush A drop 啊。如果 FPX 在上面这里杀掉1到2个人啊。 又是一波断节奏。可以窝边，主要是可以窝边这里。又杀到人，看右边，有人看右边。有。别注意断了，又一波2场又中了12比7啊。
Destroying 3 of Northeption.
啊，这个没射到。
Black Swiss, what the fuck? This is 11 for FPX. I really didn't expect that to start.
的不好啊。
It's uncharacteristic of FPX as well. Usually they pay so much respect to some of these faster and looser teams, but happy to send 3 people out to defend drop. Jojo actually finds a second here. This will fall.
3个人。
3 left to find. Could make this one interesting, but the spike, a very precarious
But the
position
bomb drop. You bomb drop, you know? You bomb drop.
Zipan and Angel going to tuck themselves in, try and stack up. Should find it here.
双架一出就死了，没了。
Yep.
Taking no chances.
这场一 call.
FPX looking drilled now. I'm really surprised at that opening fight because I thought, okay,
that's not the sort of thing you see FPX do.
No, they might take contact, but then back. They didn't get the spam that they thought they might have. Fair enough.
Angel 差一点死，有人把他看着那个龙，一 lucky。
Very unlike them. I mean, it was worked out.
这边 lucky。
The Black Wizards just like
双架完美。
question mark in chat.
Yeah. 不过这一场有4个大招啊，那个 NTH。NTH 4个大招，如果他们 rush side 的话是很难防啊。而且还是你可以拿你的枪。 应该是要 rush B 啊，直接开大镜。但是你不 blind。Light up 啊 ，light up 啊。
The next one comes in. Artist gonna find Blackwiz and they're down to now 3. Meteor clutching at straws here. Zenfree's gonna bail him out a little, but it's all traded.
基本上没什么掉血的，你们这样 rush 这个积木。没有干到的，一个人被干了。失败。
Whether or not you can get anything done here. There's a 2v4. Expect FPX now to just wait things out. Allow this pressure to build and force an overstep.
This
will take errors.
It's the out. Oh.
That's would have been it. It's a good trade from Jojo.
Meteor.
Unfortunate.
长架打短枪，玩你不是？
Giving it a crack as well, but we can note it. Jojo's options are very, very slim here. They just make a mad run for it, see what he can do.
这里他应该是想，哎，plan 一个 bomb 了，不管了。啊 ，this 夹着你，然后出37 HP， 拿 G 加你听没？一出就死了，没有了。 1比12，这场副败打副败，主要是没有奥迪，好像是。看一下，1、2、3还有3个奥迪。
Yeah, there's not been an awful lot of depth or variation in some of these, and the fact is that FPX are
这个暂停啊，打一个好一点战术啊，你这样一直 rush 进不去。
In that, they're happy to almost stack up and play trades in some of these scenarios, which, like I said, it's so unorthodox.
It's not
for
FPX. Yeah.
Talk about the thinking man's game, and it's not often you see Angel being the one to dig his heels in with Zipan tucked behind him.
No, they're not normally in the trenches like that, just getting down and dirty, doing whatever they need to. It's very unlike them, but again, if you looked at that on paper, the compositions coming in, you kind of see the brilliance that Northampton has. They had to do something, maybe.
Yeah, you didn't think about it then, FPX actually denying a lot of the condition that Northampton rely on, right? Which is the freedom to set up in front of sites, you have to set up the little utility they have in terms of coordination and get that working. So credit to FPX in that regard of ripping that away from them.
Yeah, and this is the scary thing for me now, though, is that Fracture, I feel like if you looked at Northampton, this was a good map for them. It's not a bad map for FPX, though. So seeing it now looking like FPX could be converting this, unless Northampton can do something now. The final chance on this map, this is what it comes down to, because I think Ascent is FPX's in my mind.
Wait, I thought the VO suited Northampton.
That's crazy.
We'll come back to that.
We'll circle
OK，
around.
我们看一下这个
Revisit it.
match point 啊 ，match point 怎么打？
This is the buy. What are you looking
打
for?
一个
What
经
can
典的
Northampton
2-3
do? Is there room to work here?
I mean, there's not a lot of room to work with in terms of the finances.
看哪里有突破了，太难
nigh
太
on
难了。
flawless from here. FPX some big ultimates, and actually Zipan the only one missing. The showstopper 2 away.
外波 A 全部架着你
Got a lot
怎
to
么
invest
进
here
这里？
to slow things
他
down.
们一定要
It's a slow approach to
over
start
或者是
out for
pick 掉。
Northampton. Maybe the pressure building for them. Now, no room for error.
他这里的策略应该是 hold 到杀到人为止。
Now Artist tucked up here.
一个
Find a peek. Actually, is seen on the minimap as they drift away.
直接走人。
Northampton anticipating FPX continuing some of this early round pressure. A late Viper's pit popped.
外波
covering
开
the
大，
entirety of A
一个
side.
人守 A。
Actually doesn't cut off main here, and you can see the
他们应该
pick
是
coming
不知
through.
道他们。
It
要
doesn't
知道的话，
allow
不会去
actually
打外
Shell
波的赛，
Zipan
太
to
难
have
了。怎么打外波的
Northampton
LD？
this way. Late clearance back towards
对，
A
开
main.
大，
Looks like this is the green
开
light.
大。
Zip, fun's gone hit. It's everything.
这里 Bridge 应该会开个 LD， 然后打一个
They readdress, they readjust. Zipan though already find Derry Alley. That's the tip of the spear gone. And a quick follow-up though. Maybe there's still
Ooh,
life left in them
that
yet.
was
Northampton trying to do whatever they can. A chance, a lifeline,
Backstab onto B.
and you're right. An opportunity.
来比
Catching the rotation. Lovely heads-up play from Blackwiz to consider that. You knew the Angel would be chomping on the bit to try and get over that.
Nice.
And you got to say it.
NDS
The
这一个
dark is
暂
down,
停叫人
Northampton
美
have
啊，
found
他
a
们这个
little bit of
strategy
light here.
Needs to be
基本上就是 hold 的 hold 到他们松懈的时候，一个 rush A， 而且还不是走赛那种，是走那个
FPX finances. It's a brilliant start though. Only the orbital strike to work with here for Northampton. Whether or not now, actually, well, now whether or not Northampton continues to slow things down. FPX look a
还是一
little
个
more
副波
spread
打
out.
副波，太有
and
钱
initially
了
look。like they're going to get too
这场如果
proactive.
不 set 的话很难赢，应该也是打一个2-3的一个套路。
Well, I don't know, proactive. You can see that little bit of a deeper hold coming out from Artist, kind of posted up, set into motion by Xiao's utility, so he can control that map. They can cheat that player then over a little earlier, send Xiao leaning towards that B side, doing whatever he feels, kind of trying to feel out the presence. We note where Northampton are heading. No big contact made yet.
Here. Prepare for hellfire.
这 RK 应该开始进啊，一个闪，开个高速通道，再交对一个闪。
Get right inside that lane, but Jojo going to shut him down.
And they've taken over tower quickly. This is a site locked out. Northampton have taken the site control pretty
RDS
nicely.
那边就一直开 G 架着了。
You got to be careful. Zipan.
这个一定是我呢。
Meteor's going to hold onto that with both hands. Needed it as well. Wants some more. Not going to get any more for now.
Hold
Artist next on the chopping
差一点，
block. Going to force him away.
差一点死，不是差一点杀。
Back in. Artist, Cider and Xiao. Where's that chance going to come from? There's the first. Artist grabs it. Blackwiz with the trade though. And now Artist and Xiao.
被炸一下，
Last
感
two
动
alive.
NTH。
Outnumbered. The time
这个
beginning
比
to
赛有
dwindle.
4个人
Those
，RDS
chances should be almost shut
RDS
out
不用
now.
打啊，
Don't you give
回
them
防了，
opportunity.
就
No one
safe
peeking now.
爆枪会。
and a wayward shot. Actually not looking great. And Ardis.
Good damage though.
一打2，你突然就有机会杀一个人。
It's a 1v2. The time's gone from him, but you're right. Damage is there, which is going to be an issue for Northeption if they aren't careful. Ardis going to go on the hunt. Spots out one, takes one. That's massive.
为什么他们上球人？对面
It rips away some of the
他们
momentum
有钱呢，打了2场。
require
还
really
可以
to
补
build
板。
back in. It was 5 rounds left to find, just 3 now. FPX will call the timeout. So Northeption will be comfortable.
这里
with
就
the
到
purchase
FPS
skill,
掉一个暂停来布置一下他们的战术。
See how things sit for FPX actually. Still got the showstopper online. Angel does have his TP as well. Now it's able to get the operator back in. Yeah, initially a good start.
他们讲防守，
String together a couple
我猜
here.
如果在没有 skill 的一个情况下，
That's what they needed. Again,
应该是全部还是会
still feels
直接
quite
拉，
knife's edge, but again,
或是他们会
how will they
maybe
get there?
push 一个 airdrop。
I'll take it at this point. And it hasn't really been off the back of Deriali that much in my mind. He's been there, but not particularly the key
I don't
stakeholder.
think
Not
he's not
particularly
really been
the
leading the
key
way.
应该是这样。
His hits, that's for sure.
Maybe
Maybe that
that's
is just the paranoia of a Neon. You see that utility invested in FPX immediately, they're on red alert, but Northeption actually able to stall out that first couple of seconds of those
没
sorts
错
of hits and actually come
啦
out on top of it. You've seen Angel dip inside that lane, expected to see potentially 2 or 3 people inside it and punish
Gets
for it.
Jojo just stepping in for a second. Ferrari peeks and takes him out.
Credit where credit's due. I mean, I was pretty harsh on Jojo in that open, but he's been stellar so far.
Kind
A
of.
completely different player, it looks
Yeah.
like. And it's good to see recovery mid-tournament, right? You come in, you have a slow start.
I think Doug was even talking about this actually
Yeah.
with Northeption. On a series-by-series basis, that recovery factor was very prominent regionally. So it is fantastic to see. I mean, made me eat my words for sure.
Oh, it's always good. I mean, more than happy to see a player really start stepping up, finding their footing. And we get to see maybe a little bit of a glimpse of the brilliance. That's always the danger, right? Like, let's say we only saw them once. Maybe they went out there, or, we didn't get to see them beyond that. You would never get to see the brilliance this guy has. Speaking of, it's
fun pass.
Zipan with a bang of a start. Gets one, oversteps in towards Blackwiz. A sharp shot for sure, but
幸好
Angel
N 就
will
补
fill
上
the void.
了，那还有一个
Still
人
going to
偷
hold
塞。
towards tower, and the pressure now has to relinquish it even just a second.
Ardis' position is key though. Might even pick up Meteor on the swing through from underpass. He should
啊，
find
丢这
this
个然后
absolute
杀了
freebie
，nice，
for him.
还有一个
Jojo's the second in
Oh,
line.
nice one,
Ardis the
没了。
second.
Spike down.
Absolutely
1v4
stunning.
situation。
And now just one remaining. And FPX looking poised to take us to map 2. Ascent, their home ground, and Ardis the one to do it. 13-9.
Northeption trying to
Ardis
get something
really
going here. The first
down
couple of
there,
rounds are a real positive actually. Almost gives you a little bit of hope that they're going to pull this through, but FPX bounce back out of that timeout. A moment to just catch their breath a little bit and stabilize.
So, let's kind of take stock of everything we've witnessed here. One thing that stood out for me was seeing FPX play a little away from just that purely stoic-natured, very, I guess, passive, calm nature. I actually quite like the fact that they were up for a brawl every now and then.
Yeah,
Saw them meeting that in quite good class. Other side of the coin for me as well, getting to see Deriali really having a good run as well on that first half.
Absolutely. On the flip side of that, I mean, coming into this, you hear about the potential sub situation with FPX, and one of the players I had the biggest questions about being Zipan.
Yes.
And coming through here, a fantastic performance here on Fracture, and looking sharp, but looking confident. Able to have that bravado, matching up Ardis in that regard for this roster. Absolutely do need it, especially against a team like Northeption. One that's able to brawl and get down and dirty.
And you're right, I think Zipan, it's easy for him to kind of fade away a little in this roster at times, but this has been a great performance from him. One that certainly helped the roster. As I said, matching Ardis. There he is, Ardis on the screen. Good to see these boys on land finally. I know a lot of us have been waiting to finally see what FPX look like. And hopefully, if things stay like this, we could see them at full force. However, we don't know that yet, right? We don't know how this goes. There's still another map. We still have, what, Ascent coming up?
Like I said, for me, just mentally, that's got to be a big boom for them today. They're like, guys, we've just got to get through
one more map now.
Series. Yeah,
one more map,
yeah.
and we get our full roster in. We can finally show the world what we have been waiting to show them all this time. However, that's not for us to discuss. That's for the desk after this break.
And FPX managed to walk away with the Fracture win there against Northeption. Welcome back, Golden Boy, alongside with Bren as well as Mimi. And yeah, I mean, you know, looking at the MVP breakdown, just kind of like start things off here, right? It's just very clear, like what we wanted to see from FPX was like how they were going to respond to the aggression, Bren, how they were going to handle that, you know, with the Neon. Yeah. It's not something that they see all the time in the region, and they did it expertly.
I think they made incredible adjustments, honestly. What they needed to do against the Neon comps before, they weren't really fighting. They were giving way too much space to DRX. This time around, heading into it, they were actually adjusting really, really well.
Yeah,
and, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, you could absolutely see the change-ups in motion there. So many players that we expected to see pop off from FPX were turning up. And I mean, for Northeption, there were so many good moments in that first half on the attacking side. They were actually looking pretty solid, and if history were to repeat itself, it would have been FPX struggling once they switched on over. But that wasn't happening, and on this attacking side again for Northeption, it kind of felt like they were just banging their head against a brick wall so many rounds. It's kind of what you have to do with this double duelist comp, but normally the brick wall is crumbling. That was not the case for FPX.
Yeah, and I mean, when you have a raise instead of another initiator, you struggle to get those big wholesale executes that you normally would be getting away with. I mean, look at these shutdowns as well. The adjustments were being made time and time again. Players inside of the fast lane, constantly. Yeah. Angel was playing inside of it, or Cider was playing inside of it, but they were not giving up space freely compared to what they were doing previously. Great adjustments, I think, from FPX heading into this. It shows that this time they've had to prepare were honestly a massive difference maker for them. And
I mean, if we compare the raises on both sides, I think the usage that FPS was getting out of theirs was so much better. Zeban had a fantastic game. The combination between him and Xiao with that fade-in raise was really nice. The util was getting a lot of value on this defensive side to shut down early, and as an individual, he was just popping.
Yeah, the guy's a menace. I mean, you can always rely on Zeban to put up big numbers, always, but he was something special in this match. Yeah, this is it where, I mean, honestly, The satchel jump as well, perfect movement to try and reset his aim and perfect crosshair placement. You cannot teach this. This guy is instinctually just different, man. This guy is an insane talent. But FPX have always had these talented players. This is why we knew coming into this, you know, it was always going to be a bit of a question mark with them playing with a sub. But, you know, Pansy and Hypoc, they mentioned it over and over and over again. One more map, that's all it's going to take for them. And hopefully by that point, they can play with their whole complete roster.
Yeah. If Artis walks on water, then Zipan just walks on air when he's playing the Raids, man. He's just in midair so often.
All right, well, before we get into map 2, let's actually go ahead and peek it over to Xiao's shoulder, as a matter of fact, for some little aim lab shoot around. And thankfully, he's going to be using a human crosshair this time around.
What's a human crosshair?
But dude, yesterday we had...
There was some atrocities.
The only thing I remember from this was you said you just couldn't see if it was a dot or a cross.
No.
Because of your boomerang.
There was someone who had like a massive crosshair. But he has a nice normal one. Very good, honest aim lab gameplay.
What score is he going to put up on the grid shot? That's my question.
I don't know, but it's going to be more than I ever could. And I actually am pretty solid at grid shot, but no.
Good flex?
Yeah, good. I'm all right.
Solid at grid shot.
I'm solid.
That's like the entry baby level of aim labs. You're solid at grid shot. I mean, the orbs, you couldn't miss them.
You know, I didn't grow up with a PC.
That's okay. Listen, I don't want to go too hard. I can see you getting upset. I'm sorry.
You know, this guy.
I'm sorry.
Oh, now I feel better. Okay, we're great now. We're great.
Aww.
Okay. Let's go.
I just feel like you guys just had a moment.
We did. We have many moments.
Emotional maturity.
Yeah, been across a lot of games. All right, here we are. So we're going to Ascent, Mimi. This is FPX's pick. We were asking ourselves, you know, like kind of the methodology behind this. But given what we saw in the adjustments made on Fracture, I'm very committed to my FPX picks.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're on the right track. I had a lot of faith in Northception coming in, but I think it required that win on Fracture. That was the map that looked so favorable to them coming on in. I think Breeze is a good one for them as well. But Ascent here, this is where FPX thrives. I love the way that they are playing on this map. Even in a loss against Search Esports, I still think they had the right ideas. They've been playing not the Fade Raise, but kind of the Fade as well as that the KO, and then they actually run the Sovalus composition here, which is very different than a lot of other teams' approach, but it works really well for them. We saw OpTic make an attempt at one of those initiator heavy comps. I don't think that early on they had that same understanding. FPX is kind of the king here.
Absolutely, yeah. No, I couldn't agree more. I think that they're incredibly comfortable when it comes to this. They picked up a reason with these adjustments being made, but thinking on the side of Northception, just to think from their perspective, because obviously these guys are on the cusp of elimination. I mean, they need to win this map to be staying into this right now, and I think it's going to take a big performance from Meteor. It's the thing that gave FPX the most trouble, was dealing with Surf on Jet when they last played on Ascent, and Meteor's making an adjustment. He's going to be playing the chamber.
That's what they played before. So regionally, they were playing with that double controller, or excuse me, the double Sentinel composition on this map, and I actually really liked the way that they played on it. It's very different than a lot of their other maps. It's not quite as aggressive, but on that defensive side, it's incredibly effective. Meteor, with that operator in hand, can be massive, and the double initiators between Jojo and Zenfree just set him up for moments, even when they swap on over for the attack. On the other side, for FPX, you see their distinction is that they play the Sage in that one. So yeah, some interesting stuff out of the Prime Gaming Agent select there.
That's right. Well, let's go ahead and jump right into the game. Who's going to walk away with this one? Will it be FPX moving on to the competition, or will Northception force a Game 3? Pansy, Hypoc, the floor is yours.
Thank you, GB, and a lot of pressure now on this game, right, Mike? This is all kind of boiled down to this map 1 going against Northception's choice, essentially, losing that out, FPX picking that one up, and now moving into FPX's domain, right? This is one where we've seen about their strength as of late.
It really is, and I think it comes just to come back to that. You come into this thinking Northception needed Fracture and needed to be comfortable, because here, I mean, this has been one of the best examples. I mean, we've seen recently of a revitalized comp for FPX, especially recently. I do feel as if that Xerxia was a hiccup, a massive over-performance from them in that regard. Whatever discussion behind that, subs aside, whatever. But they need to bounce back now and find some comfort back on Ascent.
They should have the structure there. Something that we've noted throughout, as said, the regular season. This is the one that looked really good for them.
自己令人惊讶是为什么烧不是选
It's been
Jet
shown that you can best FPX here. So not an easy time doing it though.
After the initial exchange,
通常他们的 team comp 就是烧会选 Jet 来 carry 的嘛这一场，因为这边不是玩 race 嘛。奇怪。
FPX have found an opportunity here to at least aggress towards short. So it'll be Jojo called upon here. He's playing pretty deep inside tree actually. The paranoia sent through going to force him even further.
窝掉，
Wall goes
inside.
up. They've got the cross. I don't think Jojo can really do much about this. Gonna somewhat isolate Meteor. Support coming in from heaven.
哎呦，Meteor
Norris
没有
back
带
to
到这
find
里
him.。Meteor unable to find any success from this. And the cavalry can't quite commit. Tucked over by tree and just denied. Spike going down. This is a real safe lockout for FPX.
Pick apart this crossfire as well on the sage wall. I mean, it's taken a while to even get rid of this wall right now. The turret will go up, but really good blocking their passage so far, so it might even just funnel their way back into heaven.
No, it's certainly not pretty so far. They really need something to go their way. That's one part of
自己
it.
烧
One
我
trade are
了，
going to
还
bring
可以
it
杀
back
两
to
个
a
，what 还可以杀
even
多一个。
scenario until
Pick up.
now. Jojo down
Nice.
super low and Shao raining
是的，哇，这个我
infuriating
被我烧这
Shao.
里。
Sublime start.
Man，
And he just loves a pistol round these days.
Loves a pistol round.
Can't get enough of them.
Coming through and
真
actually
的，
Northeption finding everything they needed on the
可以
way
讲
back.
运
They
气
almost
一般
fell
了，
to
真的是
pieces
夸张了，
for
4个 kill。
FPX. But
他
Shao's
他那
still
里
strong.
逼出去少2个人，
Again, the first one so
这里
close behind
lucky 了
Jet，
没有死，
here. Swing on and
一
find
逼出
another
去
of the drops.
还可以再 pick 多一
Plays
次
the line of sight perfectly.
，scan 到 wallbang，
And lots of these members
看都
of
没有看到人直接
Northeption
wallbang，
stacked
这个 shot 也是
up.
夸
Absolute
张。
god.
第2场了，一 call out 了，应该这样打。
A pretty all-in purchase here for FPX in the second. It's 4 rifles, 2 of them Vandals, 2 Bulldogs. Angel,
喂，
as
这
per
个
usual, does usually opt for
中
a
了一
pistol
枪
coming
没
through
有
here.
死，还是 play safe 一点，太危险了
The
那个
slow
spot。
approach from FPX, just waiting out. Again, with this
你看那
competition,
个呢
don't expect
，FPX 这里
too
应该
much
是打
proactivity
打
on the
B
side
啊，
of
对面也是
Northeption.
知道，
Maybe just
有
Meteor
Killjoy
looking to
bot，
dip his
Killjoy
toes.
直接等不了。
Yeah.
哎呦，没有人 check 到哦
Like this, and actually the
，almost
clearance
了
pass
，right
is
click，
good.
没有杀到
Really。good to see them still checking on it diligently, not letting
这已
anything
经
go
塞
to waste.
魔力太痛了，
Again,
不
this is
能
one of those
进。
where I really want to keep my eyes on Shao as to what he could achieve. But Jojo doing the best he can.
看一下 shot 这里哪一个 vendor 躲在这里。
Tender
哎
some of that
呦，
approach, but
危
unable
险
to
啊这里
capitalize。on any of this so far. 5 still standing for FPX, comfy in the
Equal
post
round.
now.
打 long range 的话，基本上不会输。
Here, it's just
那
three
个 RD 有点
classics.
low 啊，
Northeption to work
那
with.
个 wallbang place 你自己小心。
The
真的
reveal goes through, dealt with quickly, and now this smoke's gone up, makes it even more difficult. Meteor actually lagging behind just a little bit. To come back through market.
我看到应该是不想打的了，想要走的。
Trying to maybe claim a couple of exits, do some damage on the way out, but trying to fight as a pack. Actually, not bad damage at all.
Yeah.
Black
Nice.
versus Jojo.
Well play for FPX，他们2把 vendor 都
Doing
save 到
real
了。
well.
We'll find 3 here. At least the 2 Vandals survived, but like I said, this was a heavy investment here for it to be 4 rifles. Just
Sure.
the Bulldogs, obviously.
Heavy investment
outside
真
of
的
that,，
如果
but
这2把 vendor 掉了，
yeah,
哇，
that's
心
it,
痛啊！
FPX here financially.
所以他买不到给他。但是
Really
Adis
their
不用啊
opportunity
，Adis 可以
here for
直接
bonus.
用他的 Digger 吧，用他的 Sheriff。
Angel will scrape together enough for a line
还是一样啦
of
，FPX 还是
rifle.
打一个
But Ardis threw away from
B
the
加
corner
mid
for
的，
something
主要是
needed
打
to
mid 的
offset,
，mid
but
control 会
the
拿一下
headhunter。regardless.
如果 mid kill 这里可以杀到1-2个人啊，被狗到了，TP 回去，
Meteor almost spammed out from that corner.
对，
Actually
被
down to
spam 到
26
死了，这 mid
HP.
kill。
Just TP'd
第一时间
away.
应该 TP 走的话，应该不会掉这么多血。
No,
Yeah.
spam.
Great early pressure here from FPX.
And they're going to make the most of it too. Obviously unconfirmed.
又在被
how much
扫了一下，
damage
然后
done,
就
but
死
still
了。
worth committing to, just taking that space away. Okay, that mid control.
看这个样子，应该是要转去看看 shot 有没有
Again,
机
that
会。
progress over towards that B site as well. Just taking a little bit of time.
突破口在哪
B
里
main.
？Adis 两个人头就拿开 RD 了。
You're going to have that A site being just a little tested by Angel.
哎
No
呦，这个
real
angle 危
particular
险的
to。it, but making sure there's no
哎
easy
，Q
rotation.
Q 打 defend B 太多魔力可以用了，怎么进？还没想，哎呀，进不到 ，mid 又进不到，打 A 了。
Just in here with the trap
或者
being
Angel
invested
还可以
towards B main,
拉一
could
拉
indicate that FPX have got their
Angel 有
sights
抢。
set on A. Actually, after that initial pressure,
等他的 team 到 long 的时候，
Meteor
我
has
们来一个
preemptively
flash，他们就可以进那个 shot 了。
made his way back
连
towards
KO 这
spawn.
里，
FPX might find a decent
我会
timing
不会
here
搞死
to
那个？
get a
没有
4v2 on A side.
Okay, time. trying to be bought here. Reconciling towards Sean. Ult goes in, flash goes out. Meteor gonna get out of there, but it's Blackwiz to stand. He's only gonna get one. I thought he might have had a second. But the brawl continues. 10 seconds now. They've got to get across one side. Jojo's there to catch it. As is Dariali. That's huge work from Northeption.
底边好，他那个 flash 啊，
Yeah, it was a great conversion actually from this round.
到 GP 来讲，真的是美。KO 的 flash
after Meteor TPs away, but they find 3 kills, force out a couple of these purchases once again. Actually, Blackwiz going to opt for a judge in this scenario.
Oh, my judge!
A little
Oh,
bit of a reset here for the finances. That early progress, actually, Angel's lurk. I didn't even see how he fell in this scenario. Looks as if he had really favourable timing actually behind Shout Ultimate.
Nice.
Did look good.
还是老套路，打一个 B，
Now, we noted
看一下有没有
building
快速拿下。
have it ready to go. And the pace, swift.
听不到魔力 bait 他的魔力出来就已经赚了，然后再回去打中。4个人还是可以打中，不然就 rotate A 也是可以嘛。拿了 info 了，你知道 Killjoy 跟那个 bait 都在 B。但是 Angel 会打开一个突破口出来，因为他没有 smoke 啊，基本上等11秒，应该也是一个打 shot 跟打 A 的一个局了。毕竟你要快哦，全部已经拉出去了。一进来的时候，这个一个魔力，就被他死掉。哦 ，nice bait， 魔力，又拖到那个 fate 换 side，Killjoy 换 side。
And again, the suppressor, obviously, it's just confirmed what they had already thought. The suspicions now held to be true. And Meteor's already found one in the back. That's Angel trying to maybe dip away a little. And this is problems for FPX. They're going to start sweating here. Dariali's still in position and still standing. Turns on a dime. Denies Cider and then doubles down. And an Artist with a swift shutdown. But the Judge in the smoke. Gonna keep the side safe.
Oh my
Shout and
god,
Artist to try and recover this round. But looks lost.
Shout 直接走了。 你现在去 shot 那边打一个措手不及，没了，宝枪了，12秒，12秒进不到赛了啦，乱蹦4秒。这是可以拿一个3把扣啊 ，spike planted。OK， 3把扣。这可以不掰啊，这可以不掰啊，喂，不可以。 确实说是低场的。但 Meteor 这里一直 hold 这个，进又不是，出又不是，哎，难受。
Maybe just a little oversight here. Neither of these players behind Angel actually aware of the possibility. Anybody push through B main.
第三场老套路，打一个 B 加 mid。
It's Twitter official. It's Twitter official. That's why Northeption need the win today.
They need to win.
Okay, mid clear.
Need the song.
再来一下 mid.
I love the way that just like for years the meme of like the land nice has been around and now it's taken this long for a song to be made. It's beautiful. It's beautiful work. Great work. Meteor.
我们差点
Still
out
being a
play.
nuisance. Lovely presence at the start of this game. Even just that pushing out over towards B in that prior round gave them so much information, allowed them to double down on everything towards Sean, even catching I think it was Angel in the back. Jojo keeps his head down. I'm gonna keep a little watch towards Ardis. If he goes any further. But they have found presence.
那个那种，因为它是便宜的，用起来那个声音不好听。这个没有 cover 也是 OK 的。它 cover 是给你不要好像太多风这样。不是不是 ，cover 是拿来就是不要给你的啊。 因为锦衣它本身没有很多杂音。
Angel got revealed earlier on, but look how proactive Meteor's being. Oh, this is still being a problem, but this is still going to be this A hit. No matter which way you cut it now, alleviating the pressure, they can hit that rotation.
因为那个声音，之前那个是它声音真的不好。 有时候又听不到声音，然后有时候那声音又很小声，它有问题，一定有问题的。我每次要用是都一定有问题的，所以我就忍痛气的时候就下入手了这一块。哦，拜拜。门我锁啊，你可以直接上啊。你要带他上去没有？
Xiao's got first contact on the door.
Lovely.
It's
clean.
though.
Oh, it's clean.
Oh, really?
It's perfect.
What the fuck, man?
Unbelievable scenes. A
What the
1v3 like that, you
三
don't get
个
often.
He didn't even need any
Oh
util.
my
He
god.
had
plenty.
He had all at his disposal.
Wow.
What the
What a beautiful, beautiful clutch there from Zenfree.
这个
That's a real rare
clutch
treat.
Again, like I said, FPX playing it, but almost banking on Xiao having first contact.
这
But a couple
FPS
of overpeaks
这是这什
following that.
么？
And Northeption ripped that round away.
找不到双鸟了。
Actually going to force out a timeout as well. Almost, I mean, it's a tilter to give
你
one
这
of
么一
those
个一个
away.
送，这个
Team
拉
that's
的，你看
renowned for being so
我拿一下，
structured
你
and
拿一下。
disciplined in these scenarios. Cider and Zipan just a little off on the timing.
拉什么？不要再拉了。
He as well, almost not expecting
Post
that one to come through at all.
You can't bank on those.
No, no.
You don't
I
get
mean,
them often, but
you
when
don't
you
get many
do,
versus FPX.
it is quite funny. You know, of all the teams, you know, you kind of go back and watch event highlights or like
这个 time out
league
不值
highlights.
得
You
叫
go,
啊！
okay, okay, what's happened
你们
this
在
week?
搞什么？骂一骂的
You，don't often
不要
see
再
many
pick
clips
了。
against FPX because they
你
don't
pick
really
就是
give you these
给对面
moments
机
to
会，
go
你
on
们
those
pick
runs.
是
They don't
完全没有机会，
overpeak,
他
they
连
don't really
headshot 你的机会都没有
overpeak。much. They don't give you those chances, but that, I mean, welcome to lands. Really, it's all there in front of you. So maybe just try and reclaim that composure. Talk it out. You can see Angel at the helm there talking him through it. An experienced head, a veteran. The man's been in arenas. He's been in stadiums. He knows the pressure. He knows the feeling.
And he's the one that's drilled these sort of disciplines into his teammates since the start of Valorant.
The
It's been
inception.
so evident in pretty much all of the teammates, all of the iterations of rosters he's played a part in.
Mhm.
So yeah, a little disappointed to see that one, but Northeption capitalised, and it's a third
There.
on the board for them. FPX back on a purchase now. Ultimate's just about coming to fruition. Jojo actually finds a ton of damage here on the other side of it, unconfirmed as of yet. Actually, Zipan found through the smoke.
Oh, the trade though. Sider's got a quick one back towards Jojo. TP, Meteor waiting. Angel made
哎呦
to be
Meteor 这里
looking
被
the
扫
fool
死
in this. And now three, at least on their feet. Zipan still on the knees for now.
Where's Ardis got to? I don't know. All the way through mid?
Artist is finding some weird room here. Sometimes you have to just let him
So
out of
he's
his cage.
flanking,
Damage.
eh?
In their spawn.
Same things.
Flank,
What's going
eh?
on? And utility put to it. All right,
又
fair
勾找
enough.
到
So he's there.
了
They're going to
这
force
个
the fight. Dairy Alley has to hold them back
Ardis 是
somehow,
李
but
靖
they're
啊
flying in.
Nice
Artist is the one to do it. They know where Blackwiz is.
他们也知道这个人在哪里，
Off
只一个
flash
闪，
goes. Has to fall away from this.
应该会再
Xiao's gonna
scan 他一下。
give it a
哦，又
little
没 scan 到这个角度，
Spike can come down and location is
这个角度
revealed.
阿迪斯应该烧他，nice。
Where
阿迪
did
斯
Artist
headshot，
go?
I don't know.
Where did he go?
Just immediately through mid, past market, and he's in their spawn.
He's found room there now a couple of rounds. If he's found something he feels he can work with, that supplements or
这里帮
complements what they're
叫
up
了一个
to,
暂停也是
I
打
don't
得很
mind
好，
doing this.
Again,
他们知道他们
this is
需要
where
做
this
什么，他们需要
composition
就是
comes back to, again, with that amount
直
of
接去
utility in
flank
terms of
你的
the double
CT
sentinel
位。
setup. Should at least be able to cycle that through. Again, I'm not sure if there was any supportive utility, a smoke somewhere to allow artists to do so, but
Force ready.
that's one you definitely want to go
队
back
长
and take a look at the mini
来个2闪的一个阵容，
he's achieved that.
Teleport's ready.
2闪的一个阵容应该也是一样强力的吧？
As soon as they assume this is a death ball hit
Yeah.
behind the null command.
See if it reoccurs. Happens in
还是
successive
说不敢
rounds, doesn't
pick 啊？
seem to be
知道
impressed,
你
but
的
again,
chamber 打早，直接都不要 pick 你啊，
This should be a
因为
clean
equal
round.
round 嘛，你打其他人就简单了，就不要打那个
Oh,
打早嘞，
it's looking like a Chico, Mike.
对不对？
There's three. We said 3 and up, right?
I mean, with
反正是费这里已经开始 rotate 了，
You gotta call it.
看看，
Placing swarm grenade.
还有大招可以再守得一下的，
You can't do anything about that.
守到你 teammate KO 到的时候
For FPX though, let's see if they can keep it clean. The anti-ecos
，scan 没有人射吗
integral here. Lot of
没人射吗
information, but still.
？FPS
Back in the
inside
punch.
一个
timing
suppress，
swings perfect though.
这 suppress 到之后 Q 就会在啊，
That's Dairy noted as well here in backside.
上拉前后拉，
Make it a little
没有
easier
机
to
会，
double face.
直接一个
Not taking any chances.
We'll find one, but looks like he's taking
8
some
HP team
damage in
哇
the
，1v
process, down to
1v4
5 HP.
situation 都不用 save 到直接去死了，你不死没钱了。
Unlikely for the 1v4, but did speak too soon previously.
Nice，
Xiao
也结束这一场，打下一场可以 maybe 可以复败一
back
名，
off that
做完2
timeout
场啊，
after a bit of a tilter.
看一下有没有多少钱，4000 yes 可以复败一场。
Maybe an element of stabilizing here. I mean, if they win this one, they can really stretch their legs a little bit. Actually, Meteor gonna drop a weapon across, so
NTS 怎么应对呢？这里 防守方来讲，你没有人看 mid 吗？真的不看 mid 吗？还是想要 push 一个？狗到了。主要是 RDC 也是开大，他们也不要跟 mid 打不过那个 chamber 的大招，太快了，直接玩一个 passive play。Passive setup.
Perceptive utility in terms of where the turret and the alarm bot is. Wants to make use of that for retake. And Meteor's already drifted towards A site with that operator. So they're happy that the mid's going to be the priority for FPX. They've almost waited
这他们完全是完全没 info， 你没有 info， 我也没有你 info， 然后我们就拼 A 啊。哦，加 scan 那边猜到没有人了。浪没有人的情况下，可以直接 rotate 就 B 啊。OK。吸他一下 ，one shot， 可以再 scan 一下，再拉多一次。哎呦，竟然塞了这边两个 Q， 再开一个大，会不会看到左边有人？看到了，有狗。Warriors 来讲5打5啊，5打2啊，哥。你 QJ 奥迪 retake 也是可以的，不过不太可能啊，还是省下来吧。复秀再加买一把枪，肯定是 safe 比较赚的。OK。看抓到这个 Angel 没有 ？Nice bit， 2枪，还有一个人 trade 掉吗？哎呦 ，almost 水了。没有 save 到 G， 没有前掉这个。
The finances ahead of time, and yet Northeption going to pump the brakes now. Like I said that previous, this is an opportunity for FPX to string a few together. And initially, it's so evident the intention there to use the lockdown for the retake, but there's no proactivity on the other side. They're just dealing with the utility, shooting the reveals, trying to avoid the knife. There's nothing achieved on the back of that. And then we see this preemptive rotation back towards A side.
对日本队的一个 time out， 不知道怎样打，他们的防守有问题。他们问题在没有拿到 mid control， 对面的 mid 太怎么讲啊？太轻松了，进到黑着玩刀了。去调整一下，只要你的人看一个 mid 是不会太大的问题的。3比5，这一场没有钱。
I mean, Xiao facilitates a lot in this. His presence is certainly notable. Artists, similar scenes, both having a really nice little start to their game. So on the other side, Northeption need to find a cure, right? They need to find a tonic themselves to how to deal with this, how to address it, because they haven't really got too much going for them at the moment.
No, I'm not sure if the response is to really adjust towards this mid here. You see a little bit of variation here in the utility in terms of location, but the ping's coming out from FPX looks as if they've got their sights set on mid once again. A 4-stack towards tiles here. Ardis to patrol top mid. It might even be a little pacier here.
哦，直接踢到你面前。
Angel does catch
你又是没人看 mid， 没人看 mid market 又进。
Noted inside B main as well. FPX want to follow through here.
This pace feels a little off. A little uncharacteristic, but they want to stick the landing. Deriali gets noted. Xiao wants to try and handle him now. Deriali still holds his ground. The flash goes in and Zephyr wants to bail out his body, but he can't. The turn on a dime. FPX battling this out. This was scrappy, and honestly, Northeption looked like they were poised to do some real damage here. But somehow only Xiao was the one who fell.
Zero Blackwards to come through. Angel once again falling at the hands of the Headhunter. Door actually going to get closed up here. And, I'm not sure if that was just a misclick. Meteor actually puts his TP outside.
The TP, dude.
Just as the knife lands, Insider will clean things up. The beautiful conversion here after initially it looks like Northeption, like you said, have got into the right position. There's a little bit of a
因为 NDH 的 playstyle 就是他们会比较 aggressive 在 defense side， 这一场没有看到，一直打 passive。
from Deriali and Main, but the clearance behind that here.
Wow.
There's not an awful lot you can do in that situation.
笑到哈，这个 NJ。看这个人做 TV 过来，实在。
Not a call that I know.
笑得有点大声。
Use it in a sentence.
Anyway, back into
打
the
一场
round.
rush A， 没有打过 A 吗？这
Rush
rush
goes in,
A 一
it
下，
looks like FPX just going to be picking up the pace now.
拉一下，看到一个人了，这下面。
Brutal about this. The
哎呦
savage
shot 没有
approach
关到
straight
门。
comes in. They know that the one's still tucked towards dark as well. Cider watching towards heaven. Smoke's going to come out. Ult goes in. Angel now under pressure. Vision depleted. Senses dull. But he still gets the frag on Black Wiz.
哦，被狗到了，
It's
还
a
可以
4v3
打。
again, and it just keeps feeling like Northeption are so close to doing damage, and then nothing comes of it.
I mean, the pace switch on the back of the null
什
command,
么
all
鸡啊
this
这
Killjoy utility completely mitigated.
没有
Artist
没有
punishing
关到
for it
门
well.
呢，关了
Right,
好
find
久。
another one here. Meteor quick to respond though.
先把门打爆，不急不急。
Spike planted.
2v3 presented here, but
没有 skill
it's a
啊，
firm
讲
control of
retake，
sight.
对不对？讲 retake。两个人 suspect
And
到
on，the screen did clutch
知
it
道
out
你在这
before.
边了，都不用看其他地方。
They learnt their lesson. Two posted to it. Meteor to get the first real contact. And this time they have certainly learned.
Nice.
Sitting in a lovely little post-plant crossfire. Taking no chances.
It's a great response as well, where Northeption's economy is so fragile now, just a pace switch to completely catch them off guard. Like I said, all of that utility they have here defensively with the Killjoy in the chamber just completely mitigated. Do well to hold on to this as well.
I'm the most ready to pick.
I'm rolling them up in a split throw.
I'm sure that's an XQC.
打起来啊这里
I
放
think
plus，
so. My juicer. 37.
终于想起来有密了这一个 notation， 可是你还是不打密。
Fragile economy, right? That was kind of the big note.
Q 就会打 shot 这里啊，
this
不好
one.
吃
And
了
now。it's a knock-on
It's a
effect, right?
Shiko
你
of
是不是被偷
variation.
了？这里被 flash 我看到应该是2啊。
Real Shiko-y. Ball goes up. Similar scenes now.
魔力你有换到吗？换到一
Oh,
个
the。damage. Nice work from Black Wiz.
谁 plan bomb 的？
Take that. Actually take it every day of the
不
week.
分，
And the lockdown in hand.
不敢
Deriali,
进
you got something for us here.
Well, surely they just
你可以
force
plan
through
bomb 可以
this.
直接放大了
There's，no way they don't.
然后 hold 着他的一个大招。
We can be slowed down by some of this utility.
Yeah,
就不要
look at
再
the
拼
investment into
了
double of，util.
等你的大
This is a
招们
brawl. This is
的。
everyone present now. The call to action, the lockdown is destroyed. And it is just Meteor now. It's all
哎
but
呦，
done.
他的防守
FPX
打到
with a commanding lead now.
And we finally see the
简
lockdown
称没有
invest in
防守，
desperation mode now.
真的没有
Just
防守
trying to
给着对面进入了一直
8 to 3.
没有给到压力，对面直接进来，进来又玩，进来又跑，进来又跑，你根本拿他没有办法的。
Beautiful clearance here. Again, there's just no way they sit back and allow this lockdown to even play a part in this round.
哦，这里 shot 打得很好，真的。
Again, see if they continue with this pace. It's looking at
哦，
5
这
man
个
stack.
Meteor
full speed.
Meteor
Once
Meteor 被
again,
suppress 了，Meteor 要凉了
so。it's going to force Meteor back.
这里 KO 一直 spray 放一个魔力，在的
They haven't been
还是
getting
倒
many
这
of
个
those
上一场
opportunities
3
here.
个 Q 这个上
Not
面，
much kindness,
这边
not
应该是
much
知道啊。
respite, but it's a 5v4 finally. They have an advantage.
不要例外
Saw
的
that。vision. Meteor gonna isolate Dip, and this is good. This is a fight
哇，
back.
迪士尼
The
玩，
response in kind, and again it's a
三架
bloody battle.
哇老
Honest
，FPS 打得很好这一场，他们的这个进攻啊，每个人都知道要看怎么，然后又在 crossfire 也没有讲哦，我进线，然后我卖你 bait 你也没有，打得很好啊那一区。
And that, what a way to close out this half. Like I said, that
主要是
timeout
NPH 打的那个防守真的是他的 set up 啊，好像没有 set up 照这样的。
Northeption
当然
don't really have
Meteor 啊
an awful lot to take away from some of these
没有
rounds.
每次
Played it textbook.
拿不到 entry frag，
It's 9-3. It's a
人家
textbook
冲过来的时候
half
那种
coming
锅
up
点
from
费啊，
FPX.
一枪都没杀
Is
到，
there any hope here for Northeption?
就很浪费真的。
That is a fantastic
要 time
question,
out 1分钟
Lauren.
给他
And
休息一下
honestly, I
讨论一
think
下
you know
战术
you just get to
我
a
们这里
point
看看。
where
今天的 well play 应该是笑的蛮多场 clutch 的。
Brent, every shot you make, every play you execute on, every piece of utility you put down, it just is perfect, and that's what FPX is right now.
Yeah, 他的 skill 的配合真的很好。
They can feel it. They are one moment away from being able to play with that full roster. And honestly, going for the trials and tribulations, playing with a sub and incorporating it into the team is difficult enough. Xiao is a player that we wanted to highlight as well at this half, just in terms of this guy being able to put up insane numbers. But you could have pulled this stat.
没有想到他的 fit 打得这么好，今天真的出乎意料，他的 fit 我因为他通常是玩 Jet 在这个赛，这个 flash 一出，直接可以杀完全部了。这里打到很美，那一直配合闪，打2个。这个 Adis 又这里看到屁股了，这里偷一个，还可以再偷多一个，我记得一个 KO。哦，这个烧的那个 flick 你看到你都恐怖了。
Every single one is advantageous from a KO flash or from information off of a
他们那个 KO 的 skill 玩得好，就是这边的 KO 了，这边还有 Shao 的一个 frag 的一个能力，手感蛮好啊，今天。不过讲到底，真的是 anti-agent redemption 的一个防守 set up 有点问题，没有给到足够的压力，对面就一直吃 map control 了。但你吃了 map control 之后，你很容易去，你想我要 rotate 啊，我从 mid 去 shot 啊。 幸好 shot 看到你 QJU 一直 free kill，QJ 完全没有守到 shot。
We can get our team back. We can see the light. And the joy is just there. They're having fun and they're playing so well.
微微的笑一下，3比9。Meteor.
No doubt in my mind. And I mean, even not at full strength, even with the substitute, Cider's farming. He wants out of the VRLs. He wants freedom. He's fighting for it. He
Your
wants
boy's
to
out
win.
here playing for a pro contract, and heck, he might actually end up getting it. But you heard from the desk, it was a 90-second FPX gush session, so that's basically going to tell you all you need to know about that. But anyway, Lauren IPOC, take it away, guys. Have fun.
What? What is going on over there today?
I don't know. I think they're having something called fun. I don't know what it is. 3-9. We dive back in.
For a quick session, I guess. I can't. You can't throw to us like that. You really can't.
GB, we're trying to keep it together, man, and it's really on a fine margin. It's one of those games, man.
Right, so 9-3 Curse Copium. The veto heavily favouring Northeption. Let's see how they can start this second half. Slow approach here to the pistol. And quietness follows. Northeption will find the space back towards mid. Actually, nobody from FBI. I mean, they're very deep hold towards A Heaven here, but Xiao's going to find first contact on short at least. The follow-up utility is going to reveal everything.
Yeah, the rotation should be. I mean, they're already in. That's the thing, but Meaty's already in the site.
哎呦，那里Meteor。
Derry Alley with a quick
哎
frenzy as well
呦，
by the
起飞
tree.
啊 ！2v2 situation，QJ 有 bot，
Just
QJ 有 bot 了，3个打一个，哈哈哈，算是一个吧，哈哈。哎呦，那个方向球了。完蛋，如果有完蛋，可以还有机会。啊，第三。 没了啊 ，this。这里 NTH 打得很好啊 ，for attacker。他们知道他们进 shot 的话是蛮好打的。我们看一下 FPX 是0 equal round。里面就1枪、2枪、3枪、4枪。这里 Meteor 打得很好。 Hey, nice, Nitricus is back. We can do this. Oh yeah.
Very nice indeed.
I do like the way they're trying to keep spirits up. Genuinely.
Oh, it's key here. I mean,
it really is. Like as much as
还是玩 default 啦 ，2-1-2 的一个 default setup。主要是他们的 RD 是很 aggressive 的，你看到 mid 这边拿了足够的 info， 他讲我没有看到任何人。 这样 A 跟 B 就不动，你没有看到任何人吗？
It's certainly not the unthinkable.
可是你看到这里还拼了一个信号讲，哎，这里有一个人哦， 这里有一个人，这里有一个人。
Got to keep this clean as well. Definitely will require the advantage.
应该不会试着去打这个，他有 TP， 抓不到了。Smoke 掉他，让他看不到 mid 的 info。但阿迪这里应该是会等的，就等了的。哦，看到人了！哇，那个 wallbang！
Wow.
哎呦，这里被骗了，这里 KO 回防的速度，不够啊。
Straight to sight. First player spotted. Zipan didn't note him. Doesn't really matter much at this point. Frenzy's on deck and Shao the last one.
那里 Shao 一把第一个，一把 Sheriff。
Nobody reacting just yet. Actually, might be able to slip through here and at least find the 1v1 with Meteor. He's posted up. Looks like with the head.
杀人吧的，你 defuse 不到，杀到一个就转没了，四杀 Meteor。一开始是他打开 A 的一个防线，然后那人就他的 teammate 就从 shot 那里进来。
Bulldog, couple of specters here, just to offset it slightly. So a decent shot at this. They have to string together the first few, and it's got to be clean.
He can get this back in touch and distance. It's game on. Rifles out now though for FPX. Light armors. Gotta do damage. You're almost hoping for the round win if you want a close game. Really has to be in the extremes here. This 10 rounds does become such an issue to handle.
Not an awful lot of early progress here for FPX in terms of the ults. With it being clean thus far for Northeption. Deriali going to try and get that lockdown available for the next at least, regardless of outcome.
这里应该是想靠 Q 的一个大招来打一个 side。 问题是他欠一个人头啊！应该是要 feed 一个人头给他，就尽量让他去找一个人头。有大招直接 clear B 就进了这里。哎呦，我给阿弟找到机会了这里。Meteor 也是找到一个机会，全部的 situation。打了一个破口进 A 了哦。 现在Meteor回不去，他重点是他回不去。哎呦，阿迪直接 pick 他，他们没有办法了，只可以强打 B 了。你 A 没有 control， 强打 B。哎呦，抓到一个回来的一个阿迪。他知道有人，他知道 1v1 situation。 他知道，哇，好极限啊！这里没有 bomb 啊！你要 pick 他。哇，这里 JoJo 的这个 clutch， 他知道他要怎样打，真的。幸好没有猜错，而且用 Spectre 可以让你跟那个Omen最后。 这个漏啊，然后再回来打这个。这个时候如果他直接拿bomb，就直接死掉了。打得很好哦，这里 NTH 的一波 JoJo replay。打到 FPX 现在是一个 equal round 了 ，equal round 基本上没有太多办法 FPX。你全部起 Sheriff， 你什么？希望可以 headshot。 是 QJ 的大招哦 ，QJ 大招一个 clear side， 应该差不多可以进了。哎呦，这里 Angel 被烧了，即便又被烧了。一 crow， 是看一下阿迪有没有机会，阿迪 1v5 situation， 他就算打掉人也。 没太大的用处啊，直接打爆了，反正下一场有限。可以换掉一个。
Farming it out a bit.
And these are clean rounds. I mean, other than JoJo coming down to that clutch, I mean, that's in the round where you can almost give away an extra couple of purchases.
这里full buy 打full buy， 阿迪开一个大招， 下一个 time out，看看有什么战术可以教吧。毕竟其实他们打得没有很差，就是 Meteor 那边太多机会了。然后 JoJo 一波4杀，那个节奏直接断掉。如果他们这一场啦，可以拿到 mid control 的话，应该没有太大的问题。因为 Argis 可以拿 mid 吗？然后 Shao 打 B， 这边打 A。KO 来去 scan 那个 A long 的话是很美的。哇，这样都给他打回来，Nitricus 果然是真的 ，Nitricus。
And of course, yes, they are working with Cider rather than Sugetsu. Yeah, don't worry, we're aware. But even with that kept in mind, just even the individuals, how they're looking in certain aspects, more curious to that. However, FPX last time, normally quite good at identifying what they need to do. Now they need to come back in. Not allow this to be marred.
这里 Notaption 应该是要打 Notaption 应该是要打一个 mid control， 因为 extra smoke 嘛，他们可以从 shot 那边进去。我们也是讲了啊，我走先啊，他们好像要打 shot。Notaption 看了这个 scan 可以应该是去 suppress 那个 shot 的。把我们赶快打回去，我们回去了，然后 extra 2粒 smoke 放 mid， 1粒啦，另外一个是 cancel 的。应该是 shot 的，要打 shot 的这一波。你看一下，即便这个 flash， 它这个 flash 超级关键。啊！即便少了2个人，即便换了一个 trade 掉，这里被 fit 扫了一下，他们也知道他在那里没有用了。这一波打到你，就是这样的所谓的 mid control， 你需要即便就把你 flash 一下 ，what the fuck？Hello?
I mean, Ardis was 1 HP, but where the hell has that nano swarm just come from?
It's lying up.
Dario's read this. I don't know if he just got the audio cues on side of it. This is messy work again, bit bizarre at the end of it, but
应该是 line up 打那个 garden 的，应该是。
I mean, very evident what the discussion in that timeout was.
应该是。
We're not taking this line down. Very proactive, even ahead of contact coming through. The paranoia and the flash from Zipan. Even Xiao's punished there. I'm not sure what exactly was caught on the back of that utility, but Northeption find the first.
这个 line up 应该是打的那个 shot 那一个。
Lands. I mean, it's there for a long time, yeah. I thought maybe it just landed and he popped it immediately. I didn't have time to react.
这场反正他们想打一个 aggressive play 的 for fun plus， 放弃吧 aggressive， 太多人了。我没 spot 啊，看一看啊，直接劝退的对方，对方讲干了，我还是回去打米的。哦，这个也是 block 掉那个 shot 他，我知道你要打 mid， 我知道你要打 shot 的，走开，我们2个人专注打你一个 long 的，你 mid 掉不可能烧到我们2个人。disgusting， 就是这样了，就是这么不一样。这个魔。你要打 mid 你又打不到 shot， 然后你打去 market 的话，你怎么进？ market 这么多陷阱，这么多地方 check， 不敢打 mid 的人应该是他们乖乖打爆那个 shot， 或者是等那个 shot 爆。我看到3个人了 ，OK， 直接 flash line up 没有杀到 side， 哎。Angel 这里回防的时候被 extra 烧掉了。Ardis 可以抓一个 mid 的一个 timing， 杀到看到枪头了，2个、3个没有，8秒、6秒、7秒，可以 plan 在门口。他知道你一个人一定在 side 的。注意对 situation， 放一只狗过来 ，go， 放2只 team， 另外一只是应该是找一下，因为 market 没有 market，OK check 的 ，confirm 是在 shot 的。
Surely, there it is.
呀，知道了。你看我一次，我看你一次。pick 他死。
Okay, Xiao makes it look real easy, real
哦，
simple.
这里
Dariali is putting in
QJ
work.
还有机会 ，QJ 还有 1v1 situation。
Everything for the deception, and that is exactly what they needed.
哇，这个长狙打到啊！
Beautiful red ball clutch there from Dariali.
这个长狙打得很美，这个 Q 就在这里。
The reveal is perfect on tree as well. Unable to capitalize off that. You always think the round's all but done if FPX find those kills on short. And beautiful peek on the first. Dariali just happy to try and catch Zipan off guard.
Lovely.
And the time ticking away here. Zipan's under so much pressure to get something done.
哇，这个长狙，
And this is the thing, right?
对，不妙啊
Now
，Fan
at
Plus，
land, you get the beauty of being able to see
对
the
面士
opponent
气
in front
好
of you.
高啊，
Team
现在
is probably quite quiet now, FPX, right?
你有
After
一
being
口
in
肉
good，spirits, being a little sullen now. After how this has started to
开
really
个
shake
大
down
招
Northampton，coming alive.
你走吧
I feel like the
你
game lockdown goes in.
啊，飞可以躲在里面，有个小洞好像真的是
Should facilitate a comfortable cross towards the side.
在阿迪斯
Spam comes through. Actually, Xiao able to
没啊，悉尼一样这样 ，Angel 这里回防，打一个 flank， 4爆3了，现在是他们比较难搞一点。
An advantageous position here, at least 4v3 in terms of the head count here. What can FPX do with it though?
哎呦，阿迪这里还 shot，
Yeah,
哦
no,
，Angel 这里
this
shot 没
Angel,
了
how is this happening?
，JoJo 应该没
This is
了。
meant to be the round that you really close the gap, and it's falling to
一起拉
pieces.
那个 lane 嘛人，一起拉 lane， 两个进 lane， 然后一个打这边打 flash，
And 3 to try and
没有
deny.
flash 了就拉不
The
了
pressure starts to mount, and he
，nice，
just
3个
can't
干
deal
了
with。it.
哇，这里那个
FPX, it's all
Andy's 的
over yet.
headshot， 还有那个 Angel 的 headshot 很完美，
Couple of these
他
rounds
直接
now
把
looking
这个
like
防线给他
tilted FPX. You
弄爆了，
sometimes
就
see
一个
when
人
they
是没
give
有办
away
法的
some。of these rounds, they don't expect to lose. Flipping this
8
thrifty
比
back
11
in their favor.
有机会 Fan
Find
Plus
their
把那个士气跟他打回来，问题
See
是
now, if there's anything behind this purchase for Northampton, this could be the do or die round for them.
这里抓了一个人也是很完美啦 ，Shao 这里他知道哎，我只有一个机会 swing 他 headshot， Andy's 那个 headshot 没有 show， 但是很关键 Andy's 那个 headshot，
Beautiful conversion there.
没有人跟他 baseball。
Option to call the timeout here. And
Sad,
like I said,
bro.
they have a lot to consider in this round.
在 NTA 这里
Back
太
and
高
the，series.
应该是想一想要怎么进攻吧。毕竟他们进攻其实没有问题的，
Well,
就
off
是
the tour de force, I was about to say that there are a couple of conversion
防线没有
factors
没有
here.
巩固好嘞
Actually, with the no command,
strategy 来
in
讲是
particular
可以
one
的
that。you have to keep an eye out for.
Could be something
不过你看
they
这边那个谁
very much do with it right
阿
now.
迪斯那个 mid
It's
那
a
边
good，position to be in, honestly. I mean, the
Yep.
cosmic divide as well.
如果 market 那边给他们这样经营，也不会输。
Some of these kind of slow work kind of whittle away at the defense of FPX. Some of these rounds have
那
worked.
教练也是这样，
I mean, early on, they found a lot of success doing that.
没招了。我们可以试看打 A， 没有打过 A 是不是？打一场 A 啦。
You know, cut a little bit of a buffer.
毕竟对他们来讲，打 A 的话应该是可以的。有 QJ 哦，没有 QJID 嘛，不需要靠大的话可以打 A。
Looks like he's going to go
还是
dig
打
in
B
for an early pick here.
应该不是 B 啊，应该是一个 mid
Similar thing with
control 来
Dodge
的。
Battle Fracture, right? When Northampton
反正是
are
Fan
set up
Plus 里啊，
for
他比较
some of
喜欢一个
these
2-3的一个
choreographed
L， 也是不管
they
mid，
have looked great.
因为 mid 的话他们
And actually catching FPX off
可以暂时
guard,
不用
which is
管，现在
something
有人 bot
in
呢
terms，of that list of
然后等下
protocols,
stage 去
the
摸一下
utility
shot，
cooldown that FPX rely on so heavily.
他们让 Adis 来打第一防线的这
It's a
个
very short list of teams who are able to put FPX into that kind of uncomfortable position. And Northampton are absolutely one of them. They've really taken
Because
this game
Sunny,
all
yeah.
they can, and now the pace,
Well,
you're
that's
right.
pacey,
应该也是打一样打 market
But
进
they
的。
still have to deal with the players over towards main. It's actually worked out quite nicely with two of them here. Artis does have the
Artis
operator
看了一
role
个
in the tour de force, so he
OD 这里没有
can
杀
still
到
do
哦，哎
damage
呦，
with this. And there's problems now. Northampton are falling like flies. No, it's looking disastrous
这里
for
打
them.
得
They
很
tried
美
it
啊。
all, and it all
他
fell
就
to
知道你要
pieces.
这样冲
FPX
了。
making it to 12.
What a great adjustment as well, just to mitigate that no command as much as possible. And they pop it late.
他就
just to
等你进到
disable
market
that
那
trap
边，
in
然后再
Pizza,
扫你。
get
他们知道有
themselves
3个人
through,
在那边等你。
FPX has digged their heels in.
这里 1 HP 有点
Maintaining B.
1K 的，不是还没有杀。
Oh, he didn't really come under pressure. It felt
Angel
like
一波
HP
3杀。
maybe not reflecting that as much, but barely broke a sweat with that
Adis
hold.
的第一枪也是打得很好
By。hook or by crook, I don't know if particularly
82
you know,
match
FPX
point
meant that.
Match point 终于打 A 了啊！但是 bomb 还是放 B，应该是想着从那个 shot 打 shot 的这一场。哦，一堆技能直接扎过来，就是不给你进啊！我就是不给你进。
A shaky buy, and FPX One round away from activating their full roster.
应该会丢 scan 一下，没有看到人了。这场没有看到，诶，没有打掉啊，现在3枪啊，打不掉。啊 ，This 听到一个脚步声在 con 啊，他应该是 call 了 shot 了的 ，shot 直接窝了一个知道了。这里拿 bomb 去打 A， 打 A 是没有错的，你打不到 B 吗？你一定要打 A。哦，这里 JoJo 没了，但是他接不到，他一定要打这个波，3层啊，直接开大罢了。你就等摸。哦，又还背到一个墙，知道面有一个人就是这个废。Suppressor nice。啊，他没办法了，他再不回是 call 那边就出来拉他了，他知道了。这里一个5个人竞赛 ，Meteor 放在找到了那个这边，在魔力这边，诶，魔力这边的尸体。哎呦 ，shot 这里 flank 这样快的吗？知道了，但是看到了，不是知道了。所以杀到，来塞德。塞德还可以再 rest 其实，要不要浪费他的 rest 在这里？考虑了一下，应该是不要，毕竟还是有机会的嘛，不需要 rest。
But I'm getting a little worried. They're getting close enough to cause problems, but time. It really should be the final boss that they can't beat, but Angel's taking away Black Wiz. A tap on the spike to try and draw them out. There's the ults coming online. They're still doing damage to them. And Xiao gonna drop on in. They hold on for another.
4个人的一个回放，2个在 long， 2个在 under。的 hell， 很难打，这个难打。幸好就是他知道了，他知道打不赢。看看不是杀到没有先，再看。那个 OD 没有 spray 到啊，关键的那个 spray。这里 QJ 有了大招的情况下，很可能会打 B， 因为 B for QJ 只是可以烧整个赛。你看还是打一场 B， 因为 QJ OD。反正是这里 A 他们拿了 info， suppress 到1个人的情况下，不是他 suppress 其实是 not that 这里，还是打一个 mid。market 的一个 strategy， 不过应该 bomb 是在 shot 的，应该是真打 shot 的。没有看到人，还是打回 B 吧，因为你的 B， 你 B 毕竟有 QJ 的 OD， 没有 control， 阿迪一杀掉 QJ 没了，没了，这个阿迪这2枪很关键。没了，应该是直接烧死了。啊，第3枪，还有一个 extra 没有杀到2打3的，1打3。他们也知道你在这里。直接躲着过来，等他，你一定要进的。然后我在 rest 打1，还可以打一个 retake。对，如果 Xiao 可以杀掉他，就结束；不可以我就打 retake。去等乱了，去等乱了。你15秒，你要不要 plan？ 我还可以再看多你一眼。然后2个人可以 retake 啊，不对 retake 啊什么？没有机会啊，这里 GG。恭喜 FPX 可以晋级啊！日本队不好意思，日本队不好意思。让我们恭喜 FPX， 完美的一个团战，2场直接烧。我们看看这里。FunPlus 就可以打到 Qualifier 了啦，就他已经 Qualifier 了 ，nice 啦，恭喜 FunPlus 啊！其实 FunPlus 真的打很好，比日本队打了，在防守方，日本队送好太多分了。虽然讲最后有点打回来的感觉。让我们看一下他的技能，这里哦 ，one tap，one tap， 哦，好 clean 啊！
the results are brutal, but welcome to these tournaments, right? There is no love lost in this. It's how it goes, the nature of the competition. But if you really take the time and you look at the game, we actually had tangibly all those players, as you mentioned, actually put up some really good performances. And people may say, oh, you know, don't know how we feel about that region.
Okay, Jojo 一个 clutch.
This team
One
came in
mid
and actually put up
clutch 这个
really good
Jojo.
performance. Again, 9-13 against someone like
Angel
FPX.
第四里全部都打得很美
Sweating in some of these rounds.
Angel 也是一个闪闪，这里
It's
结束了
very,
比赛。
very good.
I mean, you think about some of the questions that we had Zeta early on last time is to come here
但
and
这
find
最后一
a
场
win,
flash
got
他一下
something
直接 pick 他
positives to take
你没有
away.
办法真
And
的
don't turn your nose
15
up.
秒的
This
时
is
间
coming here and losing
你
against
居美
FPX. Yes, with a sub. This is FPX.
It's still FPX.
Exactly.
And I mean,
FPS 打得
it's
不
still
错，
artists
这场
having great performances. We've had Zipan having career performances, it looks like, already on LAN. They are not particularly playing a small game. They're playing a very good game, and they're playing for their chance of survival. So for Northeption,
日本
here's a
队
nice
加油，
debut for us to kind of
还
get
可
to
以
know
卷
these
土
players,
重
get
来
to
了，你
know
们
this
是第9
team.
名，
I hope we get to see them again. They put up a great performance. It was lovely to watch. But
第
FPX
9、
today
第
was the
10名
stronger。side.
这一场应该是看这场 KRU 打 OpTic 的。
The good news that we've had today, right? FPX getting back to full
KRU 打
strength
OpTic 是决定他们 Group A 谁会晋级到 Playoff 的一场比赛，是很关键一下，因为毕竟是 NA team。
Being able to back him up, so got to take your hat off. Like I said, he's out here playing for a contract, and he's had a good showing so far, honestly.
然后我们去等一下 Playoff 吧，14号开始打一个 Playoff 啊。Except 会打 OpTic 或是 KRU。
Under such hard scenarios, like I think we can't say it enough. That is a very tough position to be put
particularly
in.
coming into a team like FPX where they are so drilled and
Oh,
so
yeah, it's not
disciplined and
fast and
structured.
loose.
There's a lot of these kind of micro synergies that you have to come into. So again, it's no surprise to see maybe a couple of stumbles early on, but he's really slotted in well. I mean, he's got them here. He's got them to the point where Sugetsu will join them.
That's the dream stand-in, right? That you've absolutely achieved everything that was in front of you. However, we want to know what you think about any of these players. What did they achieve for you? Were they the standouts? Head over to the little QR code and let us your thoughts on the MVP for you overall, or
Artist. It's got to be right. It's
love a
UK
bit of
bias.
artist.
It's got to be
Love a
UK
bit of
bias.
artist. I've been a fan of this guy for a long time. It's good to see him come on LAN and look like a Lanimal as well. Like the guy had a lot of question marks around his performances, his attitude, everything at the start of Valorant. Roll your mind way back to the start.
I mean, a flaky performance through G2, but so to come back here and really shine, this was the artist that we saw at the very start, the 100% win ratio in finals artist that we knew so well.
Yeah, the boys got some mad stats. So, again, good to see FPX now potentially unlocking full strength. However, it is always sad to say goodbye to a team who we just feel like we've been introduced to. However, that is the nature of the beast, and we will be throwing it to a break, and after that, you'll be joined by the desk.
Red Bull Campus Clutch is back. Assemble your team and lead it to the World Final. Learn more on RedBullCampusClutch.com.
One moment it will be fine, then nothing will be on my mind. Then suddenly I see a sign that I can't deny. See the glass that I floating off me, and the blossoms falling off the autumn cherry tree. I hear the voice in my head to let me be, but there's always more to see, from the thoughts I'll never free. certainty. How can I live a life of mystery? Be a stranger to myself, I'll share it secretly.
FunPlus Phoenix versus Northeption. EMEA facing off against Japan's finest. Nice!
Now there, Xiao needs to go forward. He gets one.
Oh my God! He's got it!
One enemy remaining.
Their home ground and Artist the one to do it. 13-9 to take us to map 2. Ascent.
Let's go!
FPX, I mean, they have just elevated.
Nice!
FPX have done enough to stay alive and now unlock their full roster.
It's like FPX have themselves like a character on lock screen because Sugetsu is right around the corner with that victory against Northeption. Welcome back, everyone. Golden Warrior alongside with Mimi and Bran. And Mimi, yeah, it was just a, it got to a point where it was a little concerning there. And I think that just goes to show you, like, every team in this tournament, very competitive. And yes, FPX were vibing. They were killing it. They were doing everything that they could possibly do right. But credit where credit is due to Northeption to try and make that comeback happen because they got close a few times.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, some of those clutches were absolutely insane. But to focus on FPX, they've done what they needed to do. That chip is off their shoulder. They can finally get an opportunity to play internationally with their full roster. And the casters were saying this, but credit to Cider. This guy came in very last moment. He wasn't the craziest performer, but for a VRL player that most people have never heard of, he showed up to this event and he helped them get to the point that FPX needed.
Yeah, he absolutely popped off. I mean, the guy was really, I think, setting the pace of the entire map, though, has to be honest. I mean, the guy dropped 29 kills overall, an absolutely outstanding performance, and something that we've been expecting for quite some time. I mean, we keep mentioning it on the broadcast over and over and over again, but it's so good to finally see FPX at LAN, even if it was in this kind of incomplete form with Cider filling in for them. But now they have done the impossible, not necessarily impossible. There's a lot of people.
They did the job.
They did the job. They did the job.
I'm
letting my biases seep into my commentary. Never do that.
Never, ever. That will never happen.
Only on Mondays.
They have done it, and they finally managed to make it to the playoffs, which is, honestly, I'm so excited because this team, they do cook up some absolutely manic stuff.
Yeah, no, without a doubt. And, you know, we'll continue to talk a little bit more about, you know, the FPX team, what they've done. But you got to give love, at the very least, to Northeption Zenfree, because it's time for our Verizon high-speed moment of the match. As we say goodbye, Mimi, but Zenfree, this boy, was out here clicking heads.
Yeah, it was absurd, some of the stuff that this team was pulling off. And this play in particular was just wild. The one tap to take down Cider, another one on the zip pad. He's making it look like a Guardian with the Vandal. You do not expect to see that, but I mean, again, just huge credit to Northeption. This team pulled up with a lot of expectations behind it. They had to try and live up to what Zeta did with that miracle run to finish that kind of shared third place back at Reykjavik. They don't achieve that, but still, I think Northeption can be proud of what they have done. They upset the Kings in their region. They made it to the international event. They took a win. They didn't go out without taking anything home. They had a very respectable performance, and it's going to be a shame to see them gone.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. But hey, right, we go right back over to talking about FPX because we have our in-zone player of the match, the MVP, if you will. We asked you guys to vote at home, and you voted for Xiao.
Xiao.
Right? Not shocked here, even though Artis was like...
Dude, listen, I ain't surprised at this. Listen, I'm a tier 3 Xiao sub.
Say that 5 times fast.
I can't. I literally cannot do it. But honestly, a little bit surprising. Ziban, I mean, the guy was absolutely dominant in the first map. Artis into the second. But listen, I tell you who never gets respect? Initiated players. And I know because I've been playing Fade for our team. And I'm telling you, I'm always at the bottom of the scoreboard. And it's hard. Well, it's not hard to be at the bottom of the scoreboard. I do that easily. But it's hard to have impact on the level that Xiao does. Because the guy is just, he's impeccable. He always knows the right place, the right time to support the rest of his team and also trade off them while also getting maximum value out of his utility. I'm a big Xiao fan.
You can see how critical he is to the team as well. We talked during that halftime break about the execute that these guys were pulling out, and it was all off the Fade utility. His usage of the cats, everything is good out of Xiao. I mean, FPX is such a coordinated squad. It is going to be a treat to see them at full strength.
Well, guys, I know you're both tier 3 Xiao subs, and the good news is we got him for the interview. So we're sending it over to Esports Douglas, who's standing by with Xiao for our Verizon post-match interview.
My streamer.
Thank you so much, Chibi. Xiao, right off the bat, congratulations. I've got to ask because I'm not going to lie to you, man. The performance that you have put on throughout this tournament is outrageous. Your clutch percentage is through the roof. I don't know how you do it. You're competing for some of the most kills in the game. What's your skincare routine? What do you put in your hair? What do you eat for breakfast? How do you do it?
Guys, just eat one little Pringles before game and you'll carry any clutch situation.
Pringles. Bren, do you hear that? It's Pringles. That's what you need to do. All right, I'm going to put you on the spot. Everyone's been talking about it. It's been on Twitter. The desk was chatting about it as well. Is Suigetsu joining you tomorrow?
Guys, let it be secret. Like, huge secret. You'll see tomorrow.
All right, with that said, tell me a bit about him. Like, you've gotten to playoffs without him. And again, Cider's been an exceptional stand-in. He's delivered where he is needed to for your team. But what is it that Suigetsu brings? What is it that he offers that's different, or perhaps a different way to think about it? What do you feel like has been missing from this team throughout this tournament run so far?
About Suigetsu, like, I mean, he fits more like for us, like compared to Seder, because we can have more flexibility with him. He's playing like 4 agents pool, like all sentinels, so we can like be more flexible in terms of picks, comps. So, and also he's ranked demon. He's like individual, very good. So that's it.
Well, either way, we're excited to see what the secret is that we'll find out tomorrow. Again, congratulations on the win. Thank you so much for joining me. We have an outrageous match up next. 2 absolute demons in their own respective regions taking the stage with playoffs on the line. It's OpTic versus KRU, and you're not going to want to miss a single moment. We'll be right back.
wig to the hills, big tits and the baddie just mad. When she said it was the MCM, shit, I thought she was talking about bags. Private party, champagne to the face and a Barbie. Got your BM doing up mingle. How they broke and they singing out Cardi. You versus me, that's practice. Me against you and what army? Was it Jovie when I first grabbed handles? Or they told me it was aim for the arteries? Or they told me it was aim for the arteries? Or they told me it was aim for the arteries? Arteries. They told me it was aim for the arteries.
这身衣服。
Welcome back to Valorant Masters Copenhagen. We are getting ready for our final match of the group stages. Everyone just hold on to your butts, okay? Because it's going to be KRU versus OpTic. Of course, I'm Golden Boy alongside Mimi. And joining us here, it's Jess. Jess, good to have you again.
Yeah, it's good to be back, GB. Every time we get on the desk or fist bump, I'll give it across the desk as well.
Yeah, we have to just Mr. Fantastic your way across.
If I stand up, people know how short I am. I don't do leg reveals on
She's
screen.
about 4'3". It's pretty solid.
Just set it out there for the world to hear. But for this matchup, KRU is facing elimination, but they certainly haven't played like a team that's actually on their way out. We're jumping right into this whole thing here because they beat Loud Mimi on day one and then went the distance against Guild in a 3 overtime shootout. This team's good.
Yeah, I mean, coming into this event, this team, they've made every single one of these, and they had to prove that they can hang. And thus far, they have been able to, taking down Loud, looking incredibly good while doing so, pressuring their opponents in every one of these matchups. Their players have been stepping up. They really rise to the occasion when they come to land.
Yeah, I mean, this is some of the best I've ever seen KRU play. I think I can consistently say that they have played the best quality of Valorant that we've seen them play throughout them going to every single international event that we could put on for them to be able to attend. And now that's nice because you'd rather them be able to, have that sort of ascending performance rather than descending performance, obviously.
Sure.
But there's a couple other teams that haven't been able to do that.
Yeah, no, and I think looking at some of the players, and how they have been performing here, Jess, I mean, just overall, it's very clear the team is trending upward.
Yeah, absolutely. The reason I wanted to bring up the sort of scores and the ACS of the players on the roster is that we used to say it was sort of like Kezen and Friends, and it used to be way more deep than this. This looks tragic as it currently looks for those on the lower end, for Delzik, for Klaus, etc. But they are playing way more as a team, and they're using the utility way smarter to set up the likes of Mazino and Keznit. And I think that is what we can't show here. It might look dire, but it's actually so much more team-oriented.
It's been a massive improvement. Mazino in particular, as that more supportive line has been improving as an individual in a big regard. And I think this meta is a very comfortable position for KRU. I think when they're playing the Fade Rays, it's really solid. The initiator compositions have been excellent for them. They have lent into it. They have adapted and have been able to stay on top regionally and are now looking to do the same internationally. And this is the guy I mentioned, Mazino. He's playing that Sage so often. He is so incredibly hyper-aggressive. That game against Loud, he was farming.
Unbelievable. Yeah. Look at some of those stats. Go back, zoom back in the VOD if you want. Just screenshot that and be like, that is a world-class Sage player.
It's my desktop background now.
Absolutely. We should. Can you send it to me? Full HD. Okay, thank you very much. I want that. I want that every time I load up my PC.
Desktop background?
Yeah, I'd rather have some of these clips. I don't know if you can make some of the movement, but yeah, Mazino has been fantastic. A super close game against Guild to push things over the line, to continue to fight forward for this KRU team. And again, they stepped up to it. Mazino was that guy. It is no longer just the Keznit show for this team.
Yeah. Now, on the other side of the stage, we have OpTic Gaming. They have had to fight tooth and nail to keep the drive alive here in Copenhagen. First, they go down 0-2 to Guild. Guild very much showing up in this storyline here. Then they have to go to a map 3 overtime to beat Loud in the finals rematch. And, Mimi, just to start with you real fast, I mean, this OpTic team, they have been they've been burning the midnight oil.
Yeah, I mean, I think FNS said in the interview the other night that they have been just basically playing straight for months, coming back from Iceland, going straight into challengers, having to requalify, having to play through the groups. The pressure has been on. And it's even more so because when you are on the top, when you are at the top of your game, everyone is looking at you. Everyone is trying to copy you, steal your composition, to counter you on out. But OpTic, they have kept up against that pressure. They may have been knocked down to the lower bracket, but last night they were playing some incredible Valorant.
As a result of that incredible Valorant, I have something to admit to everyone here. I think you guys remember this from Champions North America. And now,
is it the same card?
You
had
not
it in
the
your
same.
wallet?
It looks almost identical. I made it identical, but this time we have a difference.
Oh!
It is
what
not
a swerve.
in the dictionary anymore for me. I'm done. I am on the NA hype train.
Welcome to the team.
Welcome home.
We'll give you a blue passport and
I don't know if we can promise that one.
I don't think I could do that one, actually. Overstepping my bounds here. But
I'm on the team. I'm on the train. I absolutely believe that last map was a grand final-esque worthy map, and the kind of Valorant that they're putting on, I didn't want to see them trip and stumble, but my God, have they risen to the occasion. And this should be an easy game for them as a result of what they put on the board.
Well, and I think part of the reason why they have had that kind of success, you know, has been the guy that was voted the in-zone MVP last night, Marved. I mean, this man has been key. It's like you just dragging him over the finish line. And that's not to, you know, talk bad to OpTic. It just goes to show how consistent he's been for this team.
He is good even in loss. He is good in victory. And he was fantastic back at Masters 1. This guy has been the most consistent player for OpTic. Playing on that controller role, he finds so much impact. And last night was, again, he was a big reason that they stayed in towards that series as long as they did against Loud.
You say for OpTic, I say the world. I'm going to keep saying this. I truly think Marved is one of the most consistent and best players in the world. People are going to shout out Ye, they're going to shout out Durka, etc. Obviously, we're only through the group stage here. I truly believe, as a result of the sample data that he's given me over the past year, he is the best player in the world. If I had to put money on a guy mid to late round,
he was the MVP of Reykjavik. He is looking to continue that.
I think he's one of the best, if not the best.
Hey, and I don't think there will be many people, if not no one, would argue that point. But let's go ahead and actually hear from Crashies, who actually shared his thoughts on the team's struggles right here in Copenhagen.
Obviously, we're feeling really good just because we came off a really tough game against Loud. It was definitely not easy, but it's hard to be really excited because, you know, we're in group still, haven't really, you know, gotten out. So still a job to be done. Team knows there's still a job to be done, so not too happy yet. Yeah, it definitely sucks to face Loud this early. I was definitely not expecting it, especially for an elimination game because they're really insane, hard to play. It definitely sucks that one of us had to go home today, but happy that it wasn't us.
This is getting a little bit panic stations now. Loud need to make that move. Picks up one. Crashies still so unworried, unfazed, unfussed.
I do think sometimes it can be anyone's game, but we're still here and we're still trying to defend the title. We're taking it one game at a time. Obviously, the end goal is definitely to lift, you know, another trophy. You have to take it one game at a time. You never know what's going to happen, so one step, one game at a time. Thank you so much for all your support. We're hoping to get you guys some more dubs, and thank you.
Crashy said he's taking it one game at a time. The team is taking it one game at a time. And Mimi, that is the right mentality to have here. There's really no other choice.
Yeah, I mean, it is the mentality you need to have for this team, but the expectations on them are massive. We heard again last night from FNS. They are not happy with the group stage exit. They are not even happy to be in this lower bracket. They want to defend their title. That's what they're fighting for, too. And on top of that, if they make it out of groups, if they win this matchup, it's a rematch against XSET. It's an opportunity to beat the team that knocked them into the group stage.
Absolutely, and it's for them, just seeing how they set it up, they think of this as a baby step. This is a baby step to the ultimate goal. For other teams, this is a huge step for them to just make it throughout the group stage. So we're talking about two different echelons of thinking here. We're talking about the champions of, you know, Masters 1 having this tiny baby step for them of KRU, of which KRU for them, that's actually a really big step. So the differing expectations that we're putting here for you guys is to just idealize what kind of matchup we have on our hands and who is the clear favorite moving forward. It's not that we're biased by any means.
I am.
You are, yeah, NA bias over there.
Not me. I'm just an unbiased host. Okay.
But the expectations should be very clear going into this.
Yeah, but I am very much looking forward, though, to some of the matchups that we're going to be getting here, maybe, because especially in Nags and Ye. Ye was a point of conversation coming into it. FNS was talking about it in the interview. You know, they weren't worried about him. They knew that he was going to turn up. But Nags has also just been stellar this whole event. So I'm just looking forward to seeing this clash of titans.
I said I'm biased towards good Valorant. That's what I want to see out of this one. And Ye has recovered. He has been putting on some excellent Valorant as an individual. The way this guy was playing in that initial matchup versus how he was playing against Loud is a complete world of difference. It's the Ye we expected to see. But on the other side of that head-to-head is Nags. And this is a guy who we've always talked about with inconsistency. However, in this event, I think he's been having a pretty solid performance. He's maybe not one of those top 3 absolute world-class chambers, but he is solid. He is doing his job for KRU. And I think when you have players like Mazzino, when you have players that it can just step up in that way. He doesn't necessarily have to take that throne.
No, absolutely not. Not when you got Kesnit, who has some of the most aggressive playstyles and stylistic choices as a player that I've ever seen. So if it's reaping rewards, why do you need to step in the way of that? Play your role appropriately. And it keeps throwing me back to the Guild boys talking about them and how they utilize Chamber. No problems. If that's using and that's working in your dynamic, why change that?
Yeah, there is a lot of questions that, you know, we have had about whether or not OpTic can sustain themselves, whether or not OpTic can have the bounce back. Clearly they can. Getting that one win under your belt, it's such a huge motivational boost for them. And you could tell that OpTic almost like felt like they exercised some demons after they picked up that win yesterday.
I'm going to actually disagree with you a little bit. I don't think it is a big motivational boost, really. I think that they are, I would almost say, a little disappointed that they were in that situation to begin with. You heard it again. I keep going back to the interview with FNS, but it was clear he was tired, and he was really just kind of laying out some truths with us.
Yeah.
And it is that their expectation is to win this event, to be in the grand finals. Being in this position is a failure for them. This team holds themselves to such incredibly high standards. There is only one option, and that is defending that title. That is running things back to that same position that they found the previous event. I do agree with you that it's a good step. You know, you beat your demons that were, you know, pushing them to the limit back at Reykjavik, but I think their eye is just on the prize here. And again, very little time to prep. Late match last night. They come straight back in. They're continuing to play. It's a really a tough one. So their eye is on the ball here.
That's actually very, very important because I can't remember how many late nights I've done. You wake up, the boys are all groggy, and they're like, you're like, here, these are the counter. And they're like, get out of the way, Jess. Like, I literally just woke up, and I'm thinking to myself, you need to learn and be prepared for a lot of things. This is a best of 3. You don't just get to slide off with one map. You got to get those 2, and maybe in a reverse sweep fashion if you do give up that first map. I will say that is probably one of the biggest kickers for me, is that if KRU takes a map or 2, that's probably half of the reason they're not prepared.
Yeah, well, you know, one thing that they're certainly going to need are the comms. They're going to need to, you know, just try and keep themselves focused in the game. And that's actually why we have a nice little in-zone open mic with KRU when they were taking on Loud. Let's actually take a listen.
KRU undefeated against Brazilian teams, 4-0 so far.
Arriba de...
Mira. Debe estar baiteando, weón.
No, bro, tira flecha.
Arriba esa weá.
¿Va la flecha?
Más cerca. A ver.
No.
¿Amarillo clavo?
Sí. Tengo ulti, ¿puedo ultear?
Hay que plantar de una,
¿Ulteo? Activa, pared.
Dale. Va amarillo. Reclamo amarillo, sí sabré.
Ultou aqui, velho.
Ultaram aqui, guys. Foi amarillo.
Cara, far retake con la ulti de Cayo, weón.
Sí, Cayo daga.
No puedo soltar, puedo soltar, entramos.
Va a entrar veneno ni en cosas, ni en usted. Se bajó. Reclamo CT.
Ultar agora.
Bora então.
Deixa eu ultar, guys, deixa eu ultar.
Matei uno CT.
Bora. El ojo. Me está marcando el ojo. Eu não vou morrer, viu, guys?
Não está, creo.
Não está. Eu tenho a mole agora. Tenho a flecha. Tira mole.
No sacan.
Flashó amarillo.
Amarillo. Reclamo de amarillo. Amarillo otro.
¡Vamos!
Bora, weón.
Clean comms there for KRU, but you know, actually, what would have been great with that, Mimi, is like, you know, today.
Yeah,
you know,
it was like
here we are.
a cinematic experience. I felt like I was ready for the blockbuster of the year from that comm video.
Versus Loud, you know, like he really gets it.
Damn!
What can I say?
I would have watched that like true and true.
Look, I don't have a very long career working in esports, so you know, it's just because it's all going away. So they just got to keep me behind the scenes eventually. So I'm just gonna do esports trailers.
I mean, look, you know what your next step is with the voice acting now. I'm gonna tell you that much. But the great thing about being able to have this insight into the comms that we don't usually get, and especially with people wondering, a lot of it is about what utility they have left, who's holding what, where are you going to be executing and pushing forward as a result. There's a lot of intention, there's a lot of information and intel that needs to go around the team. So if you go back and you watch a lot of these, you know, sort of on the mic kind of stuff, you will get an insight into how you should communicate. And to those people in my ranked games who keep telling me to stop communicating so much, yeah, go back and listen to that. They communicate way more than I do, trust me.
I feel that I could see the pain behind your eyes eyes when you
The
said
threat.
that. Something
Could you
terrible.
see, like,
something terrible.
the
You weren't
steely
even looking at me,
gaze.
and I could feel the pain through the eyes. But yeah, that is the comms of a team who has been together the longest of any core 5
Very true.
at this tournament. KRU is so committed to each other. They know each other as friends, as family, as a team. They know what people are thinking before they even say it. It's such a big buff when you've been with a team that long.
Yeah, and there's going to be a lot more for us to talk about because also another fascinating little bit, I mean, OpTic, they've been together for a long time as well. I mean, who doesn't remember Together We Are Terrific? But, you know, I mean, there's just so much that we can continue to talk about here in this series. But we are going to take a brief break. When we come back, though, we're going to be jumping right into the matchup. It's OpTic Gaming facing off against KRU. Loser goes home. Winner moves on. We'll see you on the other side.
I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it, you cannot stop it. Come with me, let's save the world. Save the world. I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it, you cannot stop it.
Welcome back, everyone, right here to VCT Copenhagen for some Masters action as we get ready for OpTic Gaming versus KRU. Full disclosure, we're just, you know, right now, there's just something going on over there. I don't know all that much. Once I learn, I'll let you guys know at home. But that being said, we're going to go ahead and push the, I'm going to push the stop game button. And we're
cruel.
We're
That
doing
is actually cruel.
gold chat. That's right. Because I know Wyatt, and I know you're watching. Okay, so I'm stealing your content just
He
like I
needs to
stole
become
your bingo.
clout hungry.
It's what I do. It's what I do. It's like it's the only way that the kids will know who I am in Valorant.
The kids.
You know what I mean?
The kids being you, Mimi, by the way.
Yeah.
I think he's spent. I've done too many shows with him. He's just being affected by my ways.
Yeah, I really have. You and I are just you're my my analyst wingman. You know, wouldn't have it any other way, homie. But you know, there is a lot to kind of like discuss here and a lot to like kind of dive into, because obviously something that was mentioned yesterday, and we do have the clip, so we'll run it in a second. But something that was mentioned yesterday from an interview with FNS was talking about how much work this team has been putting in to stay on top of the mountain. Let's actually go ahead and take a look at that clip.
How tough do you think this challenge has been? Like, how would you rank it in all of the other challenges you faced?
It's always hard. I would say being at the top and having everyone look at you and kind of just anti-strat you a little bit, make sure they kind of understand how you play, and you having to be ahead of your own meta at that point. Since so many people are using our comps that we were using before, it's pretty tough, honestly. This is the hardest it's ever been, for sure.
You slowly.
Yeah, well, yeah, and you could hear right there, right? Just the very clear the struggle that the team has had in order to maintain themselves at the top of the mountain. It is very, very difficult, and it's lonely up there.
I think the biggest thing people don't understand when they sit there behind their screens, they're watching video games competitively, they're looking at all these players at the top, is that we lose this human element of it because they just look like, these gods that can show up at their computer and be able to play at the top level. I don't think people understand the amount of hours. I never got to the top. I think I got top 16 in the world.
Yeah.
And that was just helping players 7 days a week. You would boot camp until your eyes would just close and you couldn't do any more. You're looking at every other team. You're watching VODs for hours. You're sitting with your coach. You're doing mental coaching. You're doing everything just to stay at the top. And that is such a laborious job. People really don't understand. Yeah. When FNS stands there and he says, we've had like 1 week break, yeah, I bet you that was scattered throughout things. I don't think that was a continuous thing, and that was just a luxury at that point.
I mean, when you are at the top, that trouble is just multiplied, because not only are you a good team that people prep for, but you are the team that people look up to. People have taken OpTic's comps, they've taken the ideas, and now they have to play against their own stuff. I think being ahead of your own meta is, in FNS's own words, the perfect way to put it, right? Because they set the meta, they set the precedent in North America and globally as well, and then they have to take that great idea they had and come up with something better pretty much every single week to stay in the position they are. It is incredibly difficult, especially being down in the group stages here. It is really going to be incredibly impressive if they can actually repeat this title and stay at the top.
That's the thing. That's probably why no one has repeated the title. Because how difficult is it to take the things upon which made you win to begin with, then come up with a counter? I think DRX Buzz said it in the press conference, or it might have been even Zest in the press conference, that said, we know what we need to do. We're actually thinking of countering the counters to us.
Sure.
And I'm like, that is such a complex amount of thinking that you already think your set plays good, but you're worried everyone's going to counter them, so you come up with counters to the counters. It's counterception that I can't even begin to understand.
It's like you start at a level where you find optimal gameplay in a certain meta, and optimal is just what's good. You can find that, but then you have to move on to exploitative play and counter what is optimal. Do something that is hypothetically less optimal to be able to counter the best possible play. It is really difficult to be competing at that level. So yeah, again, huge respect to those players. It's like you're playing it. You're in the time machine, playing against your past self. You have to be looking over your shoulder at your shadow, just fighting you.
Don't you dare!
Get him away from me.
Yeah, I and also, the game changes. Look at Champions to now. I mean, it's
completely different.
Yeah, it's just a completely different game. I mean, moving forward, we're gonna have.
Even to Reykjavik, the game is defined by Fade now. She wasn't even in the competitive pool at that point.
I know she's the second most picked agent at this tournament thus far. Of course, the tournament of Chambers. So if Chamber wasn't here, maybe Faye would be number one.
I think we need to retroactively do everything. It's like you have the Year of the Dog, you have the tournament of the Chamber. What was Reykjavik?
Reykjavik, in my opinion, was the controllers.
The tournament of the control. I think that's valid. You have players like Marv up top. Probably MVP of that tournament. Popping up.
Sugar Zero.
It's a good one.
You guys
Go all the way back.
You guys are out here just setting up things.
Our brains are like.
I can see their brains expanding.
This is what annoys me, is that Chamber is the #1 most picked, and he's a Sentinel. And we have some of the best initiator players coming into this tournament as well. Obviously, Fade being part of that sort of discussion. We had some great Breach players. We had so many good initiator players that they're kind of being overshadowed by the fact that Chamber's here.
All right. Well, I did get word, guys. We're skipping the fluff, all right, because the casters are actually going to be standing by right now. It seems like Doug and Bala are right there. Guys, what's going on?
He started the game. Is that?
That's also the 14th apple that Bala ate today.
Bro. When you press the button, it alerts me. You didn't press the button.
I didn't press the button.
No, you're.
Oh,
That's
man.
embarrassing for them.
Guys.
I hope they pull you around Outback after this and teach you a lesson.
I guess that means that we have to continue the fluff, everyone. What a shame.
Welcome to the Valorant Masters Copenhagen podcast.
The Talkament.
The Talkament. Okay, well, let's actually talk about the bracket, because we actually just got an update today and where we're going to be moving in the future here. And as it plays out right now, if theoretically, Mimi, OpTic wins this game against KRU, but regardless, whoever plays this game, they're going to be facing off against XSET, making their stage debut.
Yeah, again, if this tournament keeps on going at this pace, if this pause keeps on going at this pace, I'm walking out there, I'm talking to the script writer in the truck, give him a handshake, because it's been crazy. We have, hypothetically, if OpTic win this.
Supposedly it's Yinsu.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know about that one. Allegations. We're not going to confirm anything here. But if OpTic win this match against KRU, they rematch against XSET. It's the regional grand final of NA rematch.
How many grand finals are they just going to go through?
Yeah, so many. And the thing is, also Europe is having one. FPX is going to play Fnatic.
That's hard for FPX because FPX has been thrashed about by Fnatic. Now there is a disclaimer because they keep saying we were sick during a lot of those games.
Yeah, but they also have, what, 1 day to prep since they have their main player back in Sugetsu? Like, even though he is your main player, it is still difficult to make that pivot after having changed a bunch to play with Cider to go back to the bog standard. That's hard.
Yeah. Absolutely.
No, I mean, it's a fair point, right? But you have to wonder, though, right? Like, I mean, obviously, you're very familiar with this FPX team.
Yeah.
I mean, if there's a team that will easily slot back into it, it would have to be them, right? Because their team chemistry is just, like, so profound.
It's good that you bring that up because we actually said in Reykjavik, the worst team in the world to have standards is Fnatic because their set plays and everything is so clinical that if you change one micro bit of it, it all falls apart. Whereas for FPX, they were forcing an Angel keeps saying, I want all of my players to be able to play any agent at any point in time and I can come in and do whatever. That's great. That versatility, jack of all trades kind of mentality and philosophy is all well and good. But I want to see it work in practice, and that's the kind of thing you're bringing up now is like, if FPX can do that, well, hell yeah, they're the jack of all trades. Give them a crown for that.
Yeah, but they may be the jack of all trades, but still, the stuff that they are good at is almost similar to Fnatic. I mean, a lot of the European teams have that similar idea of how to play the game. It's around the synergy. It's around, playing with that fade and that raise. And that's a tough thing to add a substitute into. Cider did a great job. Obviously, he got them to the point they needed to, but you could see some of the difficulty there.
Yeah. But I mean, I guess then on the KRU side as well, right? Like, there's obviously this, this pressure that they are feeling at the moment. I hate to use that word because it feels like such a cop-out word, and it probably is.
It is a little bit because you think about what Kesnan said. He goes, "Why do people underrate us?"
Yeah.
And it's like, that's a serious question. Like, we have to sit here as analysts and go, yeah, why do we underrate you? Why? I have to sit here and I'm a bit of a stats girl.
Groped at Iceland.
Well, that's the thing. I'm a stats girl. I look back at what you've given me. I calculate it and I spit it back out in a formulaic sort of answer. And I say, well, as a result of you placing here, and here, or going to every international event, you haven't done good enough for me to be able to rate you beyond a group or an early playoffs position. That's just fact. I would love to get on the Croupium. I would love to see them as the wrecking crew. Look, honestly, I love watching Kesnet play. But is it logical and right of me to sit here and oversell them? Absolutely not.
That's fair.
I asked production actually to inject a little bit of croupium into my lovely Red Bull here, and let me just tell you, Jess, it's delicious over on this side.
You know what I got injected? Cringe.
No,
That's cruel.
I don't think so.
I thought that was Chet's job.
I thought that was brilliant. I didn't know that. What is the croupium flavor? Is it like a minty berry?
You have to try it yourself.
You have to try. Okay, I'll get some in my Red Bull as well.
If it's pink, it's like hot pink. I'm thinking raspberry.
Okay.
I'm going with
There's
that.
different flavors.
Yeah, and by the way, this is the point of the show where we're at right now, where I'm going to talk about the jerseys, all right? Because KRU's rolling out here, styling, profiling, like the nature boy Ric Flair.
Tier list. I think this is the hard.
We're going to hard.
Jess, this is the hard-hitting analysis that everyone needs to hear. Number 1, KRU, beautiful pink jersey. Number 2, FPX. They have a Phoenix on there.
Number 3, wait a minute, Paper X.
Ooh, I actually put with Paper X number 2.
Above FPX.
Yep.
Above FPX?
Yeah, I would put it above FPX.
Okay.
I think FPX is in third.
Wow.
You can disagree. You can
underrated
FPX.
match found. That's tragic, Jess. Can't believe she do that?
Wow, just you would think EMEA and Joy are over here, just underrating FPX.
She's a turncoat.
I already know that my producer, shout out to you, Enrico, who is a lovely, lovely man, has already tagged me on Twitter, yelling at me for getting on the NA hype train. So if I do any other region hype train, obviously, you know, I love the Japanese region as well. I have a sneaky suspicion I'm going to get back to EMEA.
Deathmatch.
This event is just going to be
Warm
like,
up.
move to NA then if you love them so much. And I'm like, ah. So yeah, I need to get back on the EMEA hype train. That being said, I thought FPS.
Oh, okay. Well, I did as well. I was the only one up here. And then did Pansy and Hypoc give me my flowers? No, they did not. But the good news, everyone at home right now, is that we're moving on with the show. Woo! And we're going to be going to the map select. So let's go ahead and see where we're going to be squaring off here for our final game of the group stage between OpTic Gaming and Latin America's KRU. It's going to be OpTic's first veto, followed by KRU, as you guys can see on screen. Let's see what we end up getting here, BB.
Ooh, Icebox going out the window for OpTic. They banned this, I believe, in their previous matchup as well. It's a map that they were trying to integrate towards the end of NA Challengers, but they get rid of it here. They've decided against that. KRU get rid of Fracture. That's a strong suit for OpTic.
I was going to say, imagine they left Fracture in.
Yeah.
It's just a nightmare. At that point, you just, like, I would forfeit. I'd just be like, yep, I'm pressing the forfeit button. So they get rid of that and Split coming on in. I actually don't think that Split is as bad for KRU as it looks on paper.
I mean, I feel like that's kind of the consistent one for KRU, and it's actually looked very good for them as of late. They picked into this against Loud. You were talking about that banner that they played there, and it was excellent out of them. For KRU, though, they will elect into Haven here. This one's a little bit interesting for them. It's a really good map for KRU, but they've always shown a willingness to play here.
Bad way to go.
This is one of those maps where they really stuck by what they've done. They've been playing that neon comp for quite a while. I'm wondering if they're something or maybe going to change something up. I'm interested to watch that one, but we do get fine coming in this side.
Do you see them on the Haven? Because they've been banning that as well.
Sure.
That's something they obviously I actually thought they would put that as their...
I want to see the composition, but I think that it's quite favorable to them. Haven as well is a winnable one. I don't want to fully count throughout, but I would expect this to be a 2-0. I think the pool is solid for OpTic.
KRU has a 100% win rate if they win both pistols, 100% loss rate if they don't. Remember, to obviously win both pistols in a match. So that's very, very solid. Bit of a weird correlation, but I thought I'd throw that out there as something to keep an eye on.
Yeah, well, always good to have something that we can kind of, you know, pay attention to into the game. But folks, we're going to take a short break. We're then going to meet the players, and, you know, we're going to pick some agents, and then we're going to get some KRU and OpTic Gaming right here at VCT Masters Copenhagen. You know, we're going to see the baby on the other side.
Found the spot.
monsieur.
Dominating.
Welcome back, everyone, to Valorant Masters here in Copenhagen. Golden Boy here alongside with Mimi and Jesco. As we get ready for this game, I did want to let everyone know right now, just so that, you know, just clear the air with all of the wonderful homies in the chat. Part of the reason why we've been kind of vamping for a little bit.
Nice try.
Is feeling a bit ill. Don't have much more information beyond that, but obviously that does, you know, play a factor into
10 kills remaining.
Coming ahead, but also just, you know, the situation at hand here. So again, apologize profusely for having to fill so much time here. Hopefully we're mildly that humor is quite subjective, but, you know, honestly, I don't care. So, you know, looking forward though, I mean, with this information, maybe this does kind of, you know, affect things. I don't know if it'll affect it too much, but, you know, one has to wonder, right? Like, how that is going to really affect them, especially like in the comms and decision making.
Yeah, hopefully they're feeling better. Hopefully they're in a good place. I mean, obviously, half the team had COVID at that point. It's always tough with when those outside factors, excuse me, do affect your gameplay. But you just got to focus on the best, and I'm sure they'll still put up a great performance.
And real quick, abundantly clear, not COVID. So I just want to.
When you said ill, I was like, oh, maybe they ate something bad or something, and they just
fish cakes.
Kill whatever
You know,
it was.
fish cakes and catering.
Yeah, and you're right. The that are so completely underrepresented. We don't talk about it enough on the desk because, I mean, we obviously don't have the necessary training in it, of course, to be able to identify
Josh
it.
should be here. He like failed out of medical school. He should.
5 kills remaining.
Sorry. That was. He got kicked out of medical school. He got kicked out of medical
One or the other, but either way,
worse.
There's
it's
a
not as bad as it sounds on paper, but I'm not going to dive into it.
Josh, well, if he got kicked out, why would I want him to give me advice in medical?
No.
Because he has more training than me and you.
We had a
Sure.
whole podcast about this.
It was
okay.
All right, everyone. It is now time to introduce the players and bring them in. It's time for OpTic Gaming versus KRU.
Kill remaining.
Here we go, folks. OpTic Gaming versus KRU. Winner moves on into the playoffs. Loser is eliminated. Two stupendous teams just find themselves here at a crossroads, and this could go either way, genuinely. And I'm just looking forward to some good games.
At the end of the day, both teams are trying to prove a heck of a point here. One, for OpTic, they believe this is a baby step for them to get to the end goal. And second to that, KRU keeps thinking that we're all underestimating them. So show me right now, are we truly underestimating you? And do you have the sample data to go with it?
That's the real question. And for OpTic, it's just another hurdle. Get past this. Fight to defend your title. We're heading to Split first. And the compositions are interesting in this one. Against Loud, we saw OpTic make a pivot. They decided to go in towards the Fade Raise. It worked actually pretty well for them in that matchup. I liked it a lot better than how they were playing the Neon. But on the other side, it's been ages since we have seen this map out of KRU, so I'm not sure what to expect. Previously, they were playing the Sky Rays on this map as their initiator duelist combination, but there's definitely been time and room to make a change.
I should hope so, because for KRU now, whatever they come up against OpTic with has got to be the answer. It's got to be the key. I don't think it's the other way around. I think OpTic can continue to play whatever composition it is that has been suiting them on any map that we have coming up. But it's for KRU to answer that with their own counters if they want.
I just do not see OpTic maybe changing much here on Split. There's really no reason.
Where's the time? They came off of playing Split at 2 a.m. There's no way they've prepped another competition, and it worked so well.
This is the team that they sent home. This is the map that they sent home Loud on, right? This
such
is
a statement.
right here. So, we're going to be jumping into the Prime Gaming Agent Select in a moment here, but as the players get settled and ready to go, you can feel the tension in the arena right now. And that's kind of just a vibe, right? I mean, going back to what we were discussing before, OpTic are in this position, this lower bracket position that they certainly did not think that they would find themselves in.
Yeah, and for KRU, you've been here 5 times. You want to make it deeper than the groups in this one. The Agent Select is up now, and again, like we said, we're not expecting a change here out of OpTic. Maybe KRU would go to the Fade Race. They've played it on other maps.
Sky back in. Yeah,
probably not.
Probably not. Nags is obviously going to hit that chamber again. Klaus hopefully controlling the map if that's what they're looking for in Kesnet. Yeah, this is as per I would have expected. You got to think as well on the opposite ends of the spectrum is that outside of if you wanted to bring the Fade as well, of course we saw Finesse
might test.
How much more do you really do?
Yeah, I think.
OK，let's go。现在是 KRU 打 OpTic 的第一场比赛 VOG， 所以赢谁就会 qualify 去 playoff， 也就讲是 last chance for 这两个 team 啦。我们可以看到这里是选一个这是一个 split 的一个 map 来的。
teams play, but I am a fan of their KO.
Yeah, well, I'm a fan of jumping into this matchup. We hope you enjoyed the Jess and Mimi podcast.
然后我们可以看到就有 KRU 的选手，还有这个 OpTic 的选手。OpTic 这里的王牌就是耶是他们的 top carry 啊，但是也是有人讲他们这一次是有点 underperforming， 打到不是特别好。
I want to get into the game. Also, was it electrical engineer?
Yeah.
It was.
Yeah. I won't tell you more, though. Like
he did say tell you more.
I'm not going to do that. You can
go
somewhere else.
Last day of groups. The tournament does not get any easier after today.
It only gets harder. You have teams like Xset, Leviathan, you have Paper Rex, you have Fnatic, who a lot of people are thinking is the favorites. It only gets harder from here, but you have to get past here to start.
这是 Split 的第一场，也是一个抢中的一个 controller。OpTic 会抢一个哪一个 mid control， 反而是 KRU 这里会比较奇怪，他们打4个 A， 他们怕会 rush A。
But there's still a lot to clear. The smoke up in mail. If they can find the timing to cross, that's very important. But I don't think they're even going to go for it.
Knife across mid, not going to tag anyone. Note if they do decide.
他们打4个 A 的这个选择是对的还是错的呢？我们来看一看这个 OpTic， 哇，这个 pick 很美。这个 pick 是一个可以 trade 的一个 pick 的，就一个死了，可能还有另外一个可以反打，换人头。我是要打 B 啦，因为 A 不好打，应该是打 B。我们 Zeno 这边找到了2个人，看到3个人应该是，可是没有要 rotate 的意思。继续后个的，继续后个的。这个 Sky 这里，他们想打 Sky 呀。Sky 如果不配的话，我们是会拖很多时间的。27秒，时间27秒，看到了一眼。等这里他们3个人上了 Heaven， 打算打一个3个 Heaven， 然后2个 CT 的一个回防。首先 check 看 mid 有没有人先，如果没有人的话，再等买 CT 会到的。CT 也不拿，直接拿 Heaven 到完。OK， 很新奇的一个回防战术。为什么没有人看后面呢？这里是一个 free kill， 哦，维德一个都没有杀到。Oh my god， 这里 FNS 也是被找到了，虽然是换了一个，可是人家已经知道的对着 one situation。Oh my god， 这个 Viper 打到他，2个 Q。 应该是刚刚好。Oh my god, 0.22.
What's that?
What the fuck?
0.2 seconds.
Oh my fucking.
That was just round one.
Oh
It
my.
definitely is. And KRU is starting off right where they
哦
started.
，Crew
They had the
开
game.
局很完美，完美在这个0.22。
They had a ridiculous team clutch rate of 23%. And Klaus wasn't even one of those players who was leading
真
the
的
charge in the clutches.
很 lucky， 这个很 lucky， 因为他们没有拿 CT control 的情况下，你们5个人在黑门是没有被拖屁股，会的一个人没有杀到，那 FNS 只是杀到了一个人的。
Well played round from both sides, in my opinion.
接下来就打一个 default 的 1-2， 1-2-2 了。反正是进攻方这里啊 ，OpTic 还是选择哪一个 mid control。
Feel like there was a little bit of whiffing on the side of OpTic.
一个人选一个 mid control。
Either way, Victor's already got himself.
有没有人知道他进了？
They know that he's here. Look at the way Kesset's spamming through that smoke.
幸好没有这个 Victor 没有配，如果 Victor 配的话，直接 free kill for 那个给那个谁啊 ，Kenny Deuce brace 啦。他们的 Mac control 有点不是很好啊，那种 vision 很容易被偷屁股的这样的话。我耶这里一出又被顶哦，没有办法，真的是。
In this elimination game to start, Marv though took the fight right up into B main with that sheriff.
但这也是他们的一个王牌。
And ever since then, it's been so
既然你看到这里2个人，你杀了一个，他直接 TP 走，你完全打不过他。轻轻上直接被 headshot 了，还可以再打多一个 team， 没有了，已经很赚了，已经赚了一个人头了。这里是一个 A 的一个打，哦 Spectre， 2个人进了赛。 Nezet 拿掉一个人头，还有另外一个 one tap， 哦 shit clean so clean， 就是2个人就可以 hold 到那个赛了。他们这个 A 的这个 defense 打到真的很好一下。当然也是 equal round 啦。不过从战术层面来讲，是他们真的是打得不错，就他们放给他们进那个mid to A 那一边，因为他就知道我可以打，我可以打，我不怕你。第3场我们来到了这个不败打1扣2打 bonus round 了。哦 ，Crash 这里的一个 boost 上去，你这是 bush 吗？好像是 bush 来的。不是 bush 吗？我怎样看到？ Oh.
Once again, a flash in the face. OpTic, very surgical, man. Very slow, very methodical approach to all of these attack rounds.
还是想打 A，mid to A。
It definitely feels like everybody's on the same page.
因为在全部掉的情况下，
Look how they get into
这
that
个
rope
Canada
position.
Deuce
Both of them immediately.
除非
One right, one left.
未必他会丢一个 net 下去。
It is surgical, Doug.
net 拿来打弄了，这样你就进了的哦，没有人看的哦。这里 cross 可以打一个全打，看可不可以烧到 A， 可以烧到 A， 被扫死。OK， suspect 2个人知道2个人从 CT 来。 基本上现在是要哦，又被 flame 啊！这个 map control 很奇怪。我 crew 好像完全不知道有人在 flame 这样啊！你看，你看，你完全没有看这样的，根本就是。有一点难啊，给 crew 的 map control 有点奇怪，他们完全不知道那人就他们会放很多漏洞啊。你看他这个跳上来，直接杀掉。Victor 这里也是一个扫射了，他们都不知道人家进了 map control， 太差了吧？不是差，完全不知道他在这里。 如果你要打到一个顶级比赛的话，这样不可以啊！很多那种 timing 给人家抓到了呢。
again.
这里还是打一个1-2-2的一个阵容。
Slightly off play, so Victor's using that to take some information in mid, shouldering very much closer to the wall, and there's a gap, so he can see a lot.
他们的一个战术 set up 来讲啦 ，defense set up 来讲啦，就是给那个全部一个人打 A heaven。 会太 push 了吧？太 close 了吧？耶这里杀掉了。
Numbers in favor of OpTic. Spike nowhere to be had as it's still back at spawn.
And they don't even care though. They don't even care. 50 seconds, they know exactly how to win this round. They know where the pit is.
哎呦，
And the hero plays some crew.
这场副班应该是没了，2打4一个。Mazino 这里。
Very scared for what's to come.
Yeah, this is very concerning. I think if that is their approach, and if that came off of preparation, for as much as we've historically lauded OpTic for being disciplined, for being prepared, for having all of their protocols put together, it feels like a read is very clear right now, and it's crew are going to want to fight. They're going to want to be aggressive. Let's just sit back and wait.
Yeah.
Again, a testament to finesse, a testament to Chet.
And OpTic have been in this position a lot. The elimination game to qualify for playoffs. They failed it
跟
one
着一个
time
宝
at
枪
Champions.
啊，第4场。
They succeeded at Reykjavik.
They just like playing the game on hard mode, man.
And now
宝枪连输2场，然后下场是也可以复败，还可以复败。
felt like they were angry about the fact that they even had to do that. They knew how much more they had to play at that tournament, and it let us watch a
果然这个 map pick 是
well-oiled
OpTic 的，
machine.
我感觉 crew 好像不是很会玩这 map 这样。
Place at Reykjavik run.
他们的很多 map control 的 angle 啊，没有看好来，比较尴尬一点。哎呦，这个耶，这个 flip， 哎呦，这个看到又打了。
And I was actually concerned
2-2
going into this match because they don't have the OpTic buff, which is the revenge narrative, right? This is not a team. They have played crew in the past, but it's not a team that they played so far at this event.
Sword Force online. Yeah, gets flashed up. But again, patience.
With the 2 guns bought here, this is a dangerous round. OpTic still have to have that same discipline that they've been having, but the Prowler pushes off Nags. And they didn't get any space with it. A lot of times you'll see teams still try to go into that space, even though Nags is...
耶又被扫到空血了。哎呀
There's not going to be this rear aggro from crew in mid that they've been doing over and over so far.
crew 这里直接回防不了，丢一个 net 来防守一下，配合哦，配合这个技能扫死他。
4v5.
不要给对面抢啊，这个就是。
with the way that EA is playing, so they want to come back here. Mazino and Nags are going to receive, and they don't really have the smokes. Marv is on the other side of the map. He has to put them down if they want to actually challenge towards the EA side.
那这你要被摸死，站真的很不动。
I genuinely feel like we're watching finesse play chess right now. I really do.
哦，又在 headshot 多一粒，很美啊！这里 headshot 很关键的。这里耶应该也是死了，耶死了，被换掉。Nice， 这个 Sheriff 直接一个闪闪。这 Sheriff 很夸张的，3个 headshot 的这个。虽然讲第一粒是配合这个道具来讲去杀的了，不过第2粒这个 headshot 你看 one tap， 再接下来最后一个 kill 也是 headshot， 很美，这个 Ecron 打很美，不错不错。开始找到他们的自己的节奏了，他们还是会打一个 Reach 在那边，可能怕 rush。 还是打一个3-1-1啦，全部一个人守 A heaven 就够了。
His crew to be back at that form, so Klaus might be that guy that was missing in the narrative to kind of bring them back to that as well. Meanwhile, the pieces that we remember very clearly from KRU at Champions, Kesnet, Nags.
Mainly
they're there.
Mizzino gets sprinkled in there, but you're right. Those are the two.
Kesnet is still a top 3 player.
还是想打 A 的那个 Heaven，
He's sick, Doug. He's been sick the entire event so far.
全部已经在这里等着了，不要来了。先 check 一下刚刚那个位置，没有看到。这个 net 又劝退了一个，再加多一只狗，诶，狗用了。 没有狗的情况下，可以跳过去哦，这个是。OK， 确定了，是打一个 B Heaven 的一个 B 开大，你开大 double jump 进去 ，double jump 没有杀到人。哇，这个 tracking 可以。Extra 这里出来是干掉了一个 ，Extra 也是怕有。Game miss 掉他的 shot。
All the way down below. That's a great shot from Marv to keep this in their hands. He gets the second two.
3 kills, a 1v2. Kesnet
没有时间啊，没有时间plan了，不然你干他不是？没有时间 plan 了，你 supposed to hold 你的 plan 喂，又是一个不 plan 的。
And I have to say, that round fumbled a little bit on the execution from OpTic at the beginning, but it's Marv who saves them. He does everything that he needs, but Crashes is just not fast enough.
You know, what's interesting is we've been looking at these rounds, and again, OpTic's plan has been to play slowly at the beginning, feel things out, and for initially, it did not feel like it was a problem.
No.
Right? Like, it felt like they were towing this safe line of burn the clock down and then make a move, but it got him in trouble there.
这里那这已经拿到了一个 oh shit 被 scan 到了，不敢拉了，再拉的话应该会没。这场是要打 A 啊，这一场，但是 A Heaven 全部如果没有看的话啊，没人守啊 ，Heaven 又放了 Heaven long 又没有 control， 因为有 smoke。
Operator in the hands of Nags here. One yet to purchase, not the free one, unfortunately. Still a good bit of ways from that.
主要是看这个 NZ 的这个 op 有没有拿到人头。如果拿到人头的话，就没有这么难防守了。反正是 Sky 开大了，找一下 team。OK， 确定了，两个在 long， 一个在 heaven。确定是 A， 不用 rotate 啊 race， 就一直等嘛。Ready 他的 net 可以去炸一下，如果在 push 的时候。OK， 一放 smoke 直接丢，对面也知道他要丢了，就不动。
Smokes go down, no movement. Out from OpTic.
That's actually a okay. They drop the orb.
这33秒 confirm 啊，不会再换了，已经不够时间了。只要这里拿 Z，nice， 杀掉第一个人头，再 repeat 第二个人头 ，nice， 第三个，哎呦不敢了，不用了，赢了 ，nice。这里打到很美，就是他们用 Sky 的 Audi 确定了，他们一定是打 A， 是33秒不用跑啊。当然关键是拿 Z 这一个 op 没有让那个 race 跳起来，如果 race 飞进来的话，应该是一个很大的一个冲击。OpTic 这里加一个 time up， 第一个 time up 在第8场上发生，是有一个复败的机会，所以他们还可以加一个 time up 来布置一个新的战术。目前这个战术他们是一直从 mid 进。Mid 打 Heaven， 打 B 打不进，打 A 打不进，我觉得他们需要换一个 strategy。Maybe 试看打一下 Long， 就要加攻了，因为他 Long 一直让 Extra 一个人去拉 ，Extra 都还没有进到，他们已经死完了，连门口都进不去，这个就是主要的问题。OpTic 现在要解决他们怎么分布的一个问题。
OpTic here feeling the half at least kind of start to get out of hand. Go ahead and call a timeout.
看一下我们的表情。OpTic 最后的机会，这两个人生死局啊，谁赢谁留，输了拜拜。给了一个暂停，还有大概30秒左右。
And ultimately, they're forcing OpTic to be the ones who dictate the pace, them be the ones who make the move.
还是打中吗？还是打 mid， 死就要打你的 mid。这里呢再开 up 来看这个，哎呦 ，nice bait， 他把他第一枪跟他 bait 出来了，那再差1点死掉20 HP。 这个 scan 要 TP 了啦，没有机会了，走吧的。用 bot 来拿一下 information 啊，再看看。我觉得可以直接丢一个 net 进了噻。这么多枪线，直接丢一个 net 去想一下。还是想打 B heaven。Long 又没有 control。他们 check 了那个，哇，这个 net， 哎呦，这个 net timing 准啊！我就知道你要进啊，丢一粒。这样，你进不去啊 ？Sky 确定哦，那个 A 的 Heaven 没有人，基本上是确定啊是 B 的啦。Viper 就要等么的，他等要 push 的时候直接丢一个魔力在地上，你要过你一定会被中魔力，那就是这样的。丢2个魔力，你要不要进？你是已经1岁了。同时26秒，丢一个你，他们知道 Long 有人的 ，Long 一定有一个飞的。被开大来威胁你一下不是 ？Nice， 这里 FNS 没了，打得很不错的。所以就是很奇怪 ，OpTic 死都要打 mid， 他们 defend 来讲啊，有一个 Viper， 有一个 Race 这种道具流，你很难进的道具流。
How OpTic is trying to abuse the silence and the gaps and the execution timings that is typical. But KRU, I mean, Klaus with those 2 mollies, this is the reason. That's the reason why they get this prime gaming flawless.
Yeah,
it's super easy.
就是那2个魔力吧，直接打断你的节奏。你要讲，哦，这个太夸张了，在线上面去笑他 ，Oh my god， 很夸张，真的是。下一场还是可以复败这个 B， 但是没有机会啊，这一场输了就没有机会了，还有这一扣多一场。果然换一个战术哦，这里是打一个 B 的一个总攻，3个 B， 然后2个 B。毕竟他们是有奥迪的嘛 ，Extra 的奥迪 ，Race 的奥迪，还有一个 KO 的奥迪。哎，没有杀到这个关键哦，只要他不死，他还可以再回去开一个奥迪来打一个反打。一个 retake 是很强的 ，Extra 的 retake， 啊，也可以开一个 spot 啊，你要Race 开大招进去没有看到任何一个人，全部人就放了，一个大招没有了。现在 Crashy 的大招也是用掉了，剩下一个大招。OK， 大招用到完，3个大招用到完。这可以等啊，等这个 extra 大招掉下来。以外，首先用道具来扎一下后面，确定了后面 backside 是没有人的，他们知道现在是 CT， 还有 long。CT 也是知道的，只要 hold 着 CT 不是。那2个人已经看着 CT 了。哎呦，那是一个 hold 真的是很美，真的。哎呦 ，Crash 这里直接2个 Q。Oh my god。Crash 进到去 CT 那边再出回来，真的是。这个很关键啊。他们没有想到 CT 这么多人，这个就是 KRU 的一个防守问题。他的 CT 进了太多人，每一次防守都进了很多人，可以上 Heaven， 你可以在 CT 再出回来，太多可能性哦。他不应该一直放掉 CT 这一条路。因为打 B 很好用的情况下，他们会一直打 B。我用 Fate 来骗你的招，骗你的一个一个 Viper LD， 然后再来一个 B 的一个总攻。只要一 suppress 到，直接进，没有人，还是一样放。哎呦，换掉一换一，换掉E也是值得。哎呦 ，OpTic 这里，哎呦，还没想到还有人，在射门还得 scan。2打3还可以打，2打3。
Perhaps the gravity well can delay enough. Now Kesner choosing to go forward, pulls the trigger, satchels out. Marv, Molly in his lap, swings out and gets the shot.
哎呦，这里看到很明显，他们有一个问题就是 CD 啊，死就是让 CD 上来罢了。
But he got his.
He got it.
就是不要看他，就是要给他上来。这个 crew 的这里有个问题，还有就是他们的配合不是很好。你摸利尔人就后台一下。
Three rounds, excuse me, have gone in favor of OpTic. And if I'm wrong, once the timeline comes up, don't tell me about it. Either way, OpTic have been able to find something here, and the interesting thing here is it has been variety and pace too, right? You think about the last two previous rounds compared to the one that we just saw.
这里就是 crew 叫了一个 time out 了。
Crew kind of they stumbled trying to weather.
Sure, yeah. And potentially we were a little too quick to criticize the slow pace because it has put crew into a sense of security early on into the rounds, knowing, hey, OpTic's not going to hit for at least a minute.
我认为 crew 还是打得不错，他们主要是一直不看 CT。你看，如果 B Heaven 放 Race 跟 Viper 两个人守，不然 Viper 也是可以去 A 啦，放一个 wall 就好了。然后 Chamber 不用讲咯，死守 A 吧，你一个人就可以守一个 A 啊，因为 A 是一个单线嘛，只有一条路径。
For
Victor and Crash used to do the same, yeah. If it's not through picks, they're able to find timings on flanks later on. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. We still haven't seen like an explosive right off the bat full send, and you wonder, Bollock, to kind of what you were talking about earlier, there's a little bit of conditioning going on here, and that you lull crew to sleep.
Oh, fast.
Play slow, gonna play slow, and this is perhaps where we see it. The double satchel goes all the way up, the gravity well's there, but no one on the other side.
The recall as well, a classic A heaven take, and it can catch players that crew are putting here. Nags has played there in the past, actually twice.
这里 crew 把 Chamber 交去 B 守了，然后我们3个人守一个 A side。
He might get a lot of information. He might get a duel against Marv too. There he is. Crosshair literally on him through the wall, just holding the angle if he walks up. So not information based actually.
这里开始 commit side 了 ，extra 开始 rotate 来个总攻了，56秒。
Crew has a beat on what's going on. They know there's nothing walking up B main yet. Marv should be there at that time.
extra 这里
there's nothing in mid, so this hit is obvious.
可以看到很多人啊 ，extra。
But with that, they don't follow quite yet. Delzik dropping down into a sneaky little spot, but it doesn't look like he's gonna get challenged.
发现不对劲，打不进还是打一个 B 啊。
Immediately finesse
那
calls.
在这里 U，
As soon as that op shot
干这了 Heaven， 哎呦，走，去打 Heaven， 去打 A， 去打 A，rotate， 22秒，你要讲 rotate。你没有打掉 extra， 你怎么 rotate？extra 只要不动了，等到你 plan 的那一瞬间出来杀你，你也可以这样杀一个人8秒，还可以 plan。Heaven 这里可以杀到吗 ？Heaven 可以杀到吗？哎呦，这样都可以直接追到。但 CT 回防已经到了 ，CT 回防，只要一枪不的。 哎呦，这个 headshot 1v1 situation。
Ice in his veins. Can he do it again? Captain Clutch as Kesnet rotates around, and I don't know that Marv is waiting for it. Low health, he doesn't.
Nice.
Kesnet gets him. He takes care of him.
够时间。
And he's gonna get the defuse. Well played by Crew.
A series of reads was actually necessary for Marv. Needed to
这个 Marv 如果不是在那边 running 干啊，就死了他几百年前。running 干的冲，哎呦拿到 G 啊 ，nice， 神了4700多，连整个 team 可以覆败了。G 给那个 Viper， 然后开 LD， 全部开 LD 这里，哎，买 Spectre 啊，竟然不是买一个大枪。 不也是对了，因为工具人是省一点钱不用紧，反正是 OpTic 这里是一个 half buy 的一个情况啊。half buy 是打不过全部的 G 的哦。 宣布的机会比较快一点，尤其是这种 gap。Nice bit，nice bit， 他知道是 bit， 不要是没有办法了。哦呦，没有的 TP， 这个情况危险了，情况危险。哦，情况危险。哦 ，FNS。哦 ，FNS nice 这里。OpTic EA 这里开了一个大。哎呦，难搞啊！等 teammate 拉不了 ，double pick 了。哎呀，难搞啊！
And a lot of the formula was the same, Balla.
Yeah, it was. But they switched it up.
其实那这手段很好，他就是被一个大招跟他搞的，换赛了。
7-5 half once again between KRU and OpTic. Let's sort down to the desk to see what they think of that first half.
I loved what Balla said there. It's been a series of reads upon reads upon reads.
Yeah.
A great first half between these two teams. And just first and foremost, I mean, we just got to go into KRU. They have layers here. It's very clear this team. They put in the work.
You're speaking about reading. I think OpTic came into this particular map and have read KRU as the old KRU. I think with their new coach, Lazo and whatnot coming in, they've actually added that extra layer you spoke about. They don't overextend. I think you call it overheating, Mimi. I love that kind of phrase. I think that really talks about it well. They don't overheat in the way that they go.
Yeah, and there was a couple rounds that we want to take a look at here. The first one is a rough one for OpTic. They really let the clock whittle down, and I think that was the issue early on.
Yeah.
You pointed that out. They were holding for aggression from KRU. That's old KRU. This new KRU was not giving anything in the early round. OpTic struggled against that, but later in towards this half, things started to change. You see in this one, to get off the plan, it's just not enough time. But this round is a little bit better. Really nice execute out onto B. OpTic changed the pace. They have a post to play with, and they actually push two players deep in towards spawn. Hold the space there, and are able to lock things down in the late round. Changing up that pace, coming in with these new ideas in the latter part of that half was excellent out of OpTic, and it really feels like the FNS standard. Slow start into a map, figure out how your opponent plays, build.
You said latter part of that half, it took them 8 rounds until I really felt confident they understood that KRU weren't going to come and give them defensive aggressions. That's really a late read, but I will give them that they have prepared. And Marved, man on your screen, who was able to give a really good, yet again, consistent performance, regardless of being sort of, 2 rounds deficit at the half. But I mean, on an attacking half, that's not too bad.
No matter what, this guy is fragging defense, attack. It does not matter to him. But really what I'm looking towards is him and also this Fade Raise combo that OpTic brings when we pivot in towards that defensive side. That's where comps like this really shine. And KRU, I fear that they may struggle to play up against that. The question is, have they found enough rounds on their defense?
All right, well, let's jump right back into the action here. The second half is underway. Balla, Doug, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, GB. Yes, KRU with a 2-round lead here. They were a bit too much for OpTic to handle initially. They played things away that was perhaps unexpected, and off of that, and off of Klaus's 13-8 performance, by the way, that has us where we are here on a Viper, too. I mean, come on, what more can you ask for?
Yeah, it's really, really good from him, but also I love the way that they're moving Nags around the map. It's going to be different here, though, on this attacking side. See if they go for the traditional Viper plays. This time they're actually set up.
来，让我们一起来看这个下半场。下半场 OpTic 的一个防守是1-2-2的一个 setup， 然后进攻方还是老套路啊，还是会打一个 mid 的一个进攻。EA 直接夹住了过点。他们两个人就知道，一就是不要理那波，二就是先打掉他。这里他们就不要理了，假装好像没有人这样，这是一个心理战吧。然后不懂会不会看到耶的手，这里应该可以找到耶的那狗进去，我也是没有看到。哎呦，这个耶 one shot， 知道有人了，没有杀到50 HP。哇 ，OpTic 这里 low 啊！哎呦，这里换了一个。 看到 Nick 快跑，现在7 HP 会马上死掉。那 Swiper 这里啊，1打1的情况下，还是蛮有机会的。这里等那个 smoke 一掉，或是他一 pick， 哎呦，很，哎呦 timing， 差一点可以杀到这个。
sticky spot. They're gonna have to make a decision, and they're segmented.
双架这里没有办法。
Spear, he falls. Now you're gonna
虽
see
然讲两个都是 low 的。
with Delzik pretty far behind, and the thing is, there's not enough time for them to wait this out.
Crew 的第一场打到有点稀碎啊，被耶直接破掉了，然后第二题 timing。Nice try， 第一场 ，OpTic 拿下第一场。再讲每一 crowd 应该是chip比chip的一个开局。也是equal了，直接出鸟。这里耶幸好少这一个人哦，虽然没有换到了，能再换到一个人这里，完美，已经打得很好了。Split jiggle， 有点累样啊你。这里 crew 做了一个。 很 B 的一个决定，我就知道一定会这样啊！你全 B 你就一了，被直接 line up 杀完了，一换二击中，还有一个人打到3、4血，一个 flash， 这里一个 right click， 一个 nade， 完美。我就知道了，你这么慢慢走一定是 line up 的 ，unless 你直接 flash 然后 rush 进去 site 里面了。 这里尴尬了。
Surprisingly, when you look at it, OpTic has no top 10 ACS players.
Yeah, which is just so uncommon. I mean, that's so unexpected.
这里7比7开局，双方负败。
For most teams, that means you're eliminated from playoffs. And normally for OpTic, they
哎，
have
不是负败，这是 bonus round 哎，这一场。
So far this series, he's playing decently well, but the tournament so far has been quiet until that last map, last series against the second place, the rematch of Reykjavik Grand Finals.
Crew here on the first gun round that they're going to have, or that they've had so far in the half.
现在这里 team 的 carry 啊，全部都给到了那个全部。哦呦，这个头给他看到，哎呦，这个真的是。
That angle is not real.
真的
The reason why you
it's
can
not
shoot that is
real.
because Nags is just jumping up on the ledge. There's like a little bit of height that is exposed, and Ye takes advantage of that with crosshair placement. That is crazy.
看一下锅底，应该可以杀到2个人。Nice， 第3个是杀，有没有 A 是？应该是也是想拿 A 是。Larry Giri 是不要给他，好啊，哎呀，躲在左边。哎呦 ，timing 啊，没有 A 是。你 bomb drop 啊，大佬，你还是狗啊！其实 hold 你们，我就知道你没有办法。不需要宝枪吧，直接去打了。
Yeah, they don't want to push into the sewers. Still time to chase him down. But they're not going for it. Only Marv who has
哎呦，又死了，又没拿到。
everything going for him, and I think he also hunted specifically to get that Cosmic Divide up online. At least that's the feeling I get.
And off of that, you're absolutely right.
哎呦，就这样一个头了，都给他杀到。
Here's the ledge. Like, you see, he walks a step forward and the angle's gone already. That's what I'm saying. I just don't have the words to describe what it is. What a round from Ye. We just talked about how he's usually at the top of the leaderboard, and I think he might be there after this series if he continues like that.
Yeah, he's certainly flirting with the idea. +3 so far. OpTic with 1 round lead here on Split. Worth noting, this is their map pick. Crew with nothing on this buy here. Light armor, really the whole way, but just pistols.
And that's a conversion as well for OpTic on the bonus round. Not something that they're typically doing.
And pretty freaking clean conversion too.
Yeah, they're below average on bonus round conversions.
Prowler giving off the idea that there's at least something to worry about. Up in mail, up in heaven. A second Prowler to confirm any sort of doubt that may have been there. since then gone. 1 minute left in the round. You've got Ye holding things down with the tour de force. Gonna walk right into his crosshair. I thought for sure he was gonna get a clat there, but Nags ultimately falls.
Going back for it. This is starting to look really easy for a number of different players.
You really feel the gut difference. I mean, it's just so difficult to do something here. And while Crew have done well to drop 2 rifles out of the way,
okay,
Kesnet has got
1v2 situation 还是有机会 1v2 situation。
30 seconds left. He's gonna
哎呦，耶这里已经 耶醒了啊 ，He's weak。
Really good stuff from OpTic.
打了一个连赢4场，7比5打到7比9啊 ，Crew 你叫一个暂停吧，大佬。
This starting to look like a must-win round for Crew. They gotta break this streak. It's 4 in a row for OpTic now.
Crashies is
5 in a row.
8,800 credits.
Yeah,
that guy's big chillin'.
主要是防守方就 OpTic 的策略是跟上一场 Crew 就刚刚上半场 Crew 用的是差不多，也是1-2-2的一个设定。不过这场比较特别，我们把 Ye 叫来这边，因为 Ye 是有拿 G 的，如果他可以打 line out 的话 ，OK， 没有看到 Marv， 然后他 bid chamber bid for 他。 哎呦 rotate 了，幸好很 lucky 这个 Marv 如果可以敲屁股的话，应该是3-4个 Q 的。
Not for me, and nothing has happened. That's what it felt like you just did.
It was anticipation, okay? I thought they were gonna walk. And it doesn't seem like they can walk into mid either. So again, there's still plenty of time here. But the nade pushes him back just a tad.
There's plenty of time, but they
应该是一个打 A 啊。
any goals of a normal
通常这种情况下 ，B 根本进不到的话，他们知道有 Ye 的 G 在的，应该想打 A 还是想打 B？ 太有人加在这个场里面的，不理解。应该是打 A， 因为 A 比较安全。如果他们 C 的话，很容易可以进到 side 的。
Site itself. You mentioned the cosmic divide. It falls. And now Crew are gonna have to push their way in.
就看这里吗？
It was almost like the beginning of the round. He was hiding in a ratty little corner, and he's still able to get
13
one
秒，13秒
in favor of OpTic.
13秒没有 check 到 side。No， 完了不是？没时间。
And he does. OpTic get to 10.
Oh my god， 这个 FNS 玩到他咕咕里。
OpTic's momentum feels unstoppable right now on this defensive side.
这里主要是我们那个 crossfire 那个 elbow 进的时间慢过那个 NZ， 它虽然是很快了，不过还是慢了一点。哎，难受！一个5打了一个连赢5场啊，5 win streak 7比5变成7比10。一看哦，这一场赢多数是没有啊。 除非南 Z 这里他的 G， 南 Z 的 G 杀掉了 Ye 的话还是有机会的。哇！他后这么抬都没有杀到他。用 net 来阻止了第一波，但是没有用啊。他不 wipe wall 这么大块，然后继续 race。 应该会丢一个 net 出去阻止他一下，他也是丢一个魔力。哦呦 ，nice flash！
Crew trying to brute force their way into this thing, find some sort of anything to get momentum going back their way. Crashies. Oh my gosh, he jumped on his head. He stomped on him like it was a Goomba.
他们讲3、2、1，进！而且跳去他的头上面，跟他来一个爆头，物理层面上的爆头，一脚踢爆他的头。
Put him on a poster.
Put it on the.
There's the timeout.
Put it on a poster 也是可以，蛮帅的，世界名画。
Here for Crew, this is perhaps one of their last gun rounds, and really, they're not going to have very many other options to invest heavily. They're not going to have very many options.
笑到他傻。
Oh no. The nice thing is, dude,
笑到他傻的。
he's such a good guy. He would just stand there the whole time. He's like, hey man.
这个 time out 了，没有办法了，对。
This is starting to look like a stomp.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, Ball, you think through this and you go, well, OpTic, while obviously it's OpTic, right? Like statistically, their bread and butter is defensive halves, and I think we're seeing that here.
Sure. They were one of the best in NA. And at the beginning of this tournament, you probably couldn't say that they were one of the best, but we still have such a low sample size. This game, it definitely looks like it. They are ripping apart a crew who is kind of similar to a lot of the original NA teams in the sense that they're fluid-based, right? They call a lot on the fly. They don't necessarily have insane set strats. They have good ideas for the bonus rounds, for all their rounds, to be honest. But right now they need some sort of craziness because this deficit doesn't look like that large. But OpTic has gotten 7 rounds in a row.
Not that large. Bro, come on.
It's 4 rounds. We've seen so many comebacks like this. So I'm not counting it out. The problem is this deficit in the momentum, the deficit in the streak. If OpTic close out 9 rounds in a row, and that's not a good start.
这里好跳，这里好跳。正常顶级的队伍都是这么跳，他们会一个跳 box， 一个跳下面，这样你就不会一下子可以讲啊 ，line up 2个人一起秒掉了，他们还可以 trade 掉你。就算死了一个也是可以 trade 另外一个。真的，这个顶级队伍都会这么做。
So tools to close out the round. But for now, OpTic is making a gamble stack towards A. All 4 players remaining, and they're going to take the fight to them.
在这里就是赌了，他赌 A， 赌你们会打 A。
And this Seekers, wait, hold on. 2 of them went towards A. Still 1 went back towards B because Ye's there.
确实他们赌中了，问题是你可不可以防下来这一关才是重点嘛。哎呦，真的是这个魔力再加上他们的一个奥迪，吓到对面跑了。追这人 ，OK， 追不到这里，还可以再打多一场。 哎呦，没有看到这个 timing，Marv 这里进了 CT， 进了 screen 不是进了 CT，nice flash 没有 flash 到任何人 ，Ye 这里没写一个 shot。哎呦 ，Ye 还 pick 他做么就 plan boom 了，14秒你没时间了，不用 plan 了。Ye 杀不到 ，Ye 杀到，后面还有2个人没了。不要再想着去打架了，你真的连 boom 都没有 plan 到，你去对面打架的。 OpTic 这里一个豪赌啊，4个人守 A 点，12比7拿到一个赛点 match point。副败打副败这一场，没有奥迪，有一技能。这一场 crew 哪想翻的难，他们进攻完全找不到一个节奏点，可以看到很明显他们不知道怎样进攻。哎呦 ，Ye 这里又杀一个 ，Marv 又杀一个，2个偷了，现在剩下3个人。现在想要 rotate 太迟了吧？ 那再杀多一个，再 pick 多一次，哦，没了。现在 wipe 一个人 ，rotate 又不可以 ，HR 这里又进不到，没了。准备下一场吧。
There is no saving grace. There's no saving grace at all. 13-7 in favor of OpTic as they take care of Split. The map that was their pick, but now we turn our attention to Haven. Now we turn our attention to a map that is Cruise. It was favored for them, and they put on one heck of a performance last time we saw them there.
Yeah, they did. They absolutely did.
不过也不可以怪他们，主要是这个 map pick 是这个 map pick 是 OpTic 的 map pick 来的，所以。 看得出了，不会打这个，不是这么熟练，不是这样不会。
So we might actually go right back the other direction in terms of the maps that the teams have been prepping, the maps that the team has been playing. Because, like I said, KRU banned Split. So while it might look like OpTic dominated them, this might just be KRU who hasn't really prepped Split that hard. You know?
I mean, but they look good in the first half.
They did.
Right? Like, for as much as OpTic were trying to play pace, trying to kind of find holes, the truth is, while it caused some problems for KRU initially, right? They took the lead. They had an excellent halftime score. They were looking cozy, but I think it was Mimi who asked on the desk, is 7-5 enough? Yeah. Right? Like, was that enough for them? And the truth is, there were, I mean, no
score line would have been.
Yeah, exactly.
A 12-0 would not have sufficed, but that's what it feels like. Because that was a perfect half from OpTic.
In really every sense of the word. But again, now we're going to turn our attention over to Haven, a map that Crew looked very good on. And the good thing is, you're not going to have to wait for long. We'll be right back.
I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it, nah, you cannot stop it.
接下来等第二场了，第二场是 Crew 的一个 map pick 来的，是一个 Heaven， 他们打到其实 Heaven 蛮好一些的，当然我觉得他们打最好是 Icebox 啊。看一下第三场是不是打一个 Icebox？ 刚没有看到他们选的 map， 对，是 Bind， Bind 也是还可以的，双方的一个 Bind 的战绩。现在总的来说是 Crew 0-1的输着。看看我们可不可以在这个 Heaven 这边翻盘，让我们等等吧。
There's a new dawn. I can feel the rain come down. I love the moon of our ends today. I can feel the rain come down. I love the moon of our ends today. I can feel the rain come down. I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it, nah, you cannot stop it.
Welcome back, everyone, to the desk here. Golden Boy alongside Jess and Mimi, and OpTic Gaming showed us all why they really like to play on split here, because that was, as the famous words of good old JR, which, by the way, Mimi is another professional wrestling reference, would once say, that was, in fact, a slobber knocker of a match there. They absolutely crushed Crew in the defensive side, Jess.
Look, if we're going into wrestling references, I don't watch it that much, but I can kind of feel like if I was in the ring, then they would be right up against the ropes and they were just getting pummeled over and over.
Loving this.
That's a good one.
Yeah, look, that's as close as you're going to get.
I was going to say like an elbow drop from the top rope, Macho Man Randy Savage.
No, he went from the top rope, but they kept going over and jumping.
So, how about some Valorant, guys? Let's take a look at our MVP breakdown. I'm the host now. I'm taking your job because you can only talk about wrestling.
I'm going to take you to a professional wrestling show one day, Mimi. You can't stop me. But yeah, in any case, so I mean, you know, Jess, just going back to this point, OpTic did look fantastic here, right? Crew did not manage to put the spike down a single time.
Did they even get it close to the side? Did they even get it within the parameters of the perimeter upon which you can plant?
Maybe once.
Maybe once. I think they were locked out of every single site. There was not a site there. They should have gone to another map and tried, because at that point they had no hope on split.
Yeah, it was absolutely absurd. There was 2 rounds where he picked out here. I mean, Marv, it was insane. This map, everyone was stepping up for OpTic. I think their composition just works so incredibly well on this defensive side. There's just so many layers of utility to get past. And Crew's style, they oftentimes are starting these executes pretty far back, so they are just running into so much utility. The Astra pulls, the mollies coming out from multiple agents on this lineup, as well as just the C-Naze combinations. I mean, even though Victor wasn't having an insane game individually, his nades were locking them out so many rounds.
It's just an impressive display, and you know, to put a spotlight on a play. Oh, we're gonna talk about him again? All right, I guess so, because Marv is the star of the show.
He just keeps making us talk about him. It's so tragic.
He's so good at this video game, Mimi. So good at this video game. But Jess, Marv really is just, he is the star of the show. Seriously, he's just so good.
I have a smile ear to ear that we get to bring up yet another full screen about Marv, because it goes into my storyline that he is the best player in the world. I truly do think he doesn't even have to be flashy with it either. He understands map.
He has a 50% headshot rate. I don't tend to be a big stats person, but that's pretty absurd. He's a
Vandal
this
lover.
Map.
He's a vandal.
He's just a Vandal connoisseur.
He's a Vandal enjoyer.
The Fish Vandal is hitting
Yeah,
different
which is
Marv.
the skin I use, which is maybe why I like him even more. No, to be fair to him, it's not just that he gets a lot of kills, it's that his understanding of the map and the game sense upon which he is using his ability. I think game sense is something that we don't talk enough about. Map knowledge, being able to position yourself on the map is really crucial, and that's why he gets a lot of advantages.
People say Astra's the hardest role to frag on. Not for Marv. Not an issue for him whatsoever. His understanding of how to play the controlling role is impeccable. Just an absolute standout performer, and pretty much everyone on OpTic can have those moments. Marv has just had the consistency as of late.
Well, you know what though? Let's focus back over here for a little Crew love, because before we jump back into our second map here, we're gonna see some clicking of the heads here. You know, that I, by the way, can never reproduce because I'm nowhere near as good as this guy. We actually are gonna be taking a look at the Crew's Mazzino, as he's gonna be doing our aim lab shoot around here, and Mazzino so good. That's the thing about this team, Mimi, that, you know, I don't want to take anything away from him. It was a trouncing on the defensive side for OpTic, but Crew is a fantastic team that when they are hot, and I hope they find that second gear on Haven.
Yeah, and for Mazzino, I think there's actually a really good chance that they do. On Haven, OpTic has been playing the same composition for quite a while. I mean, we've basically called it the OpTic comp at this point, in playing in towards that neon, and I think that it's become readable. Crew was even a team that was previously playing on towards that one. They've since moved on, have changed up their composition that they're playing here, and it's been really stellar for them. So I think there is a great chance that they could claim Haven here.
All right, and we'll continue to discuss more about that. If you're just joining us here, you know, maybe you missed game one. Let's go ahead and catch you guys all up to speed, because after a half that looked rather good for Crew, OpTic then decided that they didn't want to let Crew play their attack half, and they just dominated 13-7 to end out split. But now, Jess, we look forward here toward Haven, and there is an opportunity here for Crew to maybe catch OpTic here off guard.
I don't know how many simulations of the map ban and pick that I ran, but at no chance did I have. Well, there was a couple of opportunities there, but I thought they would ban Haven through and through. Why? Because after what Crew did, that was the only map they were able to snag against Loud. There were so many variables that come into running those map simulations that I thought they would value that as a high-strung map for Crew, especially with recency bias adding that extra 20%. So for me, I'm sitting there going, they should get rid of Haven. It's something they already banned. That's where we're going. They get rid of Icebox, and I was like, I don't know what to expect, because you've clearly allowed this to go through. You must have a plan because you know it's going to be picked. And what they did against Loud was pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, I'm always going to be the devil on the shoulder saying, is this a comp change? Did they let this through for some big brain reason? I'm not sure if that's the case, but this is still a comfortable map for OpTic. I don't hate they got rid of Icebox. It's just very, very stellar map for Crew, to be fair. Mazzino in particular, that is like his home ground. So I am actually okay that they're headed to Haven in this one. However, for Crew, I think it is a great opportunity opportunity for them to build back in towards this series.
Yeah, this is a great opportunity for KRU, and if they manage to do so, we'll be taking a trip over to the dusty map of Bind, excuse me. But
in Frankfurt. How's your German?
Well, not that great. My English isn't that great either. So and I've made that joke 4 times this entire event, and we got a long show to go.
It's not even Frankfurt. It's in Morocco. I take it back.
Oh, come on, Jess.
You looked at me and you're like, no, and I was like, hang on, why am I thinking
Step
Frankfurt?
your geography up, bro.
Oh man, that's my bad. No, it's Morocco, and I don't speak.
This has been the most confusing 10 seconds of my life. I don't know where I am.
Bless you, Mimi. We are going to be jumping into the Prime Gaming Agent Select for this map, Haven here, as soon as that is going to be ready to go. Also another thing, a note here, and there it is, the Prime Gaming Agent Select is underway, but, obviously, you do have a player on KRU feeling a little under the weather as well. Does contribute, not to take anything away from OpTic, but, that also can play a factor in here, and here we go, we're getting the picks.
Picks coming through, Mizuno goes back to the Fade, Klaus back to the Breach. This is the comp that they were playing previous against Loud. You were talking about it. They were dominant in that game. The Fade Raze combination, I think, a big part of that.
I love it. Fade Raze, how many teams have just comboed that so well? And on the side of OpTic,
they're back to it.
Yep, hit it. Why not? I love it. Plus, I actually think that out of all of the controllers and all of the agents, my favorite to watch Marved on is Omen.
Sure, but there is a bit of a change. I didn't notice it at first, but it is the Breach subbed out for the KO. So a slight difference from what they've playing in the past. And I think that actually adds a lot when you're playing against a non-Neon comp. Breach becomes all the better because with a Neon, you can just get past that stun, especially when you're fighting for places like C-Long for, say, lobby control. But when there's not that Neon to pace past the stun, you get a lot more value out of the Breach.
I prefer the Rolling Thunder on this map as well. So, yeah.
Well, you know what? It wasn't quite the full composition change that we were wondering, but we did get a little taste of something new. A lot of games have gone down to the wire this week. Let's find out if that's going to happen again. Here is going to be Dala with the cast. That's their Brangelina name.
How do we feel about Dala?
I feel great about
Bala. You feel good about Bala? Dala, is that what we are? Is that all we're worth? Bug. Bug sounds better.
We're worth $1.
I prefer Bug. Either way, we turn our attention over to Haven. Again, KRU looked so good on Haven, man. Kesnet was a proper menace. Last time we saw him around, he was running circles around Loud.
He was 24 and 15. The dude had 198 ADR, so
that's pretty good.
If there's any hope, it certainly is that, and we'll see if he could actually replicate it.
And it really, Bala, it felt like, I'm going to mess this up, by the way. I'm going to call you Dala at some point. It really felt like Kesnet made his living off of this half right here. Right? It was on the defensive half that KRU just kind of ran amok all over Loud.
Yeah, they really did. He was flanking A so often against Loud. I don't think that's going to be a problem for OpTic because that's their focal point.
I agree.
Especially with Breach in the mix for FNS. They're constantly playing for A control.
That's exactly where they're headed. You see Ye starting to scurry his way down short. Early flash. Victor goes forward. Victor gets the kill, and well, that's what happens when you play Neon. He's just able to do that. He's going to get healed up too. Not satisfied with just one. Man, I thought he was going to go for it. Finesse gets the spike down.
Test.
Could have gotten some value in that smoke, but opted to play it safe, even though the stun was clearing it.
这里好可惜啊，没有杀到啊 ，heal 满了都。FNS 这里不用动啊，又可以继续 heal 他，90、90、100。
Ye's falling. Do they know that Victor's there? Yes, they do. Marv's still playing down in hell though. He's going to continue to be a problem. Finesse not able to find anything.
估计还有机会直接 rush 直接 right click，nice。哎呦，这个KRU的回防真的好厉害，果然是他自己的 map pick。刚回防都没有什么死人的衣服。就他们那技能啊，那些配合真的是很好。看清楚一点，在 replay 的时候，如果有 replay 的时候，就基本上就是丢一个，就像不1打1，拆完全部1打1，然后这里 cross 一个 run， 应该直接把它秒掉了 ，nice。真的打到他，哎呀，你不如跟人家 respawn 不好啊。并且我们这里来看第2局，一个是 Econ， 然后再打一个。哦，这里炸到好了，没有 check， 他炸到还没有 check。没有，知道 TP 了，尴尬了。
Marved still up to being Marved.
And we talked about Kesnet. Oh, they're walking on site right now. Nags is trying to re-clear.
And it's quiet. Oh, he swings around. Nags falls.
哎呦 ，Victor 这里又把他给他干死，好尴尬，真的是。第二次，同样的剧本。哎呦，耶这里还shot的哈。这个 retake 又比较难了，2打5，没有这么容易了。Why？ 你打1Q 打1Q 都这么难的吗 ？Flawless 的一个1Q 为什么？ 就with 的一个人进了赛，然后耶后面再补上一个伤害了，这么离谱的吗？这个 Muffy 是 headshot。
And then they just walked out on site after the initial punish. They recognize. I thought that they weren't going to be able to find that value, but because Nax TP's off, there's nobody on the site there for crew. And initially,
哎呦，就离谱我这一枪。
there probably could be somebody else.
哇 ，crew 你的1Q 啊不。
Makes the call to walk on. So I was talking about. We saw it last round, but this time, crew challenging because they're just on pistols. And Victor's out so fast.
Victor 还是打得很好，他的那个Leon rush 到快，给不给不重要，快。
Nags is trying to peek on top of the box inside of B, and Ye is ready for him.
这里我们可以看一下，他们是在打一个全种啊。我知道你有对的，我1Q round 我就是要 push 你，看有没有机会。 结果就是没有了，被1比1这样烧的完。
That crew cause so many problems for Loud. You see them try to dial it up. They try to find the same level of success, and OpTic prepared for it.
It's the same script over and over for OpTic. Cut noise.
没了，那是第。
See what the other team is going to do because when you get first 2 kills. This is how you make these rounds Prime Gaming flawless. Like, you make them make a play, and that play was walking down mid, and it cost them completely as Marv just destroys them. There's the push from Ye onto Nags. Very confident to swing that with the flash.
Look at Marv smirking. he so knew what was gonna happen. Bro. He goes, bro, we were right.
I guarantee you, Finesse is saying something sus. Finesse is saying something. He's like, dude, watch them walk down mid. And Marv's like,
打一个配合，炸一下这个 shot。OK， 确定要炸到人。
They have an operator in the hands of Nags. Victor and Crashies both with the Spectres. And again, they make some noise, and then they cut it. Volume
哎呦，第2场不是状态掉的这么快的吗？
Because the smoke gave Victor a way to be in a really weird spot in the open when it fades. Plus Marv was there too, and he TPs across. A lot of control here for OpTic again.
哎呦，打一个 timing， 这里没有看啊 ，crew 很。OK。
Okay. Well done out of him for him to be able to take care of Ye. It seems like Spike's actually going to go C, but the thing is, Marv is still at A. He doesn't have ult to get over there quickly. Are they
在少爷那瞬间知道他们要打 C 了，肯定的。这个飞的这个窝有点短，但是要 rotate， 直接 rotate 的。我们进了 A side 确实 rotate 比较好一点。
Being able to spot him.
Oh, he's up in heaven too. There's no way they expect this.
这里 Race 不知道有没有知道 ，Race 不知道呢，他开了大了的这么明显，然后再 flash 一个下面的那个 entry CT entry。但是自己觉得还是不要冒险了，op 去打他的话，没有必要。
You just assumed that he had fallen, that he had perhaps given up the angle.
It's so weird too because Mazzino had such great awareness earlier in the round.
Yeah. 3v3 here though. Still trying to figure out if they want to go for it. It seems like they do, or at least send 2 of them and perhaps save the op if it doesn't go their way. It doesn't seem like it's going to be the case. Victor gets 2, and yeah, Nags drops Finesse. I'm really surprised he tried going for it anyway. I guess, yeah, the op's not going to... Well, it is Neon.
Yeah,
He's happy to have that. I mean, yeah, I think you're right there. A little weird from Nags.
To go for it, yeah.
Exactly.
这个欧盟没人看啊，可是你欧盟 TP 上面之后没有人 check 这个才是重点。
Yeah, I mean, look at this replay right now. He's literally all the way back while his teammates are up. So yeah, that is the idea, but also.
7-1-0的一个 Neon， 打一个 small buy 吧，不算是 equal。哎呦，好的被人在惊死。继续，我开火。哎呦 ，Crash 这里2个头，再拉这里就3个头了。还有这个回防是打一个 long 的一个回防 ，T spawn 的一个回防。哦，不打了，我打不过你，我跑。
Regionally looked quite bad on Haven at the end of the season.
这样看下去啊 ，Crew 没有机会了。不是枪的问题，是他们乱的问题。这里应该是啊，太小。EA 的手感比那个南 Z 的好太多了。不过 Crew 厉害的地方就在于他的韧性很高，每一次可以打到 BOP 的 OT 那种，他的韧性真的超高。这还没有结束，不要紧张。毕竟这是 Attacker map 嘛 ，maybe Attack 赛的时候会有点 comeback 啦，最少你要拿一个3分到 9 curse， 用 curse 来 curse 对面。哦 ，for the Sprite Gaming 这里是一个 time out for Crew 的一个 time out。 他们这里的问题出现就是在防守到很奇怪，那全部人都没有木的，不可以这样啦，士气上来讲，上来一点啊。
Yeah, again, back on Split, I said they need something crazy, and I'm referring to them trying to get like a clutch, a big multi-kill moment from Zeno, which he's been fantastic at the entire event. But I think they really need to get Nags going here, and to do that, they need to put him in the positions to actually fight, right? Because so often he's playing by himself on long and having to TP out immediately because Victor throws a stun, right? That's happened twice. One time he even died because the smoke faded and Victor was just sitting in it.
Yeah.
Twice he's been picked by Ye just holding angles, right? The one on C long just last round, the one on top of B.
这里打算打一个 A 啊 ，Bridge 会直接炸那个塞啊，很难一下。OK， 我们有 TP 上去，这一次我看还有没有人不 check 这个海路。哎呦，这个彼得全程射的过去，一点机会都不给他。问题是他还拿bomb ，Oh my god！ 这是。
4v4 here, Nagzet has joined the party. You see that sort of force shot going just a bit wide, but now they know it's on the other side. And OpTic plant their feet in the ground. Nothing really being given here.
Both seized.
哎呦，耶这里再拉出来干 CT 的，没了。
Not able to find any value. Victor gets 3 on the round. OpTic get to 5. And they're showing no signs of slowing down.
又是一场 equal round。
Ended the first map on Split.
不要再抢起枪了。
Unbelievably long streak of rounds. A perfect defensive half. And now after losing the pistol, they've won 5 in a row. And it's always just so nice. Finesse is having fun, and when those smiles are out, when he's laughing, you know he's laughing at the other team.
Crashies with the Trailblazer is going to spot Klaus on the other side. Got the
哎
showstopper
呦，这里
right
酷的
around
一
value
个
mid, and that's certainly going to
大
help.
招，炸一个人，但是也不
Crashies
错
falls,
吗
but？ they're going to funnel their way onto C again. Klaus
哎呦，看到一个 TP 竞赛的 CT 还没直接干掉啊！这里 Naze 看到第2个人 one shot， 这里 Ye 的 op， 他一直是被内啊内死了。
It's going to be on Finesse to win this out.
2打1的一个情况不 drop。对方是有枪的、啊，而且还有2个 side 啊，打一个 crossfire 你就死了。来，这个 crossfire 打到很美。接下来可以拿 op 加 van 的一个双枪，5比2。 还有机会，他们只打得比较差一点点，还有机会的，兄弟们，兄弟们，让我们恭喜这个老弹主。
That's the first time we've seen OpTic on the back foot. That's the first time we've seen Marv go for a play because the round is falling apart. The game plan that they started the round with.
这场有枪就很好打，而且还赢了，连赢了2场，哎，连赢了1场。 可是士气很高啊，现在。看看这里了，维德，哇，你这样不讲理啊，进来，被这里会不会拉你哦 ？Long 有没有人哦？真的不管了吗 ？Long 也是没有人。5个人竞赛，3个人会跑，没了。这里维德打得太嗨了，他是 A 一直冲了。果然，你看在这种大面还是跑得很快的，他 rush 到比你想象中快。这里 bridge 有一个奥迪还是可以回防，不过奥迪没用啊，人家都是后浪。哦，一枪。哦 ，light up。哦，不是。13 HP。13 HP 可以做什么？6比2开局。好不容易打回来一局，结果没有前2局。
As you mentioned, off of the ultimate from Kesnet, and that only happened because Crashes was up at Garage. They were able to find an opening, and it was, maybe perhaps careless or a small thing, and Window wasn't being taken care of, or excuse me, Mid wasn't being taken care of from Window. But the point I'm trying to make here is that's very difficult to replicate. If you're resting on things like that to win rounds consistently,
他们没有办法顶得住 Victor 的一个冲锋 ，Victor 打得太嗨了，手感又好，手感又好，冲到又快，他们顶不住 Victor 就没有用了。你看 Victor 这里这都争不到，就是 like punish the play。不过这里 A 打不进的话，就可以想象一下换一下。哦 ，nice 这里。 可以打 B 啊，这里，毕竟 A 他们少一个人，就 attacker side 少一个人，也可以直接拉进去。哎呦，这个秀的看了一眼了。 抓他 timing 啊，这样都没有出，抓他 timing， 这 bridge 也是不要出的，抓他 timing 有奥迪 ，nice 震，但是不要push下去，震一下或者吓带一下，再加多一个啥？哎呦，将极限了这一下。把 nice shot 会打回 A， 因为你是进奥赛啊，因为进奥赛的情况下就可以讲哦 ，A 是安全的，哦 A 是不安全的。 4打2，还有一个呢有奥迪。13
seconds left here. The spike's still not planted. It's a 3v2 here in favor of KRU. Crashy seized up.
这里 Omen 还有 flash 啊 ，Omen flash 进，那个跳下来，哎呦，没有人看这里 ，Oh my god！
Nags left in this 1v2.
直接双拉了，不用看了。
The clutch is not going Crew's way. Numbers advantage is not going
Crew 的
their
pick
way.
这样恰恰这样的。你要打 Hell 你又不看赛，你要打赛又不看 Hell， 这里这个跳 Flash 看到手了，这么夸张？你看。
The timing from Crashies, man. So you can see Mazzino there causes serious problems if he's able to drop down unexpected.
你到底要打哪里的
He's incredible.
He really is.
He's incredible.
This is so good from OpTic.
You have to be careful here. I think Marv was spotted. But what do they do off of that? Again, the last time they had this, it was off of Kesnet's showstopper. He is 1 point away here, but he does not have that at his disposal. The Prowler to take a rush face, but Zeno has to back up. Nice shot out from Class. He was fully flashed.
我幸好 Bridge 帮了他，不然这个 race 没了。
Right on the other side of the wall. They're just taking pot shots right now. Kessen's going to go for more. Finesse is here. And so is Crashes.
Players are so clean. Ye not able to land a shot with the op, but deals some damage.
They could punish Ye. No, he gets back to his TP. No risks.
And Klaus is alone here. Poor guy. He's fault lined. He's paranoid. Watches an aftershock fly by, but he still is able to take a shot down. Crashies falls, but Finesse does not. Nags is going to try to do something. They missed the Rolling Thunder. It's a 3v2 here in favor of KRU. 2v2 now. Gun difference still in play here. Ye's left alone in a 1v1. Mizzino from up top as Ye gets 3 and OpTic get to 8.
And the longer and longer this goes on, the harder and harder KRU's hopes are falling.
That was probably the messiest round, though, right?
Sure. I mean, but it's the same situation as before because they go for a little bit of shenanigans.
Sure.
Peeking into garage there.
And then the Rolling Thunder, yeah.
It's very difficult for that to be replicable. It's the same situation that they had where they won the 3, where they broke the 5-round streak from OpTic.
I apologize. That was Klaus still has his Rolling Thunder.
这里 Victor 还是照样冲，就是一直冲赛博的 Victor， 他冲得进就完全没有办法顶住，没有人可以顶。还有一个高速通道直接进来一个 side， 拿了一个 side control， 再打回 shot。A 的防线就这么爆了，就是用一个 neon 的 neon 就爆了一个 A 的防线。
Making Usain Bolt look slow. I mean, what do you do? Man, that's Seekers too. Again, you wonder how many windows of opportunity are left here for at least in this half. And
在 flash 海里骗他 A 抢出来 ，what？ 这样都会 shot？
Zeno got 2 there.
Mazino got 2， 但是没用啊。这里那一句课手成不成就看这一场啊。如果你有3分。 我可以讲，命运之神会帮你。
I feel like we're asking for a lot here.
Yeah, we definitely are.
可以看到 Mazino 这边一出去，然后左边来一个，
He's around the corner, man. That's crazy, Marv. That is crazy.
93啊，哥，打好来呀，93啊，腐败打腐败，你有奥迪的3个奥迪啊。 Victor 就是这么一直冲的哦，他知道讲呸一下先来，Ye 还是一样打 mid 还是比较好打，一个老这么窄，然后再打回 A 这里 A 零这里看 A 零，一定是看打 B 零然后打 A 零 ，OK 被炸一下，但是打不中，你可以怎么样？ 这里有抓 timing 吗？抓 timing 吗？我们我们差一点给了，这里开大，被开大。
And they're gonna have to do it again.
Fast in the retake.
Victor with the ult. Playing around the site. They're both huddled in there together. You've got Nags who's creeping his way up long. And he falls. Marv's gonna have to do it himself. Does he have a 1v3 in him? Oh my gosh, yes!
Oh my
yes,
gosh,
he does! The Red Bull clutch, the 3K, and a 10-2 for OpTic. If there was a need to make a statement, if there was an opportunity to make a statement, freaking A, OpTic are doing it.
They face elimination and they say we have
准
so
备
much
GG 了，这一场
more to play
哇，你看啊
We want to play in the U team
，Marv
again.
这一波真的是
We wanna
很
still
多力
have
clutch，
hopes
1v3 clutch bro，oh yeah。
Please take it away.
I don't have the clear definition for what 2 slobber knockers.
这里个 half time 吧，休息一下。
Every time we get you on the desk, it's a banger.
I think we're okay with that. Moving on. So that was, man, OpTic's just continuing to show us why, you know, they were considered to be these demons just in North America with plays like this.
Yeah, I think there were multiple of the plays. Of course, recency bias makes us think Marv. I'm not going to throw you back there yet again. We've done that many times. Instead, we get to talk about the man where mobility is key in Victor, and we've been speaking about him on map number 1. He wasn't necessarily the star player, sure, by any means, but of course, him moving on to the Neon, he's been able to do really well.
It's been incredible, and I think the biggest point around this Neon is how it works in the early round, particularly over towards the A lobby. Practically every round, OpTic was claiming that space and winning off of it. It was really impeccable how much he was getting done. OpTic still structures their attack on this map around how Victor's plays, and the thing is, KRU went back to playing the breach, and the thing about the breach is Neon can just zoom past it.
Look at the difference between, and obviously they walked away with that win on map number 1. They dominated on defense. They were undefeated. Yeah. The man has a first half here on Haven, runs rings around the opponent with Neon. That is a clear area of him feeling a lot more confident on the Neon than he was on the Raze. He's not a world-class Raze.
Yeah, I don't know if I go so far to say he's not, but he's definitely not like a top 5 Raze, because we have seen a lot of good Razes. You said it was maybe the tournament of the Chamber. It's also, in a big way, the tournament of the Raze, in particular, some of those amazing young Raze players that we have seen thus far. But for Victor, I think the Neon is his standout role. What he does for the team, he almost acts as a kind of like a second initiator, I think you were saying, GB, in way of what he gets done with those relay bolts. They're so well placed. The speed at which he works, it's really tough for teams, especially when they're not prepared for it.
The big thing as well, look at the difference in speed and the site execs between map 1 and this map. It has got to be one of the biggest divides between their attacking speed on Haven compared to Split.
Yeah, and I mean, the thing is, the pace does not stop in towards the second half. I'm looking again for that Neon to continue to be fighting those opening gambits over towards A lobby control. KRU did not find a solution in the first half. I'm afraid for them in the second.
I tell you, with how fast Victor is playing, I just wish you put that boy in a Ferrari. Let him go. That's all I'm saying. But let's go ahead and send this back over to our casters. Bring us back into the action.
They can't all be close games. And unfortunately for KRU, this seems like a repeat of Masters Reykjavik. And unfortunately still, this also significantly reduces their chances at being 6 for 6 international tournaments, because a loss here makes it that much easier for Leviathan, who's waiting still in the
Hello，
playoffs.
歡迎回來。Attacker map 啊，不過10比2想翻了。
KRU should not be done. And this is a good start for them. They get the plant down already, and they get a 1-for-1 trade.
It's going to be a lot of pressure coming out from
直接雙拉，哇，直走不了，直走不了，這裡 map 下來一個 Q， 再 flash 他一下，不用打了，就 hold 他不了，這 post plan situation。哎呦，這個 KRU 這裡。Almost due， 這裡一場沒有了。你equal round 是不是也是一場先？12-2怎麼輸？如果真的可以輸的話，哇 ，KRU 真的是好強啊，樣都能翻。
The final nail in the coffin was a while ago. I'm just having fun.
可以下班了。
And they needed a statement.
They do look good.
你看這裡雙拉就秒完兩個人，不錯嘛，兩個 headshot。但是 Map 這裡又回來把他給殺掉了。Map 是 top fragger 喂，連 Victor 都超過了 ，What the fuck？Victor 打到這麼多人的話，就是第2 frag， 多了5個 assist， 對不對 ？Flash 呢？這裡我們看一看 KRU 的決定是打 B， 他們覺得打 B 會好，但是 B 其實簡單回防是最容易回防，所以沒有人守 mid 就是這樣，最容易回防。哎呦，這裡 Victor， 全部人都在打這個 garage bug。你 hold 這個 gap， 你 sure？ 沒射到，一槍都沒射到。我邊，這個我邊 ，OK， 我邊 OK， 兩個人也是軟幹，你會我也會。所以現在 Ye 有這一個 strafe 了，他的 skill， 然後還有一把 pistol， 基本上回防是不太可能的，畢竟對面3個 spectre 會順你的嘛。不錯啊 ，KRU 把這一場1 round 跟他打回來了，11比3。下一場是 OpTic 的一個。應該是 small buy 吧，2000多應該是 small buy， 應該會買。不買你打不過對面的。對面這麼多 spectre， 哇，真的不買，直接full eco。
pretty successfully, right? To scrap together the economy.
毕竟他们还可以输很多场嘛，但我输8场给你，我一扣8场，我送给你都可以，你还是跟我打平了，所以输一场是 OK 的，这一扣多一场比较安全保守的一个决定。然后这里 Victor 又 rush 过来 ，Spectre spray down， 哈哈。Okay, yay. Crash 这里，不然给他烧死了，这里 Crew 也是辣有点回来了啊，还是打 B。Crew 的方针就是打 B。哎呦，我的 fuck！ 他打到他的脸，他打到他的脸，打回来。可以，这个蛮好笑的这个。这里 full buy 打一个 bonus round， 你一定要买啊！你不买，你打不过他的 full buy， 你输一场都承受不起，对面 match point 啊，容错率这么高。不需要 full buy， 看看他们想打哪里啊？这场看一下啊，131的一个 set up 应该是要 push mid 的，这个 Neon 真的一定是 push mid， 他不会这么这样站着。你看他的 pattern 来讲啦。
Like we've seen him do out of garage a couple of times this round, they drop the prowler into it, expecting that there's paranoia coming in from one side.
对，这里要小心 Neon 哦 ，Neon 两个人 Victor 少2个人杀 ，OK， 2个人也是很多了，2打3的一个情况下，只要杀1个人没了，12比4。
The 1-2 punch, OpTic map series group stage point.
这个是 Crew 的 map 配啊，打到这么防守打到好烂啊！你进攻方没有办法选了。这有 Victor 真是，他真的是杀到疯掉了呢。他就是很开心，好像在打 rank 的这个 Victor。对 ，time up。Crew 的一个 time up， 这一场do or die 生死局有没有办法翻盘
？You saw Crew had to, as much as they've dealt with it in the previous 2 rounds, Crew had to make adjustments, expecting that, and that's what allowed Victor to wrap around from it. That was just so well set up, man. Oh, and you can see it on Crew's faces. Call a timeout here. Try to draw up a Hail Mary. How deep is the playbook in situations like this?
When they were playing against Guild, I had a lot of hope for them because the experience shines through in Crew. They've been in moments like this, they've been in situations like this, but all series long, you can tell. Unfortunately, something's off. And they're
虽然很对不起 Crew， 但是只可以跟你讲，提早跟你讲拜拜了，13比4。Neon 又是哪一个 pick？ 妈放来杀了一个，然后就被缺。Manzino 没有看 backside 的，只这么走 ，serious 啊。这 FN 才可以抓到一个，然后还有一个大招，刘大招回防不了，2打2 situation。OK， 我知道你是plan B 啊，大招过了，直接开大。这样讲，我们是 TP 出去了，安全了。不过，哎呦，被 mid 那边直接杀了2个人 ，nice， 还是有机会的嘛，要打配合打到这么好，怎么之前就不可以打这么好呢？就不明白。我们来看一下 replay， 他这里直接 line up 2个人的。52，我们再看一下这一场。equal round 在 equal 多一场，就像 OpTic 讲刚刚讲的这样，他 equal 多少场都没有问题，这么大的比分。一场都没有收到这个 Victor。生发了的，应该是要打一个 A 啊，这里5个人加 A， 毕竟 B 失败一次 ，C 也是失败过，打 A 是最好的。可是你会面对一个 judge FNS 的一个 judge， 你确定吗？
And you've got Ye, who's there with the crossfire. Ooh, the satchel to fake it off, and then the showstopper drops. You hear the ult come through as Victor tries to find a kill. Not able to find anything, but Ye does. 3v3 here. Crash is pushing his way forward with a classic out of the smoke. But Klaus can do a bit of the same.
对 ，Muff Flank 不知道有没有人看到 Muff Flank 啊
He closed out the first half with
？scan 一下 shot，
1v3.
可以确定应该是 long 啊
Can he close out the
，long 或是
series like
CT，
this
他
by
们都不
himself?
确定。
Oh, he's
或
got
者是一个
utility
safe
for days
plan 啊
too. The paranoia he swings around, but
，nice， 抓
Mazino
住一个
gets the
timing 要
third as
TP 的一个
Bar
timing。
falls and Crew get to 6. You said it needed to be
62
clean. Was that clean enough?
有没有奇迹哦？
It's not great, but it's
不过
enough.
这一场是负败啊，这一场是
Two
OpTic
weapons,
的一
both
个
of
负
them
败。
pretty healthy economically. Those are the guys you want to be alive so that they can drop weapons in the next. I think it might have just been clean enough. Was scared for finesse there, but the TP situation that OpTic threw out made it so that, or sorry, that Crew threw out, that Delzik TP'd, made it so finesse wants to get off that angle and get back up to the top of sight to help his team.
Sort of force online for Ye. Rifles the rest of the way for OpTic. As they
哎
try
呦，
once
这个
again.
scan 打掉之后就不知道那个 Victor push 了，还是想打 A。
Fight here, a little bit of grit in the second half of Haven, but perhaps this is it. It's a 4.
换到完你
3v2,
来讲
excuse
不
me.
值得啊，6比
Mazino has been very
12少
good
了
for
两个
Crew
人。
these last couple of rounds.
嗯
But，this time they're outnumbered.
应该会 rotate 吧？我看，连对面的 Muff 直接在 garage 等你，我知道你要 rotate， 我 smoke 掉 mid， 我等你 plan 我拉。这个配合真的是就是这样吧。那你竞赛的时候你也是要 check 两边。哇，好难啊！难道想绕回去 A 吗？打一个屁股？应该是要绕回去 A 打一个屁股，40多秒还有操作的机会。
If Mazino gets the timing right, if he's able to land
没
the
了
shots, no, that
对 FNS 也知道他是要这样做。
surely spells disaster.
因为没有
Delzik is able to
TP，
scoop
你
up
可以
the
怎么
spike
样
though. With 30 seconds
？Plan
left, they're going
B
to scurry
没有
back.
用的吗
Delzik
？rotate
calling an audible here and choosing
rotate 去
to go
C
back
不可
towards
能。
B. And that's
这
exactly
Muff
what
拉出来
Mark
应该
is.
一
He's
场
gonna
没
be
有了，
planning
他
out
还
the
TP
open,
他
but
都
he
看
didn't
到
see him.
了
He， didn't see him.
他都看到他了。
He went for
还
the
有
TP
机会
play
吗
to just style on the final round.
你也有
It might
奥
not
地
be
的，
final
一
round.
把
Delzik
长
still
枪
has，something to say.
2把长枪，
Delzik on
一
the
个打
plane
long，
here.
一个
He's
打
being
mid。
surrounded. You've got pressure coming in from mid. You have
哦
pressure，coming
没
in
了
from C long.
，GG
It's just too much.
让我
Finesse
们
is going
恭
to
喜
clean him
OpTic
up. The
晋级
green
play
wall
off。
stands strong before the throne.
Before the game, the players on OpTic were asked if they have what it takes to repeat. And Crashy said, of course, we're the gods of VCT. So to see them move on to playoffs, we all expected it.
对
We did
，crew
not
回家
expect
了
this，
不好
path,
意思。
and they make it eventually.
Brutal looks on the faces of crew members again. An early exit.
Hello，
Very similar to what we saw
OpTic
in
let's
Reykjavik.
This
go。
felt like, especially after their loss to Guild, it felt like they
crew
definitely
回
had what it
家
took
了
to。potentially
虽然讲他
take
每次
out second
clutch 啊
place at Reykjavik,
每次
and
BO
then
去的时候是
first as well.
2-1赢，但是这一场被 2-0 set 的。
Today, not
其实他
only
们的
was
defense
OpTic
打
looking
很烂，Let's
incredible,
go。
looking in
OpTic 的那个
championship
OpTic
form,
的 Victor 直接是杀到
but
傻
also
了，真的是。
was missing
你
something.
看，你看，
And that's a brutal combination. Right? Like you have one of those two factors.
几
Perhaps
开
you can
心
win,
啊，
right?
打
Perhaps
的
you。can figure it out. But no, it was just entirely too much. Ye returned
Thank
to
you
form.
for your
Mar was still
rated.
doing his thing. Finesse was calling back to what we saw in their tournament run in Reykjavik, where it just seemed like they were 2, perhaps 3 steps ahead. The clutches were coming through for everyone on the side
So
of OpTic.
sad, bro.
This is the
The
OpTic we
crew.
expected to see.
Yeah, and
Sheesh.
same story basically from Reykjavik as well, where they lose early.
By the way, nice try crew.
And then they have a close game. to
没有
come out of
没有
that
luck 今天他
elimination
们。
match, and then they stop the revenge match against Sersha last time around. This time they don't get a
Final score
rematch, but they
2-0.
stop Crew here.
哎呀，Banfish 啦，Don't cry man。
OpTic again punch their ticket to the playoff stage, punch their ticket to top 8, and the road is far from done.
Crash is actually celebrating.
Finally.
It's like, yay!
But I do think that also shows, you even see it in their reactions, man. Like, they have a mission in mind.
Yeah.
And the mission in mind is not just to make playoffs. It's not just to make top 4. It's to be the first team in Valorant history to repeat on the international stage.
Yep.
This is nothing to their grand scheme. This is nothing to their greater plan.
And I think as well, there's so much for OpTic that they want to play for. And they do buy into the narratives, the anti-narratives against them, for example.
其实他们打得真的很好 ，positive heaven map。Holy shit， 这个是 10-2 的一个 starting point。
But this event, I think the big one is they still want to, because there's EU teams here. There actually is EU teams here. They still want to beat and take a map off of them at the very least, right?
That
and
might
they
be the
already
final
lost.
boss.
Yeah, exactly. And I think it will be as we look towards playoffs.
Again, a dominant performance out of OpTic. What do you really say? In-zone
MVP 肯定是
up on your
Victor
screen right
啦
now, and I don't know
，Victor
that you
做
can make
太多
a
东
wrong
西
choice.
了
I imagine
，Victor。
Marv walks away with it because it's Marv.
Like early
but
game
I
的
really don't
attacker
think you can
side
make a
是
wrong choice here.
Victor 是 basically 他一直冲不了，他一直冲 A long， 一直冲 A long， 一直冲 A long。
He absolutely can. He was insane. He
所以
came
他们的
back,
defense
we
烂掉
mentioned
就因
how
为
he's been
Victor 一
on
直
this
冲
like。
你看
that
啊
is insane. In
他拿这个 frenzy， 他一直去 push 那对面的 chamber。
He's the guy who's leading the team. He's the guy who's most
如果不
consistent.
是他，应该是没有这么容易打爆那个 defense。Good luck for them 啦，but 如果你去到 playoff 的话，都强 team 了，你很难这样去 push。So far 可以看得出，就是 Crew 的那个有一点不是这么好的配合啊，不是很烂，他不是这么好的配合。很多 retake 的时候是没有看一些 crossfire 啊，没有看 side 啊，比较奇怪。尤其是你看到他第一场 map split literally 是不，他们好像不会玩这样的，像很多地方都不会去 check 那 scan CT， 你看到 basically B side 的 CT 也是不会 check。
That's to worry about for another day. Yeah. And there's still plenty to go. Again, Crew unfortunately takes an early exit out. They
So basically 可以看一下他们 playoff 的时候打谁了。OpTic 好像是打那个第一场的。第一场。Except yes, NA vs NA, let's go. So sad 啦 bro， 第一场 NA 就要打 NA 啊。对，一个 NA 就跌去 low ground。这个是明天的，明天不是，今天的晚上11点。 14号 ，Except 打 OpTic， 然后 Leviathan 打 DRX， 2场不是。Leviathan 是这个了，这个 Latam team 来的，so 入死数了嘛，剩下他一个 team。OK， 今天就播到这里了，我要去睡觉了。感谢你的 rate， 感谢你，感谢这里的全部 viewer。 明天我会继续一起来看 Master 的 Playoff 第一场 ，Asset 打 OpTic。